VCT Pacific. The future of VALORANT starts here.
Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Take it. Too much fun, there's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready. So ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
당연히 너프돼서 좋고요. 저는 사실 너프를 뭐 그건 당연히 해줬어야 되는 거고.
조금 더 다른 부분도.
는 너프를 하면 안 됩니다.
안 돼요?
네.
발로란트를 사랑해주시는 여러분, 여러분들이 기다리고 기다리시던 순간이 돌아왔습니다. 바로 타임아웃 시즌2가 돌아왔는데요. 자, 그럼 오늘의 에피소드의 특별한 게스트분들은 어느 팀에서 오셨는지 한 분 한 분 모셔보겠습니다. 감사합니다. 환영합니다. 먼저 무엇보다도 T1 으뜸 감독님, 저희 너무나도 축하드리면서 이번에 그 우승을 하는데 비결이 무엇이었는지 좀 궁금하거든요. 아무래도 좀 전 세계적으로 강팀들을 많이 만나셨잖아요.
아무래도 퍼시픽 좋은 팀들도 많고 또 중국 좋은 팀들 많은데 각 두 개 리그 모두 다 스크림할 수 있는 환경이 좋다 생각해서 여기 있는 모든 팀들이 다 도와줬다 생각합니다.
제가 사실 이거는 개인적으로 좀 궁금했던 부분인데 솔로 감독님하고 터미 감독님이 이번에 T1이 우승하는 모습을 보면서 거기에 이제 전 팀원들이 있잖아요, 선수들이 좀 보면서 좀 어떤 심정이 드셨나요?
태호가 잘하고 확실히 좀 많이 돋보이더라고요. 그 마스터즈라는 거 자체가 2번 연속 그리고 퍼시픽이 아닌 한국 팀이 연속으로 우승했다는 게 저는 좀 너무 많이 기쁘고 개인적으로는 네, 좋아했습니다.
근데 터미 감독님도 아무튼 또 스택스와 버즈 선수와 오랜 시간을 같이 하셨잖아요.
사실 내심 조금 뭐랄까 저희 킥오프 우승했을 때는 그 두 선수가 걱정이 좀 되긴 했었어요. 이번에 뭐 우승을 해서 너무 선수한테 축하한다고 말을 했었고 이번에 T1이 마스터즈 우승을 하면서 한국 팬분들이 정말 많이 좋아하지 않았을까. 그래서 훨씬 더 많은 사람들이 좀 발로란트에 관심을 갖게 되는 또 한 번의 계기가 됐을 거라고 생각해서 기쁘게 생각하고 있습니다.
실카논 감독님은 이제 퍼시픽에 들어와서 첫 대회를 치르시고 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨나요?
그 저희가 조합이 많이 이상했거든요. 항상 스크립트 해보시면 보면은 근데 그게 사실은 그 저희가 영웅 폭이 다 돼서 그걸 하는 게 아니라 남들은 다 기본적으로 하는 게 저희는 안 됐어요. 그 스크림 때 했던 것처럼 그림이 아예 안 나왔던 것 같아요.
ダンビのネオンのせいでもう日本サーバーがすごいことになっているダンビネオンジャッジ
이제 지난 시즌에 참여해주신 분들은 기억이 날 텐데요. 감코진의 OX 퀴즈가 있겠습니다. 동의를 하시면 O를 들어주시면 되고요. 아니면 나는 생각이 다르다. 나는 동의하지 못한다. 이러면 X를 들어주시면 되겠습니다. 스크림 때 결과가 좋거나 스크림 때 그림이 잘 그려지면 경기에서도 똑같이 할 수 있다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. XQQ 감독님은 좀 어떤 이유로 X를 드셨나요?
まあでもやっぱそのスクリムと同じようにはやっぱ大会本番はいかないことの方が多いので、まあ普段からちょっと柔軟性持って対応できるようにしないとまあいけないのかなっていうので、まああんまりスクリムの結果はまあ信用してなくて、まあどちらかというと内容を見てます。
그러니까 저희가 여태까지 해왔을 때 제가 감독하면서 느꼈던 거는 그러니까 스크림 결과가 좋으면 물론 스크림 때만큼은 안 나올 수는 있지만 그래도 비슷하게는 나온다.
스크림 승률만 보면은 항상 높았어가지고 뭐 그거는 괜찮은데 또 작년 T1도 승률이 높긴 했었거든요. 근데 그때는 이제 그러니까 올해랑 좀 많이 다른 게 내용이 좀 많이 달랐어요. 작년에는 좀 선수 퍼포먼스로 이긴 느낌이고 스크림 때 근데 올해는 반대로 이제 좀 경기 내용적으로 이기는 스크림이 많았거든요. 그래서 이렇게 되면은 좀 스크림 성적이 좀 의미는 있다고 생각합니다.
그러면 국제대회, 마스터즈 뭐 또는 챔피언스 가서 우승을 하면 본 리그로 돌아왔을 때 좀 더 쉽게 승리를 할 수 있다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 오.
경험치라고 해야 되나? 마드리드나 상하이 때 이제 우승하고 왔을 때 선수들이 잘하기도 하고 경험치도 많이 쌓이다 보니까 질 것 같지 않다라는 생각을 좀 많이 들었어요.
저희는 이제 모든 걸 쏟아부었기 때문에 그때 다 보여줘가지고 그걸 분석할 시간이 당연히 많을 테고 어떻게 보면 또 연습 시간이 많이 부족하긴 하니까 그래서 아마 특히 리그 초반부에는 저희가 좀 많이 힘들 수도 있다라고 생각을 하고 있긴 합니다.
상대가 항상 밴하는 맵을 차라리 치러보는 게 낫다. 그러니까 내가 픽을 하는 게 낫다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
이거 애매한 반반인데 이거.
자, 그럼 노던라이트님은 왜 고민을 많이 하셨나요?
バンされたマップが自分たちのプレイするマップの完成度としてどこまで自信があるか。例えば自分たちが得意マップ、キックオフだったら俺たちみたいなアビスのもあるし、もうそのバンが空いたマップを勝たないとダメっていうプレッシャーでなんか選手たちがうまくできないということも分かったりするんでこうなります。
저희가 그 어비스 고정밴이었거든요. 근데 어비스를 할 줄 몰랐던 게 아니에요. 고정밴을 하면 뭔가 나중에 올라갔을 때 이걸 풀었을 때 상대가 골라줄 것 같은 느낌이 좀 있는 거예요. 네, 근데 이게 좀 다른 것 같아요. 전에 DRX랑 경기할 때 어비스 밴 했던 거 진짜 밴이 맞거든요. 근데
어디까지 오픈을 해야 될지.
그렇죠, 이게 참
만약에 준비를 하고 있더라도 밴을 오랫동안 했으면 대회에서 또 그 감이 없기 때문에 혹시라도 몰래 준비를 하고 있으면 그것도 어느 정도 예상을 해서 저는 픽을 해야 된다고 생각해서 근데 대체적으로 웬만하면은 밴 하는 맵은 픽하면 그래도 승률은 높은 것 같습니다.
그럼 어디까지 오픈해야 되지?
난 다 했어.
약간 도박수를 주는 강코진도 있을 거고 우리 연습을 했는데 해라 약간 이렇게 할 수도 있고 어쩔 수가 없다. 고민이 될 수밖에 없다.
이래서 맵 밴픽할 때 그렇게 시간을 오래 두고 하시는 건가요?
밴픽을 실수해서 질 때가 있어요. 그래서 뱀픽이 굉장히 중요하다 생각하고 상대방에서 심리전을 걸면 이제 속으로 이제 욕을 하죠. 아이씨 뭐지?
승리를 하기 위해서는 풀 감코진이 있어야 된다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 아, 역시 이번 시즌 또 많은 팀들이 다 감코진 스텝을 추가를 하셨는데 좀 어떤 생각이신가요?
まあでも僕たちはコーチが多いっていうことで有名なんですけど、でもそのリーグのスカウティングとか、いろんなその日頃の業務をこなすために、2人は絶対欲しいなと思います。
저는 다 5명 있어야 된다고 생각.
오.
많으면
맞아요.
많으면
많으면
많을수록
많을수록.
좋아요. 그 한 맵당 한 사람이 코치하면 돼요. 진짜 감독은 결정을 하고 혼자 하면 정말 힘들어요.
그러니까 저희가 뭐 일반 회사원처럼 뭐 8, 9시간 근무할 거면은 한 10명 있어야 되고요. 저희는 다 갈아 넣고 있기 때문에 한 15시간씩 하는 것 같거든요. 준비를 제대로 했다고 하더라도 분명히 부족한 부분이 있더라고요. 근데 완벽하게 준비할 거면은 많을수록 좋은 것 같습니다.
다음 코너는 저희가 팬분들께 질문을 좀 받아봤습니다. 저희가 받은 질문이 사실 뭐 거의 450개가 넘는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 제가 최대한 줄여서 그래도 뭔가 좀 흥미진진한 답이 나올 것 같은 질문으로 준비를 했으니까요. 자, 그러면 첫 번째 질문. 이 질문은 저희 이제 한국 유튜브 채널에서 받은 질문입니다. 선수 활동을 하는 게 더 어려울까요? 아니면 감독 또는 코치 활동을 하는 게 더 어려울까요?
무조건 감독 코치가 힘듭니다.
아, 무조건?
네, 무조건 너무 힘들고 스트레스도 선수 때보다 한 5배 정도 더 받는 것 같아요.
좀 책임의 무게가 많이 다른 것 같아요. 선수 때랑 감독이랑 그냥 선수 때는 솔직히 그냥 게임 열심히 하고 자기가 그냥 솔직히 마음 편하게 해도 되거든요. 선수는. 근데 감독 코치진이 되는 순간부터는 결과에 대해서 어느 정도 책임을 져야 되기 때문에.
そうですね。本当僕もオーバーウォッチでプロゲームをやっていた時代があったんですけど、その時は本当にまだ痩せてて、そうで、でも本当になんだろう、お二人が言ってるようにそのコーチが感じるストレスっていうのはもう本当めちゃくちゃ高いのかな。
저희 다음 질문은 그 일본 SNS에서 들어온 질문인데요. 전략 또는 팀 조합이 승리를 거두지 못했을 때 책임의 얼마만큼이 감독 또는 코치의 책임인가요? 책임의 몇 프로가 내 책임이다라고 생각하시나요?
100%긴 하죠.
오,
왜냐면은
무조건.
네, 선수들도 믿고 따라준 거니까.
네.
難しい話ですけどある程度の責任はコーチにまずあるけども、そのどのくらいなものを取るのかはチームで話し合って決めるべきものだと思う。選手だったりとかオーナー陣とか、そのいろんな要素の下で決まっていくものなんで。
野田さん、メロホさんいるからね。
이 감코진 모두가 같은 마음으로 하는 거기 때문에 다 같이 좀 같은 마음이지 않을까요? 네.
그러면 다음 질문 또 넘어가겠습니다. 아직까지 같이 일해보지 않은 선수 중에 그 어느 지역에서도 내가 꼭 한번 코치를 해보고 싶다 그런 생각이 든 선수가 있으실까요?
저는 마코. 저희 이번에 온 애들도 하는 소리기도 하고 전부터 생각했는데 제일 잘하는 선수라 생각을 해가지고 얼마나 대단한지 한번 같이 보고 싶습니다.
저는 텍스처랑 메테오 선수. 두 선수.
뭐 이유는 사실 말씀 안 하셔도
네.
알 것 같긴 한데.
너무 잘하니까.
네.
메이 선수랑 그다음에 라즈. 그러니까 라즈가 그 제가 카스 선수 할 때 이제 같이 했었거든요. 근데 그때부터 꾸준히 열심히 해서 발로란트 와서 빛을 보더라고요. 그래서 혹시나 뭐 그런 얘기가 있을 수는 없지만 한번 데려와서 한번 해보고 싶다. 그리고 메이 선수도 지금 워낙 일본에서 폭발적인 제트 유저기도 하고 타격 때도 잘하기 때문에 제가 생각하는 방향대로 게임을 할 수 있는지 한번 보고 싶기도 하고.
메이 선수와 또 예전에 라즈 선수와 같이 일을 해보셨는데 의견 있으실까요?
メイはマジで強いし、ゲームに真剣、勝ちたいってのがめっちゃ伝わってくるし、本当におすすめできる選手ですね。
ラズは一旦そのピリオドを振って今はモンスターを買ってますけど、でもその選手時代は本当にそのバロラントに持てる時間を全部使ってそのしっかり自分の理論を持って大会に挑んでるくらいだったので本当におすすめできるですが、人間としては結構変な人
그러면 선수를 이제 스카우트 하실 때 보자마자 아 이건 내 감이 무조건 맞다. 이 선수다. 이런 감을 받으신 적이 혹시 있나요?
저는 여러 번 있는데.
여러 번
너무 여러 번이라서. 저는 일단 마코 선수는 처음 딱 연습해보자마자 좀 얘는 다르다라는 걸 느꼈었고 버즈 선수도 사실 똑같았고요.
진짜 특별한 애들은 그냥 다르긴 해요, 진짜. 저도 뭐 원치킨도 처음부터 달랐고 미국 가서도 심지어 리프 이런 애들은 달랐고 네, 그냥 진짜 다르긴 해요, 확실히. 좀 보법이 달라요, 확실히.
근데 뭐 또 잘한다고 해서 또 와서 한번 봐야
팀이랑 또 잘 맞는지는
봐야 될 것 같아요. 네.
자, 그러면 마지막으로 많은 팬분들도 굉장히 궁금해했던 부분입니다. 바로 이번에 스테이지 1을 준비하면서 새로운 패치가 준비되었는데요. 특히나 또 새로운 요원, 새로운 캐릭터도 추가가 됐었죠. 그래서 이런 부분에 대해서 좀 여러분의 의견을 들어보겠습니다. 제가 몇 가지 질문을 드릴 건데 제가 질문을 드리면 그 다음에 거기에 적용되는 감독님께 포인트를 해주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 질문. 과연 이 중에 새로운 요원 웨이레이를 제일 먼저 꺼내들 팀은 어디일까요? 자, 잠시만요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 확실하게 여기 다 여긴가요? 실크논 감독님은 누가 제일 먼저 들 거라고 생각하시나요?
저희가 제일 빨리 들 거예요.
본인으로.
아무래도 농심이 그런 조금 공격적인 요원들을 좋아하다 보니
농심이 썼으면 좋겠다, 안 썼으면 좋겠다 의견 있으신가요?
썼으면 좋겠다.
썼으면 좋겠다.
담비 선수 쓰는 거 한번 보고 싶네요.
담비 센스 크리즈.
실크논 감독님은 어떻게 생각하세요?
반반이에요. 맞는 게 있고 안 맞는 게 있어요. 해봤어요.
근데 약간 좀 애매.
일단 본 것만으로는 일단 궁극기는 좀 많이 좋아 보이고, 근데 이제 솔직히 제트를 대체하는 건 불가능할 것 같고, 오히려 뭐 레이즈나 뭐 요루 쓰던 맵에서 그나마 좀 아이디어가 있지 않을까 싶긴 합니다.
좀 애매한 캐릭터 같아요. 뭐 연막이 없어서 들어갔을 때 생존할 수가 없고, 저희도 써봤는데 아직까지는 뭐 잘 모르겠다.
이번에 태호도 좀 변화가 크죠. 이제 태호의 그 일제 유도 사격이 좀 너프가 되면서 더 이상 킬조이의 궁극기 봉쇄를 파괴를 못하게 됐습니다. 자, 이 패치에 대해서 제일 기뻐할 감독님은 누구일까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 지금 젠지 지목해 주셨고.
여기는 진지.
T1. 지금 다양하게 지목해 주셨는데.
당연히 너프돼서 좋고요, 저는. 근데 사실 너프를 뭐 그건 당연히 해줬어야 되는 거고, 이 드론 게이지를 넣어야 되는 게 아닌가.
조금 더 다른 부분도.
그게 제가 볼 땐 제일 사기거든요.
드론이.
태호는 너프를 하면 안 됩니다. 애매합니다.
네. 안 돼요.
네, 그대로 살려둬야 되고, 솔로 감독을 뽑은 이유가 킬조이를 또 좋아하고, 그래서 쓰기 애매했던 맵들에서 또 다시 쓸 수 있지 않을까, 킬조이를.
궁극기가 아닌 일반 스킬 하나로 부시는 게 좀 말이 안 되지 않나. 태호는 그냥 눌러서 띵띵 하면 그냥. 근데 이게 태호 때문에 지금 전 세계가 이상해졌어요. 지금
태호 하나 때문에.
지금도 안 좋은데 뭐 얼마나 더.
자, 이번에 또 어떻게 보면 거의 리워크급이라고도 할 수 있겠죠. 아이소라는 요원이 또 많이 변화가 됐습니다. 아이소의 변화로 제일 기뻐할 감독이 누구일까요? 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
저 같은데.
어떤 감독님도 우리가 제일 기쁘다.
이게 해봐야 알겠지만 헤이브는 개인적으로 버프라 생각을 하고요. 로터스는 너프라고 생각을 하거든요. 그래도 헤이븐 같은 맵에서는 뭔가 좀 포텐셜이 더 잘 나올 것 같긴 해서.
약간 애매하게 동의를 하는 듯 마는 듯 하시는데.
이게 애매한 것 같긴 해요. 실드 자체가 사실 깨지면서 슬로우가 걸리잖아요. 그게 사실 거의 아이소의 꽃이었는데 그게 너프가 조금 생각보다 세지 않을까. 하지만 방벽 자체가 좀 슬로우로 쓸 수 있으면서 그거에 대한 좀 진입기에 이점이 있지 않을까.
이번에 맵도 또 변화가 됐습니다. 어센트와 아이스박스까지 또 다시 투입이 됩니다. 이번 맵을 제일 좋아할 감독은 누구인지 벌써 어느 정도 생각이 있으신 것 같은데. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 솔로 감독님 왜 다 동일하게 생각하신 것
할 살이
같은데.
없어서 그냥 여기.
一昨年去年のマッププールのアセントもアイスボックスもやっぱりジェンジが頂点にいるぐらいの強さを持ってたんで、その2プールが増えたらやっぱジェンジさん手つけれないかなみたいに思いますね。
젠지는 사실 작년 마스터즈 우승을 저는 센터 아이스박스 때문에 우승했다고 진짜 과언이 아닐 정도로 그 두 맵을 너무 잘했어서 지금 젠지한테는 맵플에서 굉장히 좋지 않을까.
제가 그러면 솔로 감독님께 여쭤보고 싶은 게 어센트가 바뀌었잖아요.
네.
그래도 어센트 그래도 맵 자체는 좋다 이렇게 생각하시나요?
어센트 저 솔직히 잘한다고 생각은 안 하는데 그 아이스박스도 저희가 잘한다고 생각하진 않았어요. 막 먼저 막 픽하고 막 그렇게까지는 하진 않았어요. 그래도 뭐 어비스 바인드에 빠진 게 저희 어센트 아박이 들어온 게 더 낫긴 하죠. 저희
그래도 다행이다.
네, 그리고 뭐 맵 바뀐 거에 대해서는 소바가 좀 고인이 되지 않았나. 이제 원래 그게 이제 좀 장점이었는데 오딘 쓰고
바인드가 빠지는 거에 대해서 어떤 감독님은 좀 아쉽거나 좀 그리울 것 같다 이런 생각 있으신가요?
바인드는 좀 아쉬울 것 같긴 한데 확실히. 근데 저희가 또 어센트도 좀 좋아하는 편이어서
그냥 교체되는 느낌이다.
네네.
알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 어센트에서의 그 벽의 변화가 있었죠. B 사이트의 오딘 활용이 훨씬 어려워졌습니다. 이거를 제일 아쉽게 생각할 감독이 누구일지. 자, 이거는 좀 고민이 되실 것 같은데요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 본인 여기도 본인을. 저도 사실 이거는 데토네이션 포커스미가 아닐까 생각을 했는데.
やっぱ DFM にはアート選手が所属してるので、彼DFM 入る前からずっといろんなマップでオーディンを使っていて、チームもそうだし、アート君が結構悲しんでるんじゃないかなって。
혹시 뭐 아트 선수랑 그런 얘기가 있었나요? 노던라이트님?
オーディンは弱くなっちゃったよね、ソバも弱くなっちゃったよねっていう話をして、彼はショック受けてましたね。
충격까지. 알겠습니다.
저도 바꾸겠습니다.
생각해보니까.
네, 저 DFM으로 바꾸겠습니다.
생각해보니 DFM. 나머지 두 분은
좀 전에 솔로 감독님이 말씀하신 것처럼 그 소바가 이제 좀 힘들 거다 얘기하셨잖아요. 근데 그거 자체가 진짜 그 B메인 수비에 대해서 정말 이해를 잘하고 있으시다 생각을 하는데 그게 작년 젠지 어센트 높은 승률의 이유라 생각을 하거든요. 특히 수비 안정성이. 근데 이제 그게 안 된다는 게 확실히
근데 좀 사기적인 했어요. 그게 그 자체가. 왜냐면 그거를 한 방 맞게 되면은 이제 트라우마가 생겨가지고 못 가게 되거든요. 선수들이. 그래서 저도 약간 그거에 대해서 약간 막아야 되는 부분이 없지 않아 있다고 생각했는데 근데 또 막으니까 좀.
다음 마지막 질문. 만약에 여러분이 선수였다면 이 자리에 있는 어느 감독 밑에서 선수 활동을 해보고 싶으실지. 하나, 둘, 셋. 좀 많이 갈렸는데 그럼 한 분 한 분 의견을 들어보겠습니다.
DLX に入った選手はなんかそれが新人だろうとどの選手も一流になっていけるので、やっぱ選手育成とか普通に教えるのがうまいんだろうなと傍から見てて思うんで、ちょっとコーチング受けてみたいなと思いますね。
그럼 개인적으로 약간 터미 감독님 밑이면 나도 1류 선수가 될 수 있다고 믿으시는 건가요? 거기까지는
님과 인연이 많았던 선수들이랑도 많이 지금 일을 했잖아요. 자 하는 얘기가 정말 인간적으로 다 너무 좋았던 분이라 얘기를 해주셔서
選手のパフォーマンスだったりとか個性を生かすコーチングっていうのをかなりその T1 からは、特に今期の T1 からは感じてられるので、なんかそこが実際自分が入って強くなれるかわからないけど
2부 리그에서도 어센션으로 올라오기가 힘든데 그 부분에 있어서 굉장히 리스펙트하고 그리고 얘기 들어보면은 편할 것 같아요. 제가 선수로 들어갔을 때
되게 선수들이 공격적으로 그냥 편하게 하고 싶은 거 다 할 수 있게 해주는 좀 그런 스타일이신 것 같아서.
그 VS 시절 영상을 제가 엄청 많이 봤어요. 제가 원래 누구한테 사진 찍어달란 말을 한 번도 해본 적이 없는데 제가 처음으로 전에 뱀픽 때 그랬거든요. 네.
개인적으로 사진은 얻으셨지만
네.
그때 결과는
질만했습니다.
좀 아쉽게 됐네요. 교환을 하셨네요. 마무리하기 전에 혹시 이 자리를 토대로 서로 궁금했던 부분이라든지 남의 의견도 한번 들어보고 싶다 이랬던 질문 혹시 있는 분 계실까요?
テレビ
네.
選手が普段のその練習生活とかで遅刻してきたりとか、なんかその試合中の態度が悪かった時にどう対応してるか.
일단은 왜 전지 모르겠지만 저희 팀 선수들이 한 번도 그런 적은 없었거든요. 근데 딱 한 번 그걸 어긴 적이 있는 선수가 있는데 22년 챔스 때 이스탄불에서 그때 선수들이 다 식중독에 걸렸어요, 많이. 그래갖고 제가 그때 룸서비스로 절대 날 것을 먹지 마라 라고 선수들한테 얘기를 해놨는데 제스트 선수가 코업을 시켜 먹더라고요. 그때 한번 이제 따끔하게 이제 얘기한 적이 있는데 태도라든지 이런 거는 사실 프로로서 하면 안 되는 행동들이기 때문에 선수들이 애초에 좀 안 하는 것 같습니다. 그런 거. 제가 무서워서인지 모르겠어요.
그거는 네, 확인이 필요한 걸로.
네.
엑스큐브 감독님은 왜 터미 감독님한테 그 질문을 해주셨나요?
まあ APAC の中で一番怖そうだから
아니, 뭐 실카 감독님 같은 경우에 제일 그래도 존경했던 분 중에 한 분인데 그래도 무서우실 것 같은가요, 터미 감독님이?
네.
저는 그런 사람이 아닙니다.
그거는 뭐 저희가 나중에 알아보는
네.
걸로 감독님. 저희 이제 아쉽게도 마무리를 지을 시간인데요. 돌아가면서 한 분씩 좀 오늘의 소감 얘기해 주시고 또 이번 시즌에 대한 다짐 얘기해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
제가 좀 항상 그 이야기가 좀 궁했거든요. 조언이 좀 궁했거든요, 최근에. 그래서 좀 많이 물어볼 수 있고 좀 많은 분들 의견 들을 수 있는 계기가 된 것 같고 이번에 좀 킥오프 토대로 잘 준비해가지고 잘 해보겠습니다.
みんなライバルだし今日の場のおかげでとまでは言わないかもしれないけどそういう自分に生かしてマスターズまで登っていけたらなと思ってます。
작년에 이 자리가 있었는데 그때도 이런 자리 좀 많이 했었으면 좋겠다라고 얘기했었던 것 같거든요. 그래서 이번에도 스테이지 1 전에 같이 얘기하니까 재밌는 시간이었고 저희 뭐 젠지 토론토 갈 수 있도록 네, 열심히 잘 준비해서 네, 노력하겠습니다.
다 원래 모든 감독님들을 다 대회장에서 이제 경쟁자로만 만났는데 이렇게 좀 의미 있는 자리에 만나서 좀 허심탄회하게 얘기할 수 있고 분위기도 되게 생각보다 좋았어가지고 너무 의미 있는 자리였고 저희가 이제 도전자 위치라 생각을 해가지고 퍼시픽 리그에서는 다시 토론토 진출을 할 수 있는 걸 목표로 해서 열심히 한번 해보겠습니다.
T1 がチャレンジャーだったら僕らも本当にもっとチャレンジャーでな気持ちでいかなきゃいけないと思ってるので、しっかり練習してきてるし、そこもしっかり練習詰めて、ステージ1でいい結果を出してトロントに行きたいと思ってますし、そうですね。今日一番良かったのは、テルミコーチがあまり怖くなさそうだなっていうのが。
그 감독님들한테 꼭 해주고 싶은 말이 있긴 한데 항상 이 성적이 좋을 수가 없잖아요. 졌을 때나 뭐 성적이 좀 안 좋았을 때 각자만의 방법으로 좀 멘탈적으로 치유를 잘 해서 다음을 준비했으면 좋겠고 같은 입장에서 봐서 그런지 좀 짠할 때가 있어요, 사실. 저희는 뭐 스테이지 1 때 뭐 선의의 경쟁자로 만나겠지만 적어도 이 자리에 있는 6명은 꼭 개인적으로 응원하고 네, 그렇게 해서 경기장에서 만났으면 좋겠습니다.
다른 6명은?
일단은 여기
그래요. 저도 궁금했던 게 다른 분들은
다른 6명은 이제 그쪽에서 알아서 응원하는 걸로.
거기 자기들끼리 이제 하겠죠.
알겠습니다. 여러분 지금까지 시청해주셔서 너무나 감사드리고요. 물론 이번 스테이지 1 VCT 퍼시픽의 모든 팀들 관심 많이 가지고 바라봐 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 역시 저희 남은 팀들도 있겠죠. 거기서는 또 어떤 얘기가 나왔는지 다음 타임아웃 에피소드도 함께 기대해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 여러분 다음에 뵙겠습니다.
Hi everyone, it's Victoria here. Now Masters Bangkok has just wrapped up, and with VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1 just around the corner, I think it's time for a little refresher on what went down earlier this year at Kickoff. And with that, it's time for the official Kickoff recap. Even looking back now, Kickoff was incredibly intense, with most matches going the full distance. Not only that, we saw Ascension teams exceed expectations, a Pacific powerhouse PaperX struggle, and DFM at last breaking free from bottom placements with a completely new look. All signs point to 2025 shaping up to be a whole new era. After 960 days of pain and change, DRX have finally reclaimed their Pacific throne. In second place, right behind them, was T1 in their first ever grand final. And Gen G, who dominated in 2024, and Talon Esports, the sole Southeast Asian representative in the finals, were next in placements. Ultimately, DRX and T1, who secured first and second place, earned 3 and 2 championship points respectively. Meanwhile, Genji and Talon finished 3rd and 4th, each claimed 1 point, marking their first step towards champions. And after Masters Bangkok, T1 now stands at the top with the most championship points. So I've already mentioned earlier just how intense Kickoff was, right? Now comparing it to last year, it really highlights just how competitive it was. In the Pacific 2024 Kickoff, there were 19 matches with a total of 47 maps, averaging 2.4 maps per match, meaning many series ended in a clean 2-0 sweep. However, this year we saw 22 matches with a staggering 63 maps, averaging 2.8 maps per match, meaning that most of the series were pushed to a full best-of-3 or best-of-5 battle. We have never seen so much Valorant in one event. Now let's take a look at some of the standout records from this year's highly competitive Kickoff. First up, a match that had Pacific fans on the edge of their seats, the lower bracket round 2 showdown between Nongshim and RRQ. On map 2 of Lotus, the match extended to an unbelievable 42 rounds, breaking the previous record of 40 rounds. The question is this record ever going to be broken again? With just how intense Pacific matches have been, it's definitely something to watch out for. Although it's widely known that Zeta Division's Depth holds the record for highest kills from the 2023 LCQ event, as far as the regular season records go, it's worth noting the most kills in a single map is 39 kills set by Monyet in Pacific 2023, back when he was on Global Esports. However, in this year's Kickoff, in the same lower bracket round 2 match between Nongshim and RRQ, Jemkin came incredibly close with 38 kills. Although the record wasn't broken this time around, the fact remains that this was so close, and it tells us just how fierce the competition has become. It was a truly remarkable feat. And hey, both of these players are now on RRQ. The final record is a rather unfortunate one. For the very first time in Pacific history, Paper X have failed to reach the top 4. Since the introduction of the franchise system, Paper X has been a dominant, near unstoppable force in Pacific. But they did struggle in this Kickoff event, leading to an early exit. Will Paper X make a comeback in Stage 1? We'll have to wait and see if they make their resurgence. Now let's take a look at the players who truly made their presence felt in this exceptional and closely contested event. Surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, the most standout player of this Kickoff was none other than RRQ Jemkin. Even though his team was eliminated early, he managed to rank first in not just 1, but 3 major stats: ACS, KPR, and FKPR, showcasing his exceptional individual skill. On top of that, we saw Primi leading in KD and Hyunmin topping ADR, both delivering explosive performances that played a crucial role in their team's successes. While players like Jemkin, Buzz, and Mei stood out with consistent and even stronger performances than last year, there's something else that deserves just as much attention. And that's the rookies, players who made their Pacific debut this year. Their impact was undeniable, and we'll have to keep an eye on them as the season unfolds. A total of 26, that's 26 rookie players made their debut in Pacific during the 2025 Kickoff. Let's take a look at the standout newcomers who delivered the most impressive performances. Joining the prestigious ranks, we have Hyunmin and Freeing, who not only made their Pacific debut, but also won the tournament, becoming the true Royal Roaders. Then there's Cushy, who quickly garnered reputation as one of Pacific's best initiators, along with Francis and Danby, who showcase insane firepower, proving that Ascension teams are not to be underestimated. So I recommend you keep an eye on them this Stage 1. And now, during this Kickoff, we've established a few new rules. Kickoff rule number 1. Now, real fans will be very familiar with this law. It's the Texture 4-kill rule. Historically, whenever Texture secures 4 kills in a round, his win rate is an incredible 75%. That makes the statement 4 kills equals victory feel very real. But here's the crazy part. Whenever Texture gets an ace, his match win rate is 0. He has recorded 4 aces in Pacific history, but has never won a match after doing so. Now, as we go into stage one, is Texture gonna convert the Ace Curse into a blessing, converting into that win? We'll have to wait and see. Rule number 2 involves a very familiar player, and that player is Stax. Ever since Stax joined T1 in the 2024 Stage 2 of Pacific, every single match from then till now has been played in a full series. That's 10 consecutive full map matches. What's even more impressive is that during the Pacific 2025 kickoff, T1 played an incredible 22 maps, which is 8 maps more than the second place teams Genji and Nongshim. Despite such a grueling schedule, T1 showed off some of the best performances in the grand final. And at this point, you just have to give a big round of applause for these players for their efforts. Next up is a very special rule about Japan's rising star, Mei from DFM. Before the 2025 kickoff even began, expectations for DFM were sky high. And they did live up to the hype, breaking free from the lower rankings for the very first time. But did you notice there's a hidden pattern behind their success? It turns out when Mei gets 17 or more kills, DFM wins. We've seen before that even when Mei dropped an insane 32 kills, it wasn't always enough to secure victory. But this time around, his teammates stepped up, proving that DFM's success was a true team effort. At this point, I have nothing but excitement to see what Mei and DFM will bring to the table for stage 1. All right, we've covered standout players, unique records, and fascinating trends from the VCT Pacific 2025 kickoff. And even now, these moments from the tournament are unforgettable. They're living in my head rent-free. So tell me what you guys think at home. If you keep these kickoff records in mind, stage 1 is gonna be even more exciting to watch. Now, when is it? Stage 1 is just around the corner as it kicks off on the 22nd of March. And who knows what surprise matches and new records we're gonna get to witness. While kickoff was the era for initiators, the moment for Taeho, will stage 1 be a time for duelists to shine with Valorant's latest agent, Waylay? I am so excited for stage 1, but that's all from me for now. I'm Victoria, and this is VCT Pacific signing off.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing on the 11th floor of the venue. This is the Esports Hall of Fame, and today we have a special event, so let's go check it out. Oh, who is that? One of our favorites. Oh, hi, babe. What's up? What are you doing here? What is this?
DRX merch shop.
You want to tell it to the camera? Again?
Yeah, DRX merch shop.
All right, so we have so many items here. What is your favorite?
This one?
Oh, guys, this is the Bane's pick. Okay, this is sick. I love this. The DRX bundle?
Yes, this is DRX bundle. Buy it.
All right, and come follow me over here. And I think this is another familiar face. Hello. Oh, hi, Amin. What are you doing here? This is your first time facing PRX in Pacific. So what do you want to say to that?
They're a fun team to play, I think, because watching their games is like really like confusing, like their plays, and I think it'll be fun to play against them.
All right, then you two, Bane, can you join me over here? You two, without using your words, can you describe what today's match is going to be like? Okay. Enough of us from here, and good luck today, guys.
Hello, now we're on a different floor. Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. It is stage 1, it is day 2. I'm your host, Victoria, and with me on the desk, of course, we got Pilski, we've got Big Time, and gentlemen, are you ready for the greatest desk of your life?
I am. I'm ready for the greatest matchup of my life. I'm ready for the PRX Redemption arc. That's the first game I'm looking forward to. And I'm waiting to see some bloody Ascent and Icebox and some of these maps we haven't seen. Some Waylay.
It's time.
Can we get some spice, please?
It's time for Waylay. It's been too long. One day is too many. Today is the day we're getting Waylay. I'm feeling it.
I hope so.
Feeling it come from the stars. It's happening.
I do appreciate your impatience. I do want to see a bit of it, but if there is anything I know the Southeast Asian teams, especially the ones playing today, including PaperX, Talon, and Team Secret at times like to do things a little differently. So maybe we will get it today. Now, but yesterday we started seeing points being accumulated, the championship points, the start of all of it. We saw, a set from Group Alpha and Group Omega. Were you guys surprised by the results yesterday?
No, I predicted them both. It was exactly as scripted.
I think DFM, the big surprise was definitely DFM, I think, underperforming a little bit in a really important game. We talked about how important some games are compared to others in the round-robin format, but exactly like you said as well, Victoria, every win is a championship point. So you got to make sure you're picking up as many of those dubs as you can.
Yeah, also props to Zeta, you have to say. I mean, they didn't get that win yesterday, but they did take a map. Their round difference isn't astronomical, and round difference can be the decider when it comes down to this kind of, round robin format. So every round is very important. So even if it wasn't a win, Zeta can kind of hold their heads high after yesterday.
Oh, 100%. I think Zeta fans are really happy with that performance, and just general Pacific is happy to see this. No one wants to see a Pacific team flounder here in the waters. Now we're on to day 2. Of course, we've got DRX and PaperX. Highly anticipated match for sure. And the first showing of Talon and their full Thai squad versus Team Secret, who hasn't changed, but we're also very curious how these two are going to match up today. And tomorrow, man, that is a whole another story that we're not going to jump into, but I'm also very excited to see what they got over there. Now that we've seen a little bit of Group Alpha and Group Omega, do you guys feel there's a group of death or not? They're both pretty heavy.
I mean, the good thing about Pacific is it's quite stacked across the board, so it's hard to have a super group of death. But I think if I had to pick one, I'd have to say Group Alpha. You know, you got DRX in there, PRX in there, Gen G in there. It's a tough group to make it out of for sure.
In fact, let's have a little recap, a little rewind of what happened in Kickoff, so that we can anticipate these groups a little bit more. Starting with DRX. Now, DRX are our champions from Kickoff, the very first time they've won the finals since joining franchise.
Yeah, they've done very well for themselves, winning Pacific, and I know that that was a big milestone, especially for such a young roster, for a roster that had a couple of players that came in as rookies into that Pacific season. That was a massive achievement for them. Going into Masters, I'm sure they would have wanted to do better, but at the end of the day, I mean, you were talking about the fact that you are happy that they beat Sentinels, and you thought that they would beat Sentinels. That was a big game for them. They played Vitality pretty close. They had one close map and one blowout versus T1, so not the worst run at an international event, especially, like I said, with a couple of rookies, and, it's not like they got banged out in last place or anything like that.
Yeah, it was still a good event for them despite not winning. Yeah. And it's worth noting that, they're now back on home turf. They're back home in Korea. That's a really nice boost for this squad, and they've shown a really high ceiling. They didn't fully manage to grasp it at Masters Bangkok, but we saw it in Kickoff. So now they're back on that same stage that they won on previously. So now is the time for them to recreate it.
Definitely, and like you guys mentioned, they had 2 rookies and they ended up winning the grand finals. True Royal Roaders, a very rare occurrence here, I think, across VCT and across esports in general. So I think that's fantastic. They had a really good showing, very impressive showing. I don't think any of us were surprised. I think that they were, made it so far and ended up winning in the end.
Yeah, I think that was props to the coaching staff and the general approach. They were one of the early adopters of Teo. Maybe they'll play something else today. Maybe.
Maybe.
I hope not. I hope not. I'm going to be annoyed if Freeing picks something else. He's my guy on Teo.
He is the Tejo, but if there's a team who will play something a little bit different, it's going to be Paper Rex. Now, this was an surprisingly underwhelming kickoff performance, placing the lowest they've ever placed since franchise started.
Yeah, the worst placement that they've ever had in Pacific. They have gone from really being a championship contending team to being very underwhelming, going out in very underwhelming fashion. But look, to play devil's advocate a little bit, they still won an event in the off-season. They still showed some promise in the off-season. They played T1 very close.
It's the off-season.
I know.
Look, I understand. This is a legacy team that's been around for a long time. They're head-to-head against DRX. They're 7-3. They've been winning this matchup consistently. Yeah. But where was that at Kickoff? Where was it? Because I didn't see it. I was disappointed by them in Kickoff. They need to change my mind today.
You know what, though? I do want to point out, in 2023, Lock-In, they were crap. They bombed out immediately. Then they had a new player come in, Something, and then they ended up rocking all of the rest of that season. So maybe we can have something like that here. As you can see, we have an additional player, Patman, joining their squad, so maybe we can have another situation.
Yeah, is that going to solve like an inherent role crisis though? That's another player that plays a little bit of everything. He doesn't really have a strong identity about what agents he's playing. So like, we're just adding another flexible guy into Paper Rex. How is he going to fit into the system? Is he even going to play? I'm not sure.
It can be the honeymoon phase though. You see this all the time of like somebody comes into a roster, you make one change, and it's very easy for it to just be a boost of life, a different energy that can come into the team and reinvigorate them. Because PRX have had a system that's worked for them for a long time. Do they need mass changes? I don't think so, but they need to find that spark again.
Okay, I know we definitely want to talk about that, but before that, we also have to talk about another team who's made massive changes. We said goodbye to Ben and Governor, welcoming now a full Thai squad. That said, this team performed very well going through Kickoff.
Yeah, I think that Talon for me has always just been a team that's greater than the sum of its parts, that's dealing with all kinds of issues, whether it be communication issues, getting on the same page, having a clash of cultures at times. They definitely always performed well and placed better than you would expect from their roster, and I think partially that's down to some good coaching staff, some flexibility, some unpredictability to some extent. I'm very glad that they've gone for a full Thai squad. I know a lot of people have really been rooting for that for quite a while. I think Kalua's a great pickup. I haven't seen too much from Thai personally. I know that he might be similar to Genji, maybe a little bit easier to pick up just from an academy system or something like that. So I think it's a good step in the right direction, although there will still be some clash with a non-Thai coaching staff and a fully Thai team.
Oh, for sure. But this coaching staff, Frost, he was interviewing with us here in Kickoff, and he had really good things to say about that. He hinted about it. I didn't realize until, it happened. Like, oh my God, he was giving us hints right here on broadcast. Now, a final team I want to discuss and their performance in Kickoff is Team Secret. I feel like they're such a mainstay. They're always... We know all of these characters so well. We know some of them, like Jesse Bash, across multiple titles here, but they too didn't perform, I think, how they wanted.
It's hit or miss for me. That's the thing with Secret. When they're on the top of their game, they look very strong. So they played GE and RRQ in Kickoff, and they won Map 1 in both of those series. Yeah. And we were talking about how good they looked after Map 1, then they bomb out the rest of the series. So this isn't a team without potential, but it's just not clicking, or at least it didn't click in Kickoff. So they've had a lot of time to work now. They're changing things internally. So how is it going to look today? Because this team can do it.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team without roster changes. I think in the coaching video, the content that Chopra was doing with various different coaches, they talked to Meow and they said that he said that he felt like he changed their roles too quickly going into kickoff and it was a detriment to them. Maybe they've had more time to bed that in, but if they don't find success here in stage 1, like it's got to be time for a change because they've been sitting on a very similar roster for quite a while. There's so much Filipino talent out there. I mean, even one of them going into PRX, right? There's so many great Filipino teams in Tier 2, so their talent is definitely there. If they can't find results soon, they've definitely got to start looking at some of those players.
Definitely, and with them facing against Talon today, this is going to be a really tall order, full Filipino squad versus a full Thai squad.
Exactly. I'm so excited about that because like I feel like we've had so many mixed nationality teams, but I love the idea of full nationality rosters and organizations going head-to-head, and this is going to be an example of that now.
It's going to be like a World Cup kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, today's very first match is a highly anticipated one. It's DRX versus PaperX, and things have changed. They faced off so many times, but it's still exciting because DRX is looking in top form again, and Mako just sort of this core anchor, the foundation of this team, the last remaining player, but they seem to have found all the right pieces to come together and just do what they've always needed to do, which was win a trophy.
Yeah, I think that, look, the rookies have been integrated fantastically. They've had some great pickups. Both Hyunmin and Freeing have shown to be amazing, not only in Pacific. Marco, he's taken up the IGLing duties. I mean, I know that initially they had Freeing eyed as the IGL, but they've stuck with Marco. Flashback is this player that he can have some really big maps, and I think the thing that I really took away from Masters for me is that we have some individual inconsistencies, but some of these players are all able to have big maps. Like you see Freeing being pretty consistent across Masters. Hyunmin had a couple of, particularly when they got eliminated against T1, a couple of not so great maps, but he had some great maps as well. Flashback had a big map on Haven, I remember early on in the tournament. So you definitely see some big peaks for these players. It's just about bringing the consistency through. I'm a little bit less worried though for Pacific specifically. I think that this should be very, very comfortable territory for them. And they're going to be very, very comfortable against PRX in particular, who have not shown great form so far this year.
Yeah, I think they're actually going to be feeling good heading into today. You know, they had a great kickoff. PRX didn't necessarily have that good of a kickoff, so they know they can do it. They know they can play at this international level. But as you say, it's about consistency. But it's a young team, you know, 2 rookies. It can take a little bit longer to find that.
Now, PaperX, yes, they performed in kickoff, and they got a good kick in the butt based on performance there. Things have changed. They've added a new player, Patman, from the Philippines to their roster. A relatively unknown name, a little bit newer there, but shows a lot of promise, and they surely have recruited him for a reason. But today, we'll be still seeing the core 5 players playing today, all the faces that we know and love. And there's so much pressure on this team. They faced off against DRX so many times, but usually they come out above it. So what I want to see from this team, of course, is how are they going to perform today? Are they going to overcome that mental? Are they going to make any role changes?
I mean, you can kind of always expect role changes at some point with this team, right? This is a team that's not afraid to get creative, not afraid to mix things up. But I think, my personal opinion on this team is do not play it safe. They've had a style that worked for them for a long time that was about being different. It was about having their own identity in Valorant. And we're seeing big sweeping changes, new maps coming in, new agents coming in. Get creative. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see them fall back, play the meta, none of this, oh, I'm going to flash for you, gentle assist things. Go run at them. Go run at them and shoot them in the face. That's what I want to see.
Which player was that an impression of? That's what I want to know.
That was like all of them together.
I think, honestly, the biggest concern for me for PRX is just mental. It's just believing that they can win, because there was none of that at kickoff. There was no pushback. And DFM was just rolling them over, and there was no pushback. And that's what it comes down to for me. PRX, they need to rediscover that championship mentality. They need to think, we are the best players in Pacific, and I don't care who I'm swinging him.
Oh, for sure. In fact, let's pull up the data. Again, these 2 teams, they've become sort of a loving, like a couple here, or brothers, the RX brothers. They faced off, 10 times now? It feels even more than that. We were discussing that before we came onto the desk here. And honestly, most of the wins were PaperX on top. And it's weird to think that today that could not be the case.
I think we're in a different era, though. At the end of the day, this is such a different DRX roster than historically has played against PRX. And I think PRX, although it's the same roster, they were almost a shell of themselves in Kickoff at the end of the day. So, you know, looking at the historical data, the org rivalry is obviously always going to be there, and you love to see it. But this is going to be a very different interaction. This is going to have to be PRX rediscovering themselves and being able to take on a team that's been on the cutting edge of the meta and that has these rookies that have come in here with so much fire.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point. You know, I think Mako might have maybe these ghosts of the old school PRX in his head because he's been in all those matches. Yeah. But you know, the new kids on the block, Freeing and Hyunmin, they don't care. They're just playing against the best players in the world. They just rocked up. So Freeing, you know, it's Freeing's world and we're all living in it as far as I'm concerned, you know.
You're such a Freeing fan.
I really am. And I think one big reason we want to highlight this head-to-head is of course, the differences in agent pool that we see across these two. Freeing, a hardcore Teo guy, as we can see there. Now, Forsaken, he's a lot more flexible.
I think that's 13 times in Kickoff, by the way, but since the start of the year, it's 20 times. He has not played another agent. He hasn't played anything else. He's just playing Teo. Forsaken has played Teo. He's played a little bit of everything, you know. He's just the flexible guy.
I think it's so interesting as well how evenly matched they are, playing kind of this same kind of flex role. You know, we look at their stats, the same ACS, the same KDA, but with wildly different strategic approaches to the position.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point here. Freeing, I mean, don't be the Jing of DRX, you know? I want to see like a couple other agents. That would be kind of fun. No? You just want to be Teo forever.
He's cracked it. He's the best Teo. If it's not
Teo.
broke, don't fix it. He is Teo in my mind.
Even at Masters, he got his. He still got his.
Yeah. He did. He definitely did, and they definitely pioneered on the best of it. And off the rip, DRX is banning Pearl.
Yeah.
And I think we talk about the DFM Paper X match on Pearl 13-1, and you can still see DRX is showing respect to their Pearl anyway.
I think DRX are just not great on Pearl, and I think at the end of the day, DRX have shown like their map. I actually was looking at their map pool since Abyss and stuff went out of the map pool, and I'm a little bit worried about their map pool. I think I still need to see more from it. Icebox is a pick for PRX.
You guys got it!
Spicy one though. We are going to get that. Haven coming out for DRX. What do you think of that?
I don't mind Haven for DRX, but we're less sure on this map for them, right? They played it one time in Kickoff, they played it one time in Masters.
Yeah.
So we don't have that kind of wide, you know, it wasn't a map that was a go-to for them before, so I think they'll have been cooking some new stuff up there. So I'm excited to see what's changed for them.
I mean, PRX last time they played Haven, they were playing like Raze Neon, and that was in the off-season. I think Radiant Invitational that they were playing that map a couple of times, but they haven't played it at all in Kickoff. To be fair, they didn't play many maps at Kickoff. Sorry, I have to say that. DRX, though, they keep changing up their comps, and they were playing Zova Teo, but I think over at Champs, they actually swapped it on over to Yoru Teo with a Breach.
Yeah.
So they actually have been a team that changes their comp map to map quite a lot. They're not afraid to change. Of course, they'll have Teo in there, like no matter what, but the other agents actually are quite flexible on a lot of different maps.
I do really like how DRX has evolved since 2023, and it was so needed. They struggled so much last year, but by the end of last year, we saw them coming into their full form. And it's so different today to see these predictions. This is actually crazy because there was a time when it would be almost all Paper X. And in fact, just in Kickoff, there was a lot of that. And now we are the minority.
I wanted to pick Paper X. I actually believe that there will be a bounce back. I'm not sure that they'll necessarily win this series, but I believe that this will be a close series. I don't think that they're going to get slapped today.
That's a cop-out answer. I picked DRX because I'm a Freeing believer. I picked DRX because it's a clean 2-0 today. It's going to be surgical in my mind. Okay. DRX showed so much strength. I mean, okay, the at-home poll was...
Unpopular opinion. Unpopular opinion.
No, I don't care. I don't care about that. PRX have a lot of fans. They're very vocal, and you know, I appreciate you getting behind your team, but you know, I just think from what we saw from these two teams, PRX have a huge mountain to climb compared to DRX. They just got that international experience and are coming back home feeling confident.
I think that's all true, but they do have such a lead on DRX. You guys are forgetting history here, so that is why I'm going with Paper X.
We live in the now. We live in the present.
That is a very fair assessment, and I know that's why we are all very excited to see the first matchup of today of Stage 1. We've got DRX facing Paper X for stage 1. So let's send it down and see how they're feeling.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. DRX.
Yeah, it's a whole new level.
The scales of the Pacific region have always tipped between PaperX and DRX. One team ascending as the other weighs heavy with expectations. But no matter the shift, they always meet here on the same stage where today PaperX must prove they can rise again.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can do that. I think DRX are right on the cutting edge of the meta right now. They are a very strong team and they're going to be difficult for PaperX to topple. They've got to turn their form around 180 from what we saw in Kickoff, and they're going to be keeping the same roster going into the game today.
Yeah, this isn't a team that's going to feel new in my mind, for DRX at least, but as you say, for PaperX, been a team that's been around for a long time.
Oh yeah, this core squad, we're so familiar since 2023. Basically, after lock-in, we were just talking about, they bombed out of lock-in. You know, they switched Benkai, they brought in something, and then they looked phenomenal. Made it really far through into LA Champs, making it to that grand finals. But ever since then, they've always made it to international events. And it feels like last year, but now they finally bombed out, didn't make their first international event, and surely they're looking for their comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can go one of two ways, right? If you don't make that international event, the first way is, you know, it's going to be a big boost to them going, we need to get it fixed, or it can be a crumbling sort of sensation where it's like, oh no, it's all fallen apart. So we'll have to see how it ends up today.
Yeah,
I was hoping they were going to fight. I don't know if you guys saw that, the AI situation. But sorry, go ahead, Pilsky.
I think, you know, I'm hoping that PaperX going out in Kickoff, like, who've already had some kind of rumblings of, like, some inconsistency for a long time before that. I'm hoping that them going out in Kickoff like that is going to be their crisis moment that actually lights a fire under them and is going to push them to do a whole lot better. And like I said, I mean, especially looking at this map pool, I'm not really sure what to expect, because for Haven, I mean, it's not something PRX has played since the off-season, and they hadn't had a lot of reps on it. Icebox is coming out of left field back into the map pool, and we haven't seen either of these teams play that since Champs last year, many months now. And then Lotus getting some reps for both of these teams in Kickoff. I mean, a promising one for PRX as well, although that was over Zeta.
I think this is going to be a really interesting redo of all three of these maps. Now that we know DRX is great with the Taeho, but Waylay is in, and we're already seeing the map that you guys wanted to see, at least one of the two.
Yeah.
And are we going to see the agent that we want to see?
I think today's a Waylay day. I think there's probably like 3 of the 4 teams playing today I could see running away. I could see Talon doing it. I could see both of these teams doing it. We know DRX try and push the meta, but not today, not in this game at least.
Yoru is back for Paper X on Haven.
This is the opposite of what I expected. PRX are almost kind of playing what DRX were playing over in Masters. Very similar looking comp, but DRX are double duelisting with Flashback on the Neon. Wait, is this right? Can this be right?
Freeze on
Cypher instead of Teo. Flashback's on a duelist and Hyunmin's on Jet. They're double duelisting against PRX, who used to play double duelist.
Honestly, it looks like it's wrong. It looks like these two compositions
wrong way around.
Also, Jing and Mind Freak have swapped roles. Mind is the Sentinel. Jing is on Omen. Okay, this is absolutely insane, and we are gonna have to toss this our casters, and this is very exciting also because we have a new voice here at VCT Pacific, more representation from Oceania. We've got Komodo, welcome. He's casting together with Quack.
That's right, thank you very much, Victoria. Yes, we do have a new voice on the desk this time. Komodo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and I think coming in towards this is not what I expected. I don't think this timeline is what anybody expected for this agent composition that we have been delivered for this series.
It's just so strange, right? I mean, it is a little bit familiar just having these 2 teams, but the fact that they've kind of swapped roles now, it's Paper X with something slightly more meta, but there is a Yoru in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I look towards these comps, and I'm a little bit sad that we're not going to be seeing Freeing back on the Taeho. I think he was really good on that. But going back towards Cypher is something that he's been so proficient on as well before. I think more interestingly for me, Flashback on a Neon, that raises a lot of question marks.
Yeah, I mean, it still kind of is going along that theme of like putting your previous Sentinel, the one with better aims, onto the duelist roles, but how that's all going to play out. How is this matchup going to turn out? It's a very interesting thing to think about, but I feel regardless of the outcome, we can definitely expect a very exciting match coming up soon.
I hope so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this does deliver towards 3 maps in this series. We've got reigning champs DRX. Don't forget that you got to mention that when we're getting in towards this series as well. And for PRX, who bowed out decently early over in Kickoff, this is a bit of a resurgence time for them.
You know, the fans have been wondering, when will Paper X play? When will Paper X possibly even win again? All those questions will be answered starting right now as they move on out straight in towards A lobby.
Well, it's good to see they're not scared, already taking space over towards A lobby. That you got to be a little bit careful you don't take it too carefully, but yeah, look, that's not what I expected.
Quickly flooding through, right? Brack off the smokes, and it's Jing in with the classics as well. They're able to kind of death ball all the way through now, and that is a very open A site.
W Gaming, a little bit at its finest, a little bit delayed from the beginning, but you do like to see that they're all holding hands, get that spike plant down, and see what Marco and Freeing are going to be able to do just in a retake. It's going to be difficult. Jing, Mind Freak a little bit low.
Well, Paranoia still in his pocket, though, for Jing, so he has a bit of an opportunity, but not quite the info, so just tucked away inside the pocket. Mind Freak possibly holding the angle for information. Right there it is, Jing. Does he swap to the utility? Not quite just yet. Mako still trying to get a little bit more space, but dies to the right click within close range. Freeing now. Lost and alone. It's going to be the entire swarm. Divide to finish it off. Paper X starting off clean.
Yeah, absolutely flawless to come out from them. You do like to see that one, especially just able to kind of squander the very beginning attempts of DRX. I don't mind the idea, right? You want to go for a little bit of A-lobby control. It's pretty standard to get that dark cover deep and then split it out through sewers and long. Just a little bit of ill timing when you do go in towards the smoke, and from there, it's just a barrel roll straight down. Everybody on Paper X getting active, taking space towards the side, hitting their shots as well. Coming away with the pistol is going to be really confident for them.
It is really early, of course, though, Komodo. I mean, this is kind of where we're wondering how the composition will play out. It just was the pistol round, but having that double duelist, you can see why DRX tried to get aggressive.
And now you're just going back on towards fundamentals and what to do on an anti-eco round. DRX to take space over at C-Long. Sometimes the gambles don't just work, and now all the information is kind of up for Bane. If you can get away with one, hey, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, but at the same time, Clone's already been broken. We're safe towards the back of the site. He clears out everything. Something will be able to get that entry. The rest of the team has arrived nearby, but are those pistols going to be enough?
Got to decide if you want to go for this retake at all and give away any more ulti orbs to PRX2, or if you want to just see and go up with the spike at the end, have everything you want towards your next gun round.
A little bit of a progression smoking out from Mako, trying to possibly bait Paper X into peeking a little bit further, and they are getting pretty close to it.
Yeah, just playing by the numbers at the moment.
Fault line as well, but there we go. Freeing will be able to walk away with at least one. Jing hangs back. Forsaken in with the Stinger as well. Close range with two guns next to each other. Mako continues to crouch down with the right click though, but Jing will make quick work of that. There it is. 3 kills in the round for the guy on his new role as a controller, but also PaperX keeping these weapons over onto the next rounds.
Yeah, taking 3 of them in towards the bonus as well is going to be all right for them. You start to build up a little bit more on the From the Shadows from Jing. Didn't think I'd ever say From the Shadows for Jing playing on an Omen. But hey, some good damage all in all to come out from DRX, but most importantly, bonus conversion, right? That's where we want to see them get active in towards the server. Haven was picked for a reason.
And you can start to see those old flavors of the old PaperX as well now coming through. I mean, it is the first 2 rounds, but they have been confidently strutting their way down A. This time, starting things off a little bit different.
Yeah, pretty spread default across the map for DRX. Already the normal fundamentals of how you want to go about garage control as well. Just the how do you do from Forsaken before he gets out. And I like the attempt as well, just back, leaning on some utility towards the A site. Flashback, I mean, if he gets one, he gets out. Yeah, that's an option, but he has to kind of do something with Bane here because the numbers are already sneaking up for PaperX.
At least they do have information hearing off of that gate crash audio tell. Mako continuing to push up even further too, so that's even more information. DRX have already rotated over onto this A site.
Yeah, Devai is in a position to kind of look after that though if the trap is broken, but never mind, I say that. He is caught looking the wrong way. Bane finds Forsaken as well, and this is going perfect so far for DRX.
VAR going up against the Omen, of course, so it's Mako just trying to hold down the back lines. PaperX has to now watch out for their backs. They're even getting hit by the flash. A secondary smoke coming through, and it forces Mindfreak to push on. He does get one, but Bane makes it a trade. Jing in for another trade as well. The spike's on the ground. PaperX wants to pick it up. Something dives right in. It's down to the one-on-one. Pulls the angle, but something swings.
That's awesome for PaperX. They'll be absolutely happy with converting a bonus round like that. When you think that the beginning is working so good for DRX as well. Great recognition from Mako that he can push through grass, can get a bit of a flank happening, Divine not looking the right way, you get another kill to come out from Bane, but then you kind of give up your hand just a little bit too much. A 3 versus 5 conversion rate to come here. A little bit unfortunate for DRX as well, but for PaperX, not being scared when they're in a deficit position. They're taking these fights, they're going back to what they can rely upon. Their aim, their ambition, it's working nicely.
You gotta love it. You love to see those smiles and those fist bumps coming out once again, but here we go back into it, knowing they're up against an anti-eco round. It's just DRX trying to march forward, trying to get at least one weapon away. The spray's coming through, though. Ooh.
Yeah, good fault line. It's a little bit awkward for Flashback in that. Again, just to highlight, this is one of these eco rounds to come through from DRX, of course, with that bonus round not going their way. So it's just about having a bit of a conversation. What can you figure out at the moment? What are PaperX doing around the map? And this time they do change it up. They don't just look to go towards the A site. It's over towards C. Not seeing too much here for DRX.
It's still going to be Hyunmin alone, though, so
enemy remaining.
Easy pickings now. Forsaken swaps over onto the Ghost as well. Finds Mako. PaperX, flawless run thus far, and they don't look to be slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely the start that you do want to see, and now you start to build up a couple of these ultimates as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a timeout to come out too soon for DRX. I mean, you don't win the pistol, you don't win the bonus round. If you don't win your next gun round, I mean, you start to question a little bit, are PRX playing our composition better?
It does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, you got the Talon in the breach, but we're not seeing too much of that just yet either. It's just the fact that they've been sticking together for majority of the rounds, and with that, they're able to pick DRX apart now. Moving forward, though, this is the first time that we're seeing them head down this B lane. Takes the trip from the shadows towards the back.
Don't forget, there's an operator down the sewers as well for Hyunmin, so he can send Flashback away to try and help out with the rest of the squad, but the reposition at the moment, actually, for Jing, he's in the back lines, and they have no idea. Again, Forsaken, Jing, just getting active around the map. That kind of might even be the round in and of itself, Quack.
And that truly has broken a lot of DRX's defensive lines. Mako trying to find something. Will be able to get a double, but something makes it a trade. Bane now flooding back into the site. He is working alongside Hyunmin. But look at how PaperX are positioned. Devai in for the straight. And now looks onto the next something with the assistance coming out from window, and PaperX will make it a quick 5-0 right now.
It looks so good from PRX as well. Splitting around the map, making sure that they're trying to throw a bit of a spanner in the works to where DRX are trying to look. A great reposition from Jing as well. You could just see none the wiser were DRX, and you go in towards a retake scenario where you're in a 5 versus 3. Some brilliance from Marco, don't get me wrong, but when you're looking down the barrel of a Tejo still alive, they've still got salvos, you've got the special delivery still as well, and you're a lonely jet with some cloud bursts, you're not really going to be able to get a defuse like that. So back to the drawing board for DRX, but with no timeout, just an eco round to have here. PRX gonna start their hand a little bit differently, spotting out freeing. And he is by himself at the moment. Marco, bit of utility in towards the garage, of course, can send out the smokes, can send out a paranoia if they want to go for a bit of a challenge, but all in all, bit of a slower start for PaperX here.
Certainly. Just trying to throw off some of DRX's possible reads. We did have Flashback marching a little bit closer up towards A short, but seeing or sensing a bit of danger, he does fall back. Of course, though, DRX are on those pistols.
It's very wise from PaperX at the moment, actually, and how they're navigating around the map. Making sure they're doing it in pairs a little bit, not being too overzealous, not trying to just stretch in towards territory that they don't own.
It's kind of strange to see this from PaperX, isn't it, Komodo?
Yeah.
I mean, they're showing off different looks. They're slowing down the pace. It causes DRX to question what's going on. And then a curious Bane looks up front, gets picked off by Forsaken. Now the smokes are out. Got utility just to clear out the side as well. Flashback tries to get ahead of it, but the fake gate crash does get ahead of him as well. Forsaken, 2 kills thus far.
Yeah, you're just trying to find what you can in this round for PaperX and build up your economy even more so up towards that max 9,000 credit mark, really. Just again, these pistols for DRX try and do some sort of damage, if at all possible, and it's not going to be. A flawless round again to come through from PaperX.
And they've been holding on to that Outlaw for quite a while, haven't they? Something still working on alongside it. I mean, it is against the eco of DRX, so why not keep that to punish them? But at the same time, DRX scrambling for something. I just have to imagine Termi's somewhere shaking his head right now.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Bane's trying to do there. You're always going to be a little bit incentivized to try and bring something back for your team. Even on an eco round, you know, you're not got too much to lose if you're already picking up towards your ult, and you'll take an ult point if you do lose your life. But I think more importantly, this is the round that you have to see something for DRX. And a lot of ultimates available as well. PRX going to change it up, get information off the dimensional drift.
Yeah. And that is definitely one way to stay ahead of the game. Info gained as well, and that's the salvos just to try to displace Hyunmin, but he manages to stay alive. Shuts down Forsaken with that operator of his, and that blocks off the B site.
It is an opening pick for DRX, but don't get me wrong. They have lost it from advantage position so far in this map, so it's going to be a bit of a reset on the back of utility.
Just to continue to poke and prod around the B site for now. There is a trip ahead of Mindfreak, and he will break that as well.
Yeah, no real space forward anywhere from DRX as well. Reposition back towards the C site. You tap on towards your cam for freeing. That's a little bit deep through towards C long. You do have Marco spotting over towards A, but he is by himself. He doesn't need to play here too aggressively, and that's why you lose your smokes, you lose your advantage, and now things start to look a little bit scurrysome around the map. More rotations in towards garage. You got to re-pick up some information. If you're PaperX here, you might even reconsider using the Rolling Thunder to get in towards a position here, but Hungry is Flashback and he falters.
They actually hold back, and there it is. You mentioned the Rolling Thunder, and they could very well be setting up for it right now.
Neural Theft in, that's all the information that you want. Rolling Thunder does go towards the seaside. You got the Armageddon too.
And there it goes. Definitely keeping them trapped in. It does take away Freeing's life. Something in with the next, and Mindfreak guns down Hyunmin. PaperX look nigh unstoppable right now.
Usually, we associate calm, collective, calculated plays from DRX, but we're getting that from PaperX at the moment. The team that you generally in history don't know what's going to be thrown your way. This is a massive revitalization for this squad.
And I would say, you know, you're not quite sure what's going your way. That's exactly how DRX are feeling right now, Komodo.
Yeah. I mean, I was questioning a little bit in the beginning of this map, right? What was this Neon going to look like from Flashback, who is a player who generally, you know, has to play around a site himself. He's very proficient with the utility, peeking on the back of it. You have to be self-sufficient when you're playing on towards those Sentinel agents, right? At the moment, I'm not getting a sense of I'm the duelist. I'm working with my team who can set me up with some utility to go in for the fight. We've seen a little bit of Hyunmin and him, you know, going around together in sewers and A-Long and everything and going for it, but no setups really from any utility, because you look towards it, unless you're getting a paranoia from Marco or some sort of darts or drone from Bane, it's very difficult to get set up.
Exactly. You don't have that breach. You don't have maybe even a Teo. So it is a little bit tough, but you have been given this duelist role. You need to make something work with it. I have to imagine, given how the first few rounds have played out, DRX are feeling some of those like self-doubt moments, and that's why it hasn't been going too well. So hopefully this time out will bring them back into the game, especially considering the fact that they're sitting on 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, is 7 rounds enough tape here in this map for Termi to get a good idea on what they need to do to at least stabilize in this first half, go over towards your own attacking side, where you actually have looked pretty destructive on that side in recent history? Ooh. Yeah, it's cheeky.
Yeah, very cheeky position, especially with the cage kind of concealing his movements. Might have heard something, so Hyunmin will stay disciplined, avoids that angle. The rest of the team, though, back into B.
And another eco round to come through from DRX, where PaperX are taking it patient. They're not playing their hands, getting too hungry for anything, just playing together, collective.
Very careful. This is a team that has had perfect games before, but here it comes, the quick execute out. DRX trying to get ahead of things, in with the Hunter's Fury as well, but Mindfreak has managed to seal away with one.
It's the immediate speed up from PaperX, though, to get in towards the A site. Clear it together in numbers. You know what kind of utility you're up against. You know what weaponry you're up against at the moment. You can set yourselves up for a pretty nice plant, though the neural theft comes in from freeing, so they know where everyone is.
Still, though, I mean, ahead of the timing game, PaperX has gotten themselves into position. A couple of sprays, but a couple of trades from DRX out as well. Jing in with the Fi. They will manage to block off those sight lines, denying DRX any round win.
Yeah, some damage in there for sure, but damage is not what we're looking for at the moment, Quack. We're looking for rounds from DRX. We're looking for some sort of plan that goes 100%. I have missed it. And I'm going to highlight this because I think it's quite important, and I'm sorry. I'll apologize first for Flashback. He's still on the donut. There's 0 kills coming through from him at the moment. I want to see him electrified. He's playing Neon. We need to see him get set up for some aggressive play from the team to get into PaperX's face, because when they're playing slow, we're not seeing too much space gathered elsewhere from DRX.
It bears saying, you've got a point, whether you call it a donut or an egg, it needs to be cracked. It needs to be changed into something else, and he's trying to get ahead of that right now, still holding these sight lines down into A short, but it's being blocked off.
Ring. He's pushing over towards the C side of things, but Flashback, I cursed him. He's been cursed. He's got it on the board.
At the same time, though, off to the other end of the map, Forsaken in with the operator for the first round. Just holding things down. DRX having the numbers advantage will slow things down.
Yeah, the reclear over towards C as well for PaperX. You do currently see Hyunmin on the site itself. Some time to be bought from all this utility as well, but this is where you rest on the back of what PaperX do best. Explode in towards the site.
Clone, fault line, paranoia completely blinding freeing as well. Forsaken gate crashes all the way towards the back and kind of marks Hyunmin's angle. Still though, with a bit of a strafe, he takes down Jing. At least Divine and something will have each other's backs, and with that, the site completely flooded. Flashback, however, tries to get ahead, deny any spike plants. He will get one. Divine in for the trade with an op. Bane alone against 2.
And the plant's
position a little bit concealed.
Plant goes down as well.
Back into it as well. Holds it down, finds something.
Oh, does he know?
And it's a low HP Divine.
I think he knows.
It's an up in hand though, but there it is, the shock dart! You said it, he knows it, he gets the round for DRX.
I'm not sure if the gun barrel was just spotted. It's such a tight line on the corner of that wall. But somebody maybe called it, or maybe he just had the sixth sense. The shock dart to go, the kill to be calculated. Finally, DRX on the board.
And that's a much needed round at this juncture in this first half. Starting things off with a bit of a kill from Flashback, taking down Mindfreak. That just denied so much with how PaperX has been operating in towards A lobby.
And it's another moment in this round where the advantage is on the side of DRX, and PaperX reel it back in towards their favor, right? A reposition in towards the C site, behind the dark cover, exploding, layering the utility nicely on in. It's what you do like to see from them, but a good little individual clutch to come out at the end there. It's what you need. You need to see some individual brilliance to come through from DRX at the moment, because as a team, it's not really doing too much. A reposition from Mako, however, and he'll dispatch of Jing.
Yeah, quick find, but in with the gate crash once again. The clone as well from Forsaken, trying to gather more information into the C side, and he confirms that there are quite the number of DRX players on the C side.
Another single advantage for DRX, just like last round, but difference in the fact that it's not Mind Freak. Jing going down means no smokes. It means you have to try and find a little bit of timing for Paper X at the moment, and I thought Mind Freak might have had it, but Marco stepping up when you need a leader to the most.
Quick bits of micro movements as well, and that is going to be DRX finding that timing against a Mind Freak, but now into it, off in the hand of Hyunmin, blocks out Garage. Spike's been dropped. Forsaken though, still looking to get aggressive. Straight into it, he finds a triple, tries to go for the next spray, but gunned down by Bane. The salvos go out, and Divide will turn this into a one-on-one. Look for the tap, Flashback gets it instead.
That was nearly so close for Paper X. I think a lot of people would have been yelling, screaming at their monitors. Paper X nearly make that work, and for DRX, I mean, you gotta take a sigh, you gotta take a breath. I do like the start, don't get me wrong. Marco trying to do what he can, dancing around the side as well. You know, Hyunmin starting to get what he needs to, but I gotta say, Forsaken, he is in the server today. He's got to be happy with that little performance, and individually as well. Divide, right? For a Taeho in that situation, trying to do what you can with what utility you have. Isolate a single position with the salvos, look around, taking the fight. That's what he'll try to do with the scaling over towards A at the moment with the rest of the squad, where Forsaken will lead with the Dimensional Drift.
A bit of information as well, but Hyunmin in with the AWP does deny any potential lurks coming out from Mind Freak, and that is going to be Paper X continuing to try and barrel through into this A site. Combo of ultimates heading in.
But can you actually get in towards this at the moment? You're ready for a drop out toward the heavens, and it looks like it might just be the holding of the side at the moment. Bane Flashback getting active.
And they found him. That's a couple more down into A short, and that's DRX denying Paper X entry despite the ultimate set through.
Last round in the half.
A little bit of a late defensive half resurgence for DRX, but is, you know, an 8-4, a 9-3 going to be enough? I mean, you want to play on the earlier side of that with an 8-4. Of course, but again, you know, Paper X, they're still carrying a lot of this momentum. They're figuring out themselves, you know, against the eco rounds, we're playing it slow. Against the well-equipped rounds of DRX, yeah, we're losing a pick, but we're recalculating what we need to do. Grouping up, playing utility, going for a nice little entry, sorry. So I wouldn't be surprised at the moment here with this little lesser-equipped party mix of weapons that you have for Paper X, that you do play it a little bit slower, that you play on the back of your utilities.
And that does give you a lot of confidence as well moving into the later rounds, even in the second half. It might be an 8-4 if anything, but we'll see how Paper X continues to adjust from the previous rounds. They've been, you know, pretty much dedicated to whatever side they pick.
You don't want to fall into a trap here, though, as DRX be brought in towards the A lobby, welcomed with open arms, and waltz in towards a trap of Paper X. Do see as well that Forsaken is snuck in towards the garage. Hyunmin being quite cautious of that. You also do have freeing over towards the back of the plat too, so if it does turn into a bit of a C play from Paper X, it's not going to be too quick of a rotation from the rest of the DRX guys who are at the A site at the moment still. A transition from Bane currently.
And at the same time though, Mako also continuing to push out of A for further information. DRX pretty much has an idea of what Paper X are trying to do, and with that, the angle's being held, the op shots fire through, Bane with a final kill. DRX will secure this last round of the first half for DRX.
Alrighty, 8-4 at the half. After the timeout, that's 4 successive rounds. So, hey, I'm saying coach input, verified.
Very much so, and it always has been the case for DRX. Meanwhile, though, for Paper X, I mean, this is where you start to question things once again. They started out so incredibly hot, but now they've kind of cooled off.
Yeah, I mean, you're switching things up. You're going over towards your defensive side. If you're dropping towards the pistol round, you know, you can have a little bit of a waltz around and see how are we going to get back in towards this one, right? I think if it was the other way around at the moment, I'd be way more worried in a scenario than for Paper X, where I'm a little bit less worried right now from DRX, right?
Surely. That is the case, of course. Double duelist heading into the attacking side for DRX.
And that's where you would expect a little bit more strength to come out, right? If you think about going and diving in towards these sites, there's a lot of options that DRX are going to be able to have in towards, you know, your C explosions, your A explosions, but there's a lot of reliance on making sure that your Sova utility to come out from Bane is going to be there. And remember, it's been a little bit for it.
You need that assistance. You've mentioned it before, not just Bane. You know, it's how they all work alongside each other. Hyunmin and Flashback as well. They need to be supported. Conversely, though, Komodo, I'm thinking for Paper X, you know, they started things out incredibly hot. We do have, some of our favorite players on different roles, different agents. How does that continue to play out? Mindfreak, we can kind of expect a consistent performance with that. But how does Jing look on this Omen?
I mean, I think towards how early they got, knocked out over towards Kickoff and how much time they've had to actually practice a new emerging comp and meta like the Breach.
Quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time for sure. We shall see how it does continue to play forward now. Jing thus far has been, I would say, quite okay. 10-5.
Well, standard things, but unfortunately for Freeing, gonna be the casualty of the bullets.
Yeah, just a couple of shots blindly through the cage, and he does find something. A kill, that is, not the player.
Kind of passive for Paper X at the moment. Don't mind it. Bit of a garage look after for them. Oh, fire dispatched off, however. And that's going to be the B site that you want to start to get aggressive on. Though I'm looking at the other members of DRX. How are you going to get Bane in this? How are you going to get Flashback? If you're trying to tap on towards the plant, you're trying to set Hyunmin in for a bit of a sneaky beaky play, but it's the one-to-one trade. And now you actually have managed to get in towards this A site. Does Forsaken know? It's empty space.
He certainly suspects it, thus not making too much noise as he heads back onto Heaven. Meanwhile, though, the rest of the team just circling back up. They do have the Fault Line Paranoia combo. That allows Forsaken to at least get one. Still trying to get ahead, take the initiative, deny that spike plant, but Bane will hold his ground. A single tap and forced to hang back and reload. Still, though, audio cues be damned. Something has a flashpoint in his pocket. Looks for the right timing. Senses a bit of a fake. Now slowly creeps up. Bane looks to stick, and there it is, the flash sent through. It doesn't quite blind him though, and Bane will find the headshot. DRX marching forward.
It's close, but it is carried over from the first half. A couple of early duels, right? The one-to-one trades to come out, some repositions around the map. I do really actually like what DRX did over towards the B site. When you take out Devi, you recognize that there's going to be no one else on towards the site. You go in for the look on, are we actually going to plant here? You bait out some rotations from Forsaken off the A site, you get in there and you go for the plant. However, the quick heads up for Paper X to recognize they've got a Paranoia fault line combination that they can go in with to drop Forsaken in towards the site. I thought that that retake was going to look good for Paper X, but individually at the end, Bane finds that one. This is the way back in for DRX for this map.
Absolutely. It almost definitely feels like DRX are given a lot more options, a lot more freedom with how they've been moving around the map now. A little single kill off of B, and they don't quite fully commit because they still have more that they can work with. Now, on the anti-eco, of course, straight into C.
Yeah,
got a bit of a lurk as well.
A difference as well from Paper X. When they lose positions around the map, they recognize that they just need to take space somewhere. Yes, it's on the eco round, but I'd love to see this when they get their rifle rounds happening.
Might be a different story if they had guns, but of course now onto the pistols. Just hold up inside garage. Util back in, so a bit of a progression smoke. Hyunmin tries to look for a head or two around the dome. Doesn't quite find much. That allows for Paper X to march in, boots on the ground, but Flashback still holding the angle. Slides forward, and that's gonna be a second kill to his name. Still though, a couple of trades right back from Paper X, and that's enough damage, you would say. Mako trying to hold back true.
Everyone.
Need ninjas.
Everyone up with the spike at the end. When you can't get any more ultis, you don't want to give anything more over towards Hyunmin, to Bane as well, getting closer to that Hunter's Fury too. These key ultimates that could definitely be impactful when you're going in towards the next gun round for Paper X, for example. That could pick you off at the very beginning, allow DRX to really start to steamroll back in towards this map. Again, not too much that you'll take away from a round such as that. Some damage at the attempted retake to come out from Paper X for sure.
We do love a diligent Alex as he marks down further notes. Might have spotted something or two, but at the same time, wondering about how this double duelist might work out. Sure, some guns were robbed away, but they will be able to buy or at least trade some weapons off of each other. It's Flashback in with a Bulldog instead of a Bucky.
Yeah. Quick up towards mid as well from DRX. If they actually want to attend towards this seaside at the moment, they're going to have a quick wrap around on towards Mindfreak. He's gone. Do they expect, however, Jing to still be in here? Because it looks a little bit awkward for him. Good for one.
Yeah, and that is going to be an effective flood nonetheless. Paper X continuing to try to rotate forward. It's going to be a bit of a gate crash for Forsaken as well, or am I seeing a UI bug? Not too sure. Nonetheless, they are still coming in, but then denied out by Mako with a Sheriff. It's just down to Devi, and he has to hold on to this gun for the next round.
Well, that's attacking-sided bonuses, unless somehow Devi gets from A to C in a defuse here. Going both of those teams' way on the attacking side. So you're playing towards the narrative that attacking strengths are continuing here on Haven for this Breach Taeho meta.
That's what you would hope for, but certainly isn't the case right now.
Yeah, and DRX, I mean, I say Breach Taeho, right? But they're changing it up. Double duelist, you got to be a little bit more proficient and cohesive with what layering of utility that you want to do to get in towards the sites. And I'm looking at it here for poor old Devi. He will go down at the end. Bonus not able to take away a rifle towards this next round as well. We're staring down the barrel of a potential equalizer.
Yeah, just 2 rounds and quick enough. DRX are able to kind of suspect what kind of defensive positions PaperX might be holding. That was a very deliberate plan, Komodo, to send Flashback as well as Hyunmin in, both in and outside of Garage, where they start to launch that assault into the C site.
Yeah, double duelist strengths at the moment for DRX are really going to play on the back of changing up their approaches, right? If you're switching and swapping between fast plays, bait plays, or just pure overwhelming numbers, if you're going for a little bit of contact play towards C long that we saw from PaperX over in the first half, for example, on this double duelist comp, it's definitely going to be a thing to keep PaperX questioning where do we want to rotate our key positions? Where do we want to layer up any fault line salvo combos? Where do we want to position Forsaken as well to be able to quickly rotate, but more importantly, apply pressure in taking space around the map?
Yeah, the most successful one that we've seen thus far was just on the pistol, where Forsaken managed to get that read, where he was playing kind of passively or defensively enough on towards A Heaven. Is that going to be the case for the upcoming rounds, though? Not quite sure, but one thing we can say for sure is that there are millions of Jing fans.
Oh, absolutely. I wonder, though, how many of them actually would have thought Jing and an Omen, right?
No.
How many of them would have thought that they were having a complete switch up towards PaperX, which, I look at this roster of agents and I think this is not incentivized into a W gaming, but it can have its key moments.
Well, we'll see if the final score does echo as to how PaperX are looking to perform for the rest of this season. Right now, DRX are very close to equalizing the score. It might have been a timeout from Alex, but still, PaperX does not have the guns currently. They are starting off with a bit of a 3-2 split, though.
Slow and steady, but for Forsaken, he's baited in towards finding some information for himself to try and steer the ship steady for PaperX, and it's just going to be the upheaval in towards this A site for DRX.
Whoa. Okay, no opportunity for Forsaken to gain crash back into safety, and right now, no opportunity for Divide to even find a single frag. Jing, however, marches out of Garage with Mindfreak along his back. He will take a gun away from freeing. But that said, a site has been given over onto DRX.
4 versus 2, plant down, which means everybody is up for DRX as well. Gonna look at the backlines for Marco. Everyone else focused on towards the site at the moment. A lot of utility as well.
Ooh, recon.
To be able to play off. I'll actually spot out mine too, so there's an idea that it might even be a double drop towards Heaven. Smoke Jing off, awesome to reposition. You hear the Vandal echo too.
That's just a tough situation to be in. Mindfreak in with the Sheriff trying to look for a single pick, but nothing found. Jing off with the save.
Can't blame him. You definitely want all of the pieces going in towards the next round as well. When you looked on the back of what's around the corner for PaperX 2, right? Forsaken with the Dimensional Drift. Devi is one away from the Armageddon. These can be some really key ults for retakes as well. If you want to just recognize that you're losing a site, call the audible. Call for the strong retake. Let Forsaken go in, find you all the information. Get your stuns lined up from something. Get all of that utility ready for a really clean retake that those ultimates can definitely provide.
Certainly something that PaperX could be looking to pull off in some of the upcoming rounds. Yeah, you do have that Dimensional Drift. You have the Breach Taeho combos as well. But right now, this scoreline, Komodo, it's been 8 straight rounds for DRX to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah.
Got Flashback on the overdrive as well. Hyunmin on the blades. These duelists are certainly looking to pop off. Shock Dart in to break a trip.
No trip there at the moment, though. It is just going to be Mindfreak at that C site to bunker down. Jing falls first, overlooking something at the moment, though, so at least a little bit of a later trade in the mix, trying to get on in. It's so awkward for that spray, but look at Flashback. He's got in the backlines.
Yeah, that's not too bad. 2 for 1. Flashback into the backlines, though. That's what ultimately cracks open the site. But here comes Forsaken with a bit of an ult. He's looking for information. He's looking to break and force them to disperse. The flash might just do that. He sends out a second one and looks to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Divine then takes initiative off of that scenario and finds one. A tap from Forsaken down to Flashback in a sudden 1-on-2. Goes for the peek. And he will take down Forsaken. Could this be the quad? It is! Flashback flashes the winning sign against Paper Rex.
Confidence. That's confidence for Flashback in this squad. The first installment of him on this Neon, and he's starting to get in towards this for the team. I'm looking at towards what Forsaken and Devi are trying to do in that retake, right? When I'm seeing plants go down, 2 versus 3, sometimes you might look to question, why is he using that ultimate? He had an operator, he switched into the Vandal. But more importantly, he's using himself as an information position at the moment there for his teammate in Devi to get the salvos right, to try and flush out the opponents. And I'm thinking it's looking gorgeous in how they're, maintaining their stability in that retake. But no, it comes over. DRX for the lead here and quick in towards the new round.
I know, down to the 2-on-1. Clutch brought to you by Red Bull and Flashback, of course. But then, next round coming up, bit of info and Forsaken TPs right the heck out of there.
A bit of silence around the server as well. Marco to sneak up towards the C site. A little bit of hesitancy in all the other positions around the map as well. Trade in Garage if you do want, but starting to get a little bit antsy. Spotting out.
Speaking of Garage, that is the position where something was playing earlier before, possibly trying to lure DRX into another hit.
There's a bit of a shift from Paper X towards the A side at the moment.
That's right.
This is going to be a bit of a wrong call, freeing. If he spotted out the shoulder or something, would have been a brilliant opener. This is a bit of a misread from Paper X.
Yeah, not enough information outside of the A lines, and that brings them over, but gives up more space around C, and that is where DRX will explode. Bane in with the next kill, and all of a sudden, the spike goes down. Garage under DRX's control. I just can't imagine a scenario where Paper X takes this round back.
Yeah, that one actually really hurts for Paper X too, because you don't mind the starting ideas of that round, right? You drone through mid, you see no presence there, you see nothing on your C utility, you have a spot out through Garage, you see nothing, so you start to calculate, yeah, they're over towards A, they're either sewers or they're long, though we don't really have any idea to confirm that, right? Forsaken's not in a forward line, you don't have, anything else really over there. Devi, well, he was just focused in droning towards mid, so even he can't do anything over towards A, who's the extra closer member. So, unfortunately for Paper X in this round, they do have to look to try and save the remainder of their guns.
Yeah, still though, they are conceding that round, and as we near double digits, well, we just landed on double digits, Komodo. It is going to be a bit of an intense scenario, let's say, for Paper X to be in. Starting to feel that pressure mount up again, and this is where you can wonder, is the pressure getting to them?
Potentially so. You're looking around what some sort of successes, would come out from a comp like this that Paper X are playing with, and you're not really seeing, a lot of those normal combos of fault lines and salvos, then getting Forsaken on the line. Back to the drawing board to get some information from Alex. What does he recognize at the moment? Because remember, when DRX were in a situation like this on their other side, Termi goes for the timeout, and they come out with a flawless remainder of the half, 4 in a row, and then, well, look at this, Quack. They've continued a flawless run so far.
I know. 10 straight rounds for DRX after losing 8 straight ones, but you know what? I love this timeout. I don't mind it. Even if Alex doesn't necessarily have anything too cerebral to call out for his team, just a bit of a breather could be enough for them. At the same time, though, he is being very active, so I do wonder what kind of plan he has cooked up for the next round. Managed to keep their guns, at least.
Yeah, surviving with a couple of them over will bolster them up in a round such as this. But you've got a question, right? The momentum going over towards DRX, who you're thinking might be a bit shaky going on to a double duelist that we've not really seen. Some role shifts across the whole server.
Alt's still online.
Yeah, I was about to say as well. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, again, key pieces that you can take in towards a retake, one from Mind Freak away for that neural theft. So I'm thinking, well, if you're going to be forced in towards a retake, these aren't the worst items to have available.
Oh, well, they do start out with a bit of a creep outside of B. Forsaken for sure. He does have the gate crash towards the back of A as well. Just a bit of a spray, doesn't see anything. So back into the A site where DRX, off the previous round win, they think, well, we could probably do something around here as well.
Well, it would be successive, but again, if you are going to shift in towards a retake for Paper X, you definitely want to have these abilities, right? So they've been holding a bunch of them just by the nature of how the start of this round was played.
You gotta imagine you have to work off of some kind of info, and that's what that drone is looking to do. Spotted out a little bit, Rolling Thunder immediately out, still holding on to the armor, get it. But here he comes, a bit of a clone sent through. Armageddon to clear out short. Forsaken starts his assault out from heaven. 3 kills down, and down with the salvos as well. Devi picks up the last one. Paper Rex find their way back in.
Yeah, after the timeout, an immediate effect, right? So you're playing a good percentage on the back of that one. But again, Rolling Thunder not directly laid where the Armageddon is too. You're waiting for Forsaken to get that blind side out of heaven and gate crash into the site or drop on down. You know, some nice ideas from Paper Rex in that scenario, but they don't play their hand. They don't get too overcomplicated, right? It's not like you're throwing the whole kitchen sink in towards that round. It's very cohesive. What positions of utility they need to throw in out. Even the Aftershock in Hell, you know, it does some work to try and dislodge Flashback. So I really do like how that retake was formulated for Paper Rex.
And that's a great round for them. A sigh of relief, if anything. But with the fact that it's a flawless, you just got to imagine how much more they can get. If anything, it does force DRX to kind of scramble all throughout.
4 players towards the A side of the map at the moment for Paper Rex. A 1-to-1 trade at the end, but that would signify a go time towards this C site. If you sniff out there's no trap there from Mindfreak though, because there's camera, there's some trip, but they're just going to get in.
Yeah, still able to. Double duelist, of course. What I'm most curious about though is Mako on this deep lurk outside B. Does Paper X find him at some point? If not, it could be trouble. Right now, though, at least Forsaken does spot Hyunmin out by C-Long. 3 players, though, from DRX, all coming in. They're just looking to provide that additional support, and there it is. Even with a second flash, it's not going to be enough. Something will get gunned down, and that's the entire C-Long area being controlled by DRX. A tough defuse going through. Mindfreak, though, nonetheless, still trying to stick it, but here comes that Hunter's Fury. He gets lased, and all that's left is just Devi. Mako marches forward back in towards C-Link. Devi now at this point just looking for a bit of a safe haven. Well, on the map of Haven, of course, but still, he's somewhat surrounded. Look at Bane.
Untenable. An absolutely untenable position from him in the beginnings of this retake here. I got to highlight as well, right? You mentioned Marco going for that little lurk as Devi loses the gun there. Awkward. Marco's position actually extremely paramount. When he throws out a Paranoia, it dispatches the guys around C a little bit from Paper X. Starting to consider, is Marco actually going to play on the back of this rotate? Is he going to get in our backlines when we're going for this retake? There's such a premium on Forsaken and on something in that flank of their own to try and get some damage, because if that flank is successful, if Bane doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, the team of DRX are not looking towards the spike, and you can get some sort of retake happening successfully. So a couple of key moments in that round going DRX's way.
For sure, but right now, I mean, still, all eyes are on Forsaken with how he's going to work this Euro. Previously, with that Dimensional Drift, trying to get space around C-Long, didn't quite work out this time. 4-stack into Garage. Now they're dispersing. No info found. DRX are very, very cautious with how they're looking for this map point.
I mean, changing up the approach, though, are Paper X, sending Mindfreak's territory over towards this A site and freeing, just playing hooky with the camera, but eventually getting the job done. You start to piece together a bit of information around where these players are on the map.
Yeah. Bit of a chase against that stealth drone as well, but here it goes. More information found. Devi, though, open positions, and that's going to be Bane punishing them right down. Hyunmin off towards the back of A as well. Forsaken, the only one left. In with a Phantom, quick in towards the open lanes once more, and Flashback says, lights out.
4 surviving as well for DRX in that scenario. Again, another gun round to come through from Paper X, where you're seeing a change, right? As I mentioned, the Cypher setup over towards A. You're trying to look for your Cypher locking down one area of this map to let the rest of your team explore. Play on utility, play on information. Feels like something at the end of that one, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team, right? Losing their lives in towards the front of B, not setting up any combinations of utility or anything for himself to be a bit self-sufficient. So a bit awkward for Paper X, and now 3 chances. 3. For DRX to close out this map.
All right, chance uno. And they start things off a little bit safer than before. A 2-3 split with Forsaken up towards a very forward. Unfortunately for him, though, Freeing has snuck past. That could be, you know, the nail in the head.
This can be so powerful for him. It's just how he plays it at the moment, and the opener is there on a Forsaken. That has to be the call for the team to immediately get over here. He's setting up all the forward utility. It's just Heaven that's going to be a little bit dirty. And now Marco, again, can transition into playing his own little lurk, and we've already seen how destructive that has been so far too.
Very, very much so, Komodo. This could be it. DRX, not only did they win out in timing or the duels, they're winning out in positions as well. And Paper X just have to consistently watch their back. That is nothing too comfortable. You're gonna always feel like someone's right behind you, and as they push on out, it's a choke point. DRX has them under a chokehold, winning out 13-9 as the final score on their own map pick of Haven.
A singular defensive round to come through from there on Paper X's side has got to be a little bit hurting for them, and not even a little bit, really. You're up 8-4 at the half. You're thinking all the momentum's going on your way, and then DRX just kind of come out of the gates a little bit firing, continuing towards the second half, and you feel like you really don't have a leg in this race. So back to the drawing board a little bit for Paper X, and I got to say, you know, a nice idea for them to try and change things up, right? Playing the old DRX comp, trying to adopt some features that we see some strengths from them previously here, but I don't think even then they thought the DRX were going to come out with a double duelist, and it wasn't even a double duelist really that relied on heavy dives and everything, right? Because it was still quite methodical from DRX that we usually associate for them playing meta comps.
Very much so, and we can see it all happen, you know, maybe at the helm of Mako as the IGL, maybe even with Termi with that little timeout from before, but once that was all called, you saw the effects of it. Still, I want to say there are two sides to any coin. This was DRX's map pick after all, and with a scoreline like this, I think Paper X shouldn't be too harsh on themselves.
No, I don't think so. A bit of a warm-up to come in towards stage 1 as well, where I'll say the format isn't as maybe brutal as Kickoff, right? They bow out really early here. They've got a little bit of time to collect themselves to get a little bit of a deeper run.
Yeah, but that said, still, you gotta admire how they work this meta composition. Of course, Jing on the Omen as well. It's not too bad. Hopefully it does look out a little bit better for Icebox, but right now, just the way it is, and we're gonna have to toss it back over onto the desk to break all of this down because, well, DRX definitely still in the lead.
What a hot start to today's match, Paper X and DRX. And there was a moment in the first half where we said, oh my god, Paper X is back. Oh my god, DRX, what are you doing? Yeah. Then things swiftly turn around. They had a really good first half, Paper X in the Ball of Doom. But we didn't see much more after that when DRX figured it out in the first half.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was watching at the start. This didn't look like the same DRX at all. I was saying, you know, what are they doing? None of this makes any sense. And then it's like, you know, they kind of remembered what game they're playing for a second, and then, you know, they woke back up. But this is the classic, like, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie, you know.
Icebox. At the end of the day, like, you have two pretty big comp switches and role changes for both of these teams. You're gonna get a lot of parity, and I think for Paper X, they had a good approach initially. They went up 8-0, but they let DRX back into the game. They got a little bit too one-dimensional. They kept going for that kind of death ball contacty style over towards C. In particular, it's something that DRX heavily started to figure out, and then they got pistol, and then they got bonus win, and they were well and truly back in the game. I don't feel like they had a very strong, defined idea of what they wanted to do on defense until they started to respond to what PRX was doing to them and to adapt to them a little bit more. But it was a great turnaround from Flashback, who hasn't ever played Neon before. It's his first game on Neon ever.
Yeah, we were doubting it for sure, but he kind of showed us up there, you know. Map MVP there. He actually had a fantastic game and some great kills. Now, this is a big thing we wanted to talk about from that first half, is we can see how grouped PRX end up playing when they go into this attack. They love this kind of 5-man death ball. None of this fancy messing about defaulting. This is punch you in the face Valorant, where they go and trade. We saw this again and again and again through the first half, and it's a huge part of their defining style. It's what's made Paper X who they are. It's how efficiently they're able to trade, and it looked strong, but towards the end of that half, when DRX got the read, they managed to shut it down.
Yeah, for sure. Some really good adaptations from them time and time again. I mean, you see these side executes just kind of making sure they minimize risk with all the utility. They go in together. It's good spacing and good trading time and time again. I think here you see a classic bonus round from DRX. Here you see the Neon Wall and the smoke over in towards A-Link, and you turn it into a back garage wrap towards C. It's what allowed DRX to win the bonus, and you're able to come away with rounds like that when you play this Neon comp. It has so much pace behind it. You could be in grass 1 second, and then all of a sudden you're wrapping back garage, you're catching the other team completely off guard. It just wasn't something that Paper X were ready for. And even, you know, Flashback, for an example, is a player that you put him into these clutch positions, for example, that he's been able to show on the Sentinels and things like that, and he's playing the Neon in this case, ends up backside C, and he's able to come away with the goods. This is a perfect example of I saw him win this exact same clutch on the Cypher in Kickoff against one of the other opponents that they played over there, so it was fantastic stuff from him. I was not a believer on the attacking, on the defensive arm. I was thinking, what the hell are they doing? And he really turned it around. I think as well, freeing onto the Cypher, it's one of his most played agents. So we've been talking about him only playing Teo so far this year, but Cypher is a very, very good pick for him, and it's an agent that he played and a role that he played a lot of over in Rare Atom.
Yeah, he's trying to expand his pool. He's trying to show us that it's not a crutch, you know? He can do more. And I mean, I think there's still more we have to see. I don't think his Cypher was quite as good as his Teo was, but, you know, they got over the line, and that's what's important.
You're still on about the Teo.
I hope he plays it on Icebox. I want more.
He's a great Cypher. But speaking of Icebox, we haven't seen these two teams play Icebox in quite a while, especially against each other. And now with the Teo, with Waylay, even ISO being buffed, Harbor being buffed, we've got a lot of changes happening, so Icebox is going to be really interesting. And what else has changed is DRX in their playstyle. The fact that they picked double duelist on Haven and played the way they did is already an evolution of this team. Paper X, on the other hand, swapping roles. The thing is, I feel like we didn't really get to see fully what that means. Is if it's just Haven with Jing and Mindfreak swapping this one map, is it a permanent thing? And with the Ball of Doom, it's kind of hard to determine how effective they are.
I think Mindfreak playstyle-wise does fit a Sentinel. I don't mind that change at the end of the day. So I think that's fine. For Jing on something like an Omen, you could be a little bit more aggressive in that controller role. I think a lot of people were asking to see more of Jing on an Omen or something, so they were quite surprised when Jing was put on Sentinel roles and things like that when PRX were going to more standardized comps. So I think they're experimenting with some things. I mean, we've seen plenty of Breach already from something, so that's not a huge departure. And Forsaken on a Flash, Flash in agent, or like a Flash duelist in this case, like a Yoru, is not outside the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I do have to say as well, it's definitely nice seeing DRX not run this Teo style in a way, you know?
Yes.
There was a lot of talk of like, you know, that was their style, right? They ran it the whole way through Kickoff, the whole way through Masters, and now they're showing, hey, we don't even need that. Well, we can play well, we can win maps without doing that. So it really shows that extra wrinkle that they managed to add to their game post-Masters.
To touch on that, like you're talking about Teo, freeing not being on Teo, so what do you put him on? Well, he played Senti before like a Cypher, so that forces Flashback into a different role, and in this case, that's Duelist. You know, it went okay, I think. Definitely, you know, one half was not great, one half was amazing, so we'll see if they continue to do stuff like that in the future.
I'm just wondering how this is going to carry forward. Again, into Icebox. Flashback, yes, our MVP. We were a little, curious about the Neon. Like we've said, it's the very first time he's been on the Neon, but he proved it, had a lot of really great clutch rounds that helped carry them forth actually in that first half and build up that momentum. I wonder how often are we going to see this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for more after this map. You know, the casters spoke about this during the game, but Neo needs a lot of setup. And at the start, it didn't feel like he was managing to get that. And then as the team kind of clicked, settled into the game, it felt like he was able to get set up a little bit more, like we spoke about in that bonus round. He was able to settle into the server and win those clutches.
I mean, it just comes down to what side that they were playing on, right? You know, you can play the game in the way that you intended and be a little bit more assertive on attack. Defense, they weren't really sure that what to do on their initial approach against what Paper X was doing, and once they actually started to get their stuff together a little bit more and adapt, that's where he was able to shine, and they understood, okay, we need to play a bit more of a retake style, we need to play kind of a flood style on C, for example, and understand how the Neon actually fits into that.
I do want to talk about expectations for the remainder of this map. Do you guys stand by your DRX prediction?
I mean, I do after that. I'm glad that they settled in, but map 2 is a complete unknown, right? You know, no Pacific teams played Icebox in a long time, let alone just these two teams, so we don't know what to expect. Icebox is now a place where you're able to be a little bit more creative than you used to be as well. We know PRX are a creative team, so I'm going to be shocked if I see PRX play the meta comp on Icebox. I just don't see it now. But I get that that's the direction that they're going, but give me something. Go back to the old school ways. Give me Waylay. Give me Harbor.
I hope so too, but even like PRX, for example, even when people were playing like KO Gecko and things like that, they were still playing Sage and still like the most common comp on Icebox, and they were a good team doing that on Icebox.
Like, I think they can run Sage, but I just don't, we see them pick up this breach Teo, and it looked, it looked fine for the first half, but then it fell apart on the defense when it's less about trading and it's more about setups. So Icebox is a protocol-heavy map, so I don't want to see them rely on that when that's not who they are at their core. They're W gamers, so I want to see that back.
Do you think we're going to see any surprises from DRX? I know this is a little bit, we're theorizing here a little bit, but I am still really surprised about Haven. So.
The thing is, I wonder how cooked that was, though, because they are one of the teams that have come off Masters. They've had less prep time than a lot of other teams. Maybe they're just throwing something like an off-comp in there. So Icebox is a big question mark for me. In fact, I would expect DRX would be the team to either they're going to throw a curveball in terms of a half-cooked comp, which I think that Haven comp might have been, to be fair. But I think I would expect them to do something a little bit more standardized versus PRX, who've had a lot of time to prepare. I would expect them to be the team, especially being the team that did pick Icebox into this series, to throw something a little bit more crazy in there.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's nice having a map that's a complete unknown. It's always great when we get these map pool changes. And I think when a map comes back in and there's lots of changes in Valorant, for me that's the most fun time because everybody gets to try new things.
Oh, absolutely. And I expect nothing less from both of these two teams now, where DRX used to be kind of predictable, really solid, but also very predictable. And they do not disappoint.
Okay. Let's go!
Forsaken is adding another notch to the agent pool. Here.
It's Waylay time. We finally got it. Now, this is such an exciting comp from PRX, pairing it up with the Teo. We have the KO that we saw dominate on the map before, but Waylay is going to be the star here. The first time it's been picked in Pacific, and who else to do it but Forsaken?
Yeah, no hard senti for PRX, though, so there will definitely be gaps on their defense initially to exploit. DRX need to be well aware of that. They can definitely get a lot more space up middle. I'm keeping an eye on what PRX are going to be able to do with this Waylay. I think they have to go for things like tube aggression or keep an eye on middle a lot more, just because they don't have something like a Killjoy, which really helps you keep a lot of control on the map on defense. And for DRX, I mean, it's a very standardized comp, just with the change of initiator and keeping freeing on the Teo. So I want to see how Teo goes here on Icebox.
Well, you got your Tejo, and Jing is also now playing an initiator on Tejo. We're going to go back to our casters Komodo and Quack to take this crazy next map away.
Thank you very much, Victoria, as well as Big Time and Pilsky. I think Pilsky got some really good points, though. I mean, a Sentinel's composition is going to be a little bit tricky, especially given how PaperX are starting out on the defense. But you gotta love how they're trying to work alongside the Teo and the meta picks. Waylay already kicking off. It's a bit of an aggressive line with a Viper around 410.
Yeah, well, everybody for DRX bar one surrounding this A side as well, right? So a little bit of a slower stall up towards the side itself, and you don't generally think that Waylay is going to be a defensive agent, but then you got to remember that the Refract's going to allow Forsaken to go in for a challenge, take the hopeful dub, and then get out.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to how he was playing that Yoru before, but you gotta be very careful, right? Just pressing that ability or refracting back, there is a very tiny window where you can get punished. So, right now, it's just playing it safe, off angles, in towards the site. Not gonna be able to find too much, though, and a bit of a salvo being sent through as well. Jing holding on to his currently, but there it goes, allowing for the rest of the team to kind of flood back in. However, that dark smoke, that one way, is blocking so much of it off. As soon as it blooms away, it's going to be Hyunmin now finding the shot back in. Straight in with the Sheriff's, though. Flashback will get gunned down, and here it comes. Bane back in towards a safer spot. Trades for trades, and Freeing will take the next player down. Mindfreak even gunned down from the back. All that's left is just Devi. The spike, not yet planted. 20 seconds left. What?
Yeah, Marco holding out in mid. Very nice timing as well to just recognize that there's a potential flank to come through from PaperX, and at the end of all the damage that is delivered on the A site, Freeing on 2 HP, and Marco still on 100 is what is left for DRX to pretty much continue the flawless run from our first map. But Devi here, 10 seconds off the 0 point, but spotted out.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine Freeing's just playing from a very safe spot. He's holding on to those salvos for sure. So the first obstacle, you gotta break through Devi. It's gotta be Mako. He's still playing around the boxes so much, though. A bit of a tag, it's not gonna be enough. Devi needs to push up front, and as he does, he's gonna be exposing himself to more angles. Mako's got this under lock and key.
Pistol round over towards DRX, but you got to consider it was very winnable for PRX when they're actually taking their time, dumping a lot of this utility in towards the A site to try and make things a little bit hot and heavy for DRX. So look at all of this utility around the site, and when the dark cover fades, that's when you have to just see these duels be won out by DRX, and that's exactly what happens. Some trades there for sure, yes, but ultimately in the round, it's Marco's kill on towards Mind Freak that I would say was a pivotal moment. If he loses that duel, I mean, you play to the numbers, right? The 1 versus 2 should go the way of PaperX there.
Yeah. That said, though, I mean, a lot of it is still going down to the double controller. But wow, okay, starting things off, Salvo's already towards the back of Belt. DRX just hanging back a little bit as well. You know, they've got all these players here. They've got the guns. And at the same time, what was Pilsky talking about again? Yeah, no hard Sentinel. Yeah. Mako gets a slip all the way towards the back. He does spot out Mind Freak. Trigger discipline, though, and he's just holding onto it. Mind Freak now gunned down. Headshots through, and the rest of the team will launch their assault in.
He's got another one. He's looking for 3. Oh, that's crazy. What a flank to come out from Marco. A flawless round to come through from DRX, but you just got to remember it is against the weak pistols of PaperX, right? You can't take away too much from that round. A nice idea for them to stack, for sure. Yeah, a nice idea. But I will say one thing, actually. What does that expose? It exposes the tube position. It exposes that because you don't have a Sentinel, you have to be way more proactive around the map as PaperX. And this agent composition that they've got is technically able to do that. If you've got nice timing on your darts, your 0 point, your recon, you can do something like that.
And that's where I get a little bit concerned as well, Komodo, because PaperX, as it is, are already facing so much pressure from the fans, from their team, from each other even at times. And it just can't feel good. You know, you're constantly thinking now, and now you might be worrying about Tube so much so that you're playing way too defensive. Look at what they're doing right now. Hanging back, trying to check for mid. DRX, meanwhile, just continues to hold, slow creeps up back in towards A.
Yeah, and if you're DRX at the moment, how do you want to try and get in towards this site too, right? What sniffing abilities do you technically have? You've still got the drone to come out from freeing, but more importantly, right, do you want to try and just recollect together when you hear some utility going from PaperX? Because this gives you the idea that they don't 100% know where you are either, right? They're trying to figure out the information at this point in the round at the same time.
Precisely, and that's just what happens. Drone out from drone, 1 into mid, 1 from A in from DRX, and with that, they time it perfectly into B as well. So a bit of a toxic screen, a bit of a jiggle from Mind Freak as well, but I don't know if he spotted out enough.
Yeah, there's 2 positions around the map that are of key importance. What damage can Freeing do to keep PaperX here? And importantly, what information do PaperX find over at the B site? And unfortunately, they started to shift, which meant vulnerability for something. And now look how far forward Freeing is.
That is
20 seconds though, 20 seconds.
Incredible. But yeah, I think they're still good, Komodo. 20 seconds, yes, that might be the case, but Freeing's got all of this locked down. Still though, okay, looking away, 90 degrees, just around screens. It's a little bit scary. The Salvos does buy some time, but DRX still looking for a safe spot to plant. Bane gets it just in the nick of time. PaperX might have the site surrounded, but at the same time, Mako still not detected. Davai will look to launch the assault straight in. Takes that 1 pick off against Flashback. And at the same time, Forsaken's still alive. No utility though, so he's just gonna have to gun his way through. Takes down Freeing, and all that's left, Bane and Mako all the way towards the back. They have the spike under their sights. Looking to play around that though, but the reload not in his favor. Forsaken will swing, but Mako swings as well. That's a shot, a trade for trade. And down it's just Mind Freak around the toxic screen. Mako spots him anyway.
Getting the plant down at the right spot at the end where all that utility looks to stall you. The reason I highlight 20 seconds, Quack, as well, because you've got to wait and respect out salvos. A lot of times when teams have those available, right, you have to recognize as well. Have we seen them? Are they down the 40 seconds as well? They throw them out, they stabilize at the end there. I want to highlight too, a good 0 point actually in the middle of this retake meant that DRX had to fight a couple of those duels dry. And it starts to look a little bit awkward, right? PaperX are hitting the shots in towards that one, but at the end, I think you just kind of forget about all that early stages in the round because, well, Mako just gets the clutch.
Yeah, it's just another delicious Red Bull clutch from Mako, as he's known to do. That said, though, I want to see PaperX play a little bit more comfortably, right? You know, playing defensive just isn't quite working out for them. But right now, in a bit of a 3-2 split, They peek into B and they don't see anything.
Yeah, that's important as well, right? Recognize that Paper X are trying to do something with the lesser weaponry. I love to see these sort of ideas on towards the gun rounds as well. If you can fashion a good duel, a good overwhelming force, it can always go a treat. But the fact that they don't see anything at B, they're going to have some numbers here for the retake when the spike does go down.
And with that, numbers for numbers, yeah, Komodo, I'm still quite worried. You know, given the weaponry, it's going to be tough for Paper X. Bit of a refract from Forsaken. I don't know how much information that's really going to give to the team. Toxic screen up. Maybe they look to stick the defuse somewhere here or there.
There's only so many positions that you can look to spam this defuse down attempt though, right?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. One point on another, they're going to have to push out, and as they do, it's going to be a bit of a choke point. Two angles being locked down, freeing alongside Flashback. Hyunmin now chiming in as well. Only one frag found for Paper X. DRX, on the other hand, a 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, off to a similar start from what Paper X were able to do over on Haven, right? So it feels like attacking side, your opponent's map pick, good start, but does it falter over at the end? I mean, we'll have to see that in a couple of moments' time in the future. But right now, I mean, DRX are looking to carry momentum. They're looking to be very cohesive. You know, the comms you're expecting to be good because everybody is recognizing on DRX at the moment what utility needs to go where. Even in the positions where the time is starting to become a factor, they're also, you know, kind of looking pretty good. So try to cut the head off this one nice and early. Paper X have a timeout, and we already saw in the first series, right, conversion rates on the back of timeouts.
And that's the whole thing. You know, Paper X, they have been known to do this before off of timeouts, but it's been a bit of a tough year for them so far. We'll see if this really comes into factor for them. You can see that Alex, at the very least, you know, he isn't mauling. He's very active, and hopefully that does help them. But at the same time, I just got to imagine for DRX, they've won the whole of kickoffs. They've challenged tough opponents back on bigger stages than this. As we head back on over to Pacific, playing old compositions that they've been known to play before. I just imagine, even with new players, they're very comfortable working with Hermes' system.
Yeah. Well, I'll flip it on the other side for a moment, right? For Paper X, they weren't a bad Icebox team back in the day when it was in the pool, right? You think of Forsaken getting out on the Sova, more importantly, Jing on the Sova, having Devi on the Killjoy, right? These were Sentinels that were able to play around the map, were able to lock things down very convincingly. That was a key strength of Paper X back then. And here, you change it up completely on its head, and we're just seeing very big disconnection at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a mental thing for them, but we'll see if they can frag themselves back in the game, if anything. Right now, they have the guns, of course, but still, smoke's up and online, and right now, it's going to be the B site under attack. DRX have already planted their boots firmly into the ground. Vayne in with a single headshot. Hyunmin looks to take down a player out from upper, but also something just getting into safety.
Quick in towards this B site and a protective pit as well. I mean, how do you get into this retake as Paper X?
It's going to be tough for sure. Be it Forsaken can do something, but he's on it. On top of all things, the ult as well, and it continues to work against Paper X's dismay. At the same time, Flashback coming up from behind. Vayne repositioning around as well. The pit might fall, and Paper X might be able to push up, but you are absolutely right, Komodo. They are running out of time. Bit of Taeho utility. The Armageddon rings through. They're off of the spike. They might have yellow under control, but do they find the frags? That is the key here. Something tries as he does. He manages to take away 2, but needs a little bit more. Flashback suddenly now up from behind reveals the surprise that Paper X does not have any control whatsoever.
Yeah, pretty quick explosion in towards the B site from them, and I'm thinking to myself, if they're able to get in here, get a pick or not, but if you get the pick, the Viper's pit down, it's going to be so difficult for them to get back in towards a retake. I'm looking at Paper X. You mentioned that there's an operator in there, right, for Forsaken. It's a difficult weapon to get in towards it, specifically on this waylay where you're trying to see players that are adopting it, getting in quick, getting the information, maybe a kill, and then refracting back out, right? Already using that ability earlier on, no longer available. Yes, you could try and use your ultimate to get your team in towards it, but you just look at that B side, how disconnected DRX are from the actual position. It's awkward. And you switch in towards the next round. We've got an immediate A assault being shut down. These pistols of Paper X not able to find too much.
Yeah, it is pistols after all. But you gotta imagine it doesn't feel too good. At least Jing will be able to get away with one up on pipes, but at the same time, back into B, we got a little bit of a
ring around the rosy.
Loop. Yeah, that's right. Mind Freak spotted out by the alarm bot. Oh, and turns around. Hello, Flashback's there. And with that, an open B site as well for DRX.
Yeah, maybe you can take that gun away that Bane did drop. I mean, Devi's already got that in possession too, right? So we'll see what damage is going to be able to be delivered in this scenario. You're playing towards ultis here as well. You're saying who's going for the plant, freeing, get closer towards an Armageddon. You're never going to mind that with how successive that ultimate can be.
Yeah, all of these just point towards even more rounds for DRX.
Yeah.
You know, closer ultimates, but at the same time, looking at this, the positioning that they are working with so far, you have to imagine at some point just the fact that you don't have these traps around the map. You know, DRX gets to walk around so much.
Yeah.
Mako just into this spot. Okay, gunned down by Devi, but now it's down to Flashback, up by mid. Jing at least marks down the position. So a couple kills. That is still a bit of damage being delivered by Paper Rex.
Yeah, there's a lot of credits, however, for DRX. So they're not going to be too phased on the back of this one. I mean, you'll just take away a death orb, right? So you get a little bit closer towards your ultimates to have a massive round later on, which is kind of the position that we're starting to kind of need from Paper Rex, though, right? We need a massive round to come out from them because they're going for a little bit of this space control, right? We see it over at B earlier on where there's no DRX members home. We see it in this pistol round where they attempt the same sort of thing, but over at this A site, there's DRX members, but they get shut down, right? So we're kind of seeing, all right, cut PRX a little bit of slack if they go for something like a stack, right? I wouldn't mind seeing them go for a bit of a stack, go for a full retake if DRX do not go towards their site. But also in a stack scenario, don't get too aggressive. You got a lot of this utility that you can stall DRX out, and if you make them reset, you buy yourself a lot of time.
That's exactly what Paper Rex has to do. Here it comes, quick dashes in, ooh, but instantly gunned down. The entire Korean squad will deny Forsaken any early space. Spike dropped into safe positions as well. The Armageddon sent through. Mind Freak being able to hold down the entire B by himself. Hello, that's good. And at the same time now, continuing to push out front. Devi off the null command, unfortunately gunned down. Still kind of ringing through, pulsing away with his ultimate, but his teammate now coming back in for support.
Sniffing things out with the drone as well. Feels like you're not going to be able to get Devi back on up. The trades start to coming out. It's all Mind Freak.
As his head gets revealed as well. Flashback trying to work around it. Still looking to play the objective. The spike will go down. Mind Freak just tries to delay a little bit further with the snake bite. Might be able to gun himself through. He hears the tap at the very least, but not quite finding a position. Still has to watch out for Flashback. There it is, at least the first kill. Nanoswarms instantly popped, and Flashback looks to play around the wall, but Mind Freak, steady as ever, will spot him out. An entire ace in the round being picked up by the Indonesian player.
Individual moments. Generally memorable in Valorant, right? For Paper Rex, that is an important one in this series right now to get back in towards this map, hopefully. To start with a foot in front of the other on this map. Mind Freak to do it all. And you got to remember as well, right? I'm saying at the beginning of this round, if you're going for a stack, not to get too aggressive, because we haven't really seen too much success for setting up Forsaken on the back of these waylay positions, right? He gets on in, but there's too many DRX members that look at that position because there's a quick time, right? To get that gun out. But I think more importantly, Mind Freak planted his feet around that B side. He knew where they were coming from. He knew Marco was going to be lurking up towards Kitchen or somewhere in that round, and he found what he needed to.
And that's what you gotta love. Now, although Forsaken with a waylay instantly dashes onto the top of Tube, doesn't see anything though. And that's where his refrag gets called out. Mind Freak comes back in just to help out his fallen teammate. At the same time though, DRX still working all the ways around the map. Flashback takes down the next player, Something.
Yeah, but you immediately just turn tail and run over towards the A side because you got the kill here from the back of Flashback, from the shadows to quickly get a plant. This buys so much time in the rotation actually from Paper Rex right now. Devi's low. Mind Freak has a pit, but you got to get into the site to even try and use that. I wouldn't be surprised if you just go for a save here.
It's going to be tough. DRX having all that time, they've already set themselves up in towards further positions. So you are absolutely right. It's just a little bit too risky, especially at this point in the first half.
I do like, again, the idea that Paper Rex have these plans of action for what Waylay is to provide, right? When you're trying to light speed over towards the tube, you're trying to find some timing in combination with a flash, right? So you'll be seeing Devi try and set up a flash drive with right timing to get that peek over to find anybody who's lurking into mid, where Marco has been playing so much this map so far, right? But he just kind of holds W, shifting up, gets in front of that utility. You see Generally, really timing needed though with the flash drive or with players around the world playing
That's
Echo.
the thing, Komodo, because, you know, although these combos can work out, they haven't really gotten the right reads to figure out where DRX are.
Or timing, right? So those flashes, they have to be timed to perfection, because if that flash drive that'll come out is not timed right, you're either not getting any flash value against your opponents, or you're flashing Forsaken at that moment, and he needs a little bit of time by that flash for his equipment, right? He needs to get that gun up. So a nice idea, execution not really there.
Yeah, it could have been, you know, workshopped a little bit further, but at the same time, I mean, right now, just playing for that information game, DRX have been slipping under their noses every single round. You know, whether it's back onto the other end of the sites. This time, though, Forsaken will be able to sneak up onto Nest and get one for free.
Yeah, freeing down, that's a lot of your scaling utility to sniff out what's around the site down as well. Now you'll just play by the numbers, doubling up in towards the elbow. When you've got a little bit of lesser equipped players, you know, something only down onto the Sheriff, you need to see a little bit of corners be cut, but you're not really seeing too much from Paper X. An opening kill, and then everyone's just covering a base.
Setup. Just trying to mark for it as well. Off angles all being held. Swaps up over onto the top of pipes. That's Mako down. The next player as well, Forsaken, just throwing off crosshair placements with a refract. And Bane trying to stay alive. Spots up Forsaken, but the Salvos continue to bomb away at his position. Forsaken in with a quad.
Really quick utility to come out from him as well. I love that that Saturate comes out, just provides him enough time to reposition his aim to go for these multi-frags too. They didn't overcook things in that round as Paper X. Pretty followable. Sending in Forsaken to find the opening kill, resetting yourselves as a team. If DRX, you know, rotate over towards the B site, you've still got players there because you haven't bit the bullet and rotated early enough as well. Really good resilience to come through for Paper X here.
That's exactly what they've needed so far. Scoreline might be a little bit similar to the previous map right now, and so I would be looking very much forward to a Paper X comeback. Keep it simple, Smarty Pants, and that's what they're looking to do. Still, though, a 2-2-1 split in with a Viper's Pit around the A site.
Oh, but look at this, quick. Wow. Up through mid, Bane on towards something. That's immediately going to send the guys back over towards the B side as well, because a pit, generally at this A site, if you can try and get over it, and you're not detected, you can crunch on towards Mindfreak in a potential split. So the onus really is on Paper X here to get some information in the next couple of moments to try and bring a little bit more stability back in towards this round.
They haven't quite been able to do so, though. Instead, in fact, it is DRX getting the information in with the stealth drone out. Still, though, wow, look at this setup. A bit outside the window, it turns out to be a high-low lockdown in place as well now.
Yeah, and that lockdown is going to flush Mindfreak out of his pit, so that's an ultimate for an ultimate exchange and affords you a little bit of time to get a plant. Meanwhile, Mako finds the timing on the flank as well, and Hunman found Mindfreak too.
Yeah, and off those positions now, Paper X find themselves in a tougher spot. Forsaken just having to hold outside. Needs to look for Mako before he even gets close to screens. Sends in the stun though, and that's the headshot through. Off to the other end, it's just Jing trying to work alongside his brother, basically. In with the ult, but it doesn't quite find anyone. Might just give him a bit of space, but is it going to be enough? A frag through, Jing goes for the tap. Forsaken onto the other side, but no! Freeing spots him out instead! A double kill to close out the round, and DRX find yet another one on the board.
If DRX members were playing on the side itself, that convergent pass would have been great, right? Remove their ability to essentially shoot back and reposition around that A site, and then maybe you get a really good retake happening on in. But the fact that DRX just get themselves out of the site, start to play a little bit more post-planty-like, right? They kind of recognize that that ultimate is available, and generally you would either see one of two positions where that might go. Cutting off the site of elbow in towards jail, or towards the site itself. And unfortunately for Paper X, it was the latter. And didn't really catch anyone. Into a new gun round, however, and it's again an immediate control of wanting to attempt pipes.
Yeah, we do have 0 point from Devi already clearing out B main though, so straight back in towards A. Everyone's kind of flooding back through. Guns in hand, Forsaken for the info. No shot found exactly, but still, at least he confirms that where DRX is heading towards. Back into it, that's a bit of a snake bite, but Jing holds true. Bane though, what is this? All the way towards the back of Rafters, and he finds a couple. Now down to it, Something and Mindfreak trying to reclaim space, but timing's already been lost and afforded to DRX. Viper's Pit up and online.
Timing now, it's timing for Something. How far forward can he get to try and offset this deficit?
Yeah, trying at the very least, but working up around pipes is just too much to clear. Mako slips out of the Viper's Pit and takes down his counterpart. Mindfreak goes down. And there it is, last round of the first half, Komodo.
Good assists from Devi in there. Flash drives to permit his team to get a couple of kills, but you overlook the fact that Bane can TP across and jump over, right? He gets behind him. Some trades to come out from him as well, and just look at it. I mean, a double kill to come out really sets up the team for a strong post plant when you consider that a pit is available as well. DRX a really good grasp at the moment, I feel like, with some shakeups, sure, on how to deal with this Forsaken aggression. And when he sees too many numbers, he does just dispatch out of that one too. So last round of the half right now. Kind of similar story.
And I think that's one of those weaknesses that we start to see as well alongside this refract, right? It takes time for you to travel all the way back to a further back to the position. And with that, DRX then gets the flood in. So at the same time now, even with the toxic screen, even with the setups, is it going to be enough? DRX gets to plant the spike down on site.
And both teams have the Armageddon at the moment too, so it really comes down to the value that you're going to be able to find behind this.
And off of that now, not just a plant, some ultimates online as well. Jing might have the Armageddon, but Fring has his as well, so they go in towards the back, looking for Fring instead, and just as right, they managed to take him down. Bane now trying to hold back. The Armageddon gets sent through. Not quite finding Bane though, but he does kind of reposition even further in. The clock continues to tick against Paper X, but Forsaken makes quick work. Further strays, and he gets another tap. 2 kills already, and now Hyunmin in for another something alongside Jing, and they've spotted every single thing out. Paper X bent, but not quite broken. They will get the final round in this first half.
He's on 5 HP, and he still finds 2 kills. That is very quick trigger shots to come out from him there. Something that we would generally associate with him, right? But not on a Waylay so far. Not too much value, I gotta say, that you're getting out of it. You're not convincing value that you would say why Waylay is an argument to play instead of a Jet, for example, or a Raze, for example, on a couple of the other maps in the pool. But we're starting to see some value here and there. It's learning. It's a new agent. You got to find strengths. You got to find weaknesses. And this is again, Paper X shaking things up. New agents to come out for them. Shifts in roles. But the fundamentals taking space. Switching it up between speed, between patience. We're seeing a lot more patience come out from them at the moment.
Which is, kind of lovely. You might say that the start of the season is the best time to really try something new and experiment a little bit. And that is what we've known Paper X to do, to be creative, to be innovative. It's lovely to see, but you just need them to keep themselves in the game, not really let that pressure get to them. That's why I really want to think that as fans, if you were a true fan, you wouldn't want to call him a fraud. You just want to keep on supporting them no matter what they do. And just hope that one day they truly come back in their true form. At the same time, though, as you mentioned, fundamentals, my oh my, DRX. How clean do they look, especially with the start of this first half? It's like 6 rounds straight in a row before dropping anything.
Yeah, and then you're going a little bit backwards and forwards, and no one's really finding consecutive rounds until the 2, kind of the later stage for DRX. But again, your job's kind of done for what you needed to find in your first half, right? Now you shift your mentality into playing a little bit more defensive DRX, and the difference that they have is an actual Sentinel, right? So I'm going to be keen to see what Flashback is going to do, what positions he's going to be playing around the map. I mean, more importantly, covering off mid, covering off B, and in general.
That's exactly what they've got with their toolkit. So right now, just a default toxic screen, 1 out from Paper X as well. Continue to tap away, but not finding anything too much around mid.
Toxic screen up, can permit a safe passage across as well and just obfuscate what Hyunmin can see. So if you're talking about some protocols, these are the things that, are kind of bread and butter when it comes to Icebox.
Wow. Drone up as well. Hyunmin tucks himself into the corner. Whoa! Wait, Forsaken knew where he was, but he was still able to get the headshot nonetheless. In with the timing on the recoil. Still, Paper X will continue to push on through with a bit of a contact play. Something Jing just flooding back sight. They managed to get it done. The spike gets planted. Mako arrives towards screens at the right time, but needs to spot everyone out. Toxic screen comes up though. And that's where now Paper X gets to hang back. Mako has got quite a bit of work cut out for him.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll take some decay going through that as well, so you really want to try and not do that if you're in a 1 versus 3. Now position being spotted, I mean, this is going to be extremely difficult for Mako.
Toxins going up.
Okay. Well, he has been known to pull off insane clutches, but I don't think it's going to happen quite in this round. Paper X, they have him completely surrounded, especially with something making the long trip all the way up mid. towards his back. So Paper Rex trying to find themselves back in the game, and so far starting out pretty well.
Yeah, big strength in numbers as well when they start to find the kills around the site after Hyunmin was able to get the open up. So all of them barraging through the smokes or the walls together and setting yourself up for a pretty nice post lane, right? You're always going to kind of follow in the narrative that if you're at a deficit in a map of Valorant, you need to find the pistol, especially if you're something like an 8-4, a 9-3, or albeit like a 10-2 and further on. So the 9-3 here, the fact that PRX are actually able to find the pistol round, and hopefully this second round for them will start to get them a little bit more confident in towards this.
Confidence, a very much needed resource. Forsaken though right now, feeling a little bit of confidence as well, does spot out his opponent, Bane, just right up around 410. That's going to be the site for Paper Rex. Quick plants in through, and DRX on towards the pistols, just looking for whatever they can get.
Pretty much. I wouldn't mind something getting activated in these duels as well to get closer to a Hunter's Fury. He's 2 off.
Does have the Vandal. Still though, he's playing into a very defensive position. It's going to be Jing holding the off angle instead. Forsaken with a bit of a, well, just an angle in towards Raptors. Spots out one. Continues to push forward off of a bit of utility, and that's going to be Flashback taking him down now. Davai alongside Jing. Okay, spotted out by Mako. Don't want to lose too much here, guys. It's going to be Mind Freak now off towards the back of mid, spotting out yet another player. No real exits quite yet simply found for DRX, and just Flashback now stuck inside of mid. Yeah, we did lose another player in that process, Komodo.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, imagine a world in which everybody disconnected from the site and you're somehow able to pilfer a defuse out there. No, something's kind of looking after that one from the back of the rafters. One away from the Hunter's Fury, and the way that they've just kind of dealt respect in towards this A side as well and commanded the respect, rather. I wouldn't be surprised if he's either getting a pick or an orb or plane or something, and then they can play a Hunter's Fury in the post lane in this bonus round, and that's what this is, right? It's a bonus round. We actually got some pretty good damage as DRX in the previous round, so setting up for this round now, you're looking towards all the Vandals. An Outlaw was seen though, so for Mind Freak, you got to consider that's in play. We've got to go for full shields. Are we playing off and losing any bits of utility because of that?
Not too much for now. They're still playing on defense, of course, and now in with the ascended position, Hyunmin will be able to pick 2 off. Just like a eagle soaring through the skies now. Paper Rex scrambling, looking for some sort of safety, but I don't know if it's going to be found, Komodo. I mean, take a look at the minimap.
Yeah.
Free is all the way up towards down mid.
And you've got no quick availability to get across in towards yellow either here, right? So you kind of need to combine a dart and a good shot. You need an overextension here, essentially, from DRX to kind of give you ways back into a round for Paper X.
Yeah, you said it during the halftime break. Fundamentals is what DRX does so well, and they're doing that all across the map. Mako holding down around yellow. It allows Hyunmin to push into a further position as well, and at this point, something just has to peek, go for anything. Finds a double, which is pretty good for now. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Is this where it gets scary?
Maybe. He is continuing to play it safe, though. Gave a bit of a jump peek. The paranoia sent through, and not suspecting something will get caught out by Mako.
Well navigated round from DRX. I'm a little bit surprised that there's no Al drone immediately from Forsaken or no Teo utility as well to come out from B main, because that's one of the general things that you start to see in Icebox, right? If you're not blocking out the vision of somebody on top yellow, either through drone, through smokes, through flashes, they're just going to have free reign to get the kills, and that's exactly what Hyunmin was able to do. So we might see that change up a little bit quickly for Paper X if they want to contend with this B site in the next couple of rounds as well. But, you know, at least good to see for DRX's side that a round that should generally go their way, a bonus round does.
Yeah, they just continue to get to orchestrate their movements across the map this way, but with that Hunter's Fury from the previous round, here it comes, something looking to force DRX to scramble on the A site. Meanwhile, Forsaken straight in with a light speed. Ooh. Stinger at hand, he closes in the distance. 2 headshots and Mind Freak off on another.
Playing that weapon to a T. Stinger straight in, a lad on the back of that Hunter's Fury tagging him up as well, right? Recognizing that you can quickly go in towards that one and materialize an ace site control. That's really good from Paper X.
Yeah, I would say that those headshots are as crisp as a Coke with max ice on a summer day. What else is crisp, Komodo?
His headshots.
Yeah, Mako's headshots as well. It's definitely something to work against DRX, you know, those fundamentals stay true.
Yeah, that's a quick one as well to come out from PaperX, right? So when you think about previous rounds being a little bit slower, you catch DRX off guard, don't have enough time to get any other members over towards the site, you kind of need the members that are there trying to bunker down A to do something. And I mean, addition of Waylay, right? Teams are trying to also figure out if they're going to play against him. How does this Saturate actually play? If you get spotted out, right, and Forsaken throwing that Saturate over towards you, you're not going to be able to do too much if you don't already have an established crossfire. So just a little bit of utility difference in that mark, working a treat towards PaperX and to set themselves up for this next round as well. I mean, you're starting to see, you know, attacking sided rounds, them figuring out momentum, them figuring out what layering of utility that they may need to do in a round that they can't rely on an ultimate in the beginning to open something up.
See, it works out because you've got these smokes, and it just allows for Forsaken to get into a safer entry. And that's the support that we were all looking for. That said, though, you only have that many chances. Termi now in with a timeout. You know, certainly you can bet that he might be cooking up some kind of a defensive setup to work against a potential assault being launched by Forsaken. You know, you mentioned the refract. As long as you have, you know, a secondary player to mark some of these possible dive spots, shall we call them, they can always gun down Forsaken, even though the stun might get sent through.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking towards anything like a recon from your Sova, from a drone from a Teo, if you 0-point them, or even if you just spot them, right? That's going to allow a lot of ability for yourselves to just send Forsaken in and hopefully find a kill, if your team's also looking at the other positions where you would expect a crossfire to be, right? So it's never going to be a bad idea, but coming in towards a new round, right, I'm talking about these ultimates to try and open something up, which is what we saw in the last round from something. It can be a very different look when you've got a Waylay here and you're convergent pathing in. That can cut off pretty much half of this A site.
That is factual. We shall see how that might work out in the upcoming round. Salvos, both sides instantly traded off. Does buy a little bit of time for DRX to get into closer positions. Bane from the shadows onto the top of pipes.
Starting to get a little bit of your scaling utility in towards the site, and you are just going to Waylay ult right on in. As I said, cuts off half of the site.
Behind you. Well, that's Forsaken, but Bane, okay, he just leaves it to his teammates. Forsaken continuing to get further space, trusting his teammates to watch his back. Bane does go down. Divine now continuing with the push in towards back site. 2 kills to his belt, and that's now Hyunmin trying to work alongside screens. A good kill to start things off, though.
2 players really low, Something and Divine. Those are the ones on the site at the moment, with Mind Freak to get a bit of a flank.
That's exactly what he's looking for. Finds the timing on the peak as well. Just gets off it, and not suspecting Hyunmin, and that's going to be another round for PaperX.
And a non-conversion as well for DRX on the back of the timeout in the previous round here too. So PaperX, again, it is a round that they are able to convert, opening it up with an ultimate. I really like the idea from them as well. Convergent pass on in. Anyone that is going to be stuck in that, well, they're essentially going to be dead to rights. And then you start to shift focus on towards the right side of the site. And you've got strength in numbers there. You've got everybody with guns up. No one picking out utility where they don't need to. There's a strong game plan for how to attack that round as PaperX, because they were afforded time to talk about how they wanted to do it.
That's exactly what those Coach Alex timeouts will do. Off of successful A rounds, now we're back in towards B. And with DRX playing in towards defensive positions, Forsaken gets to go all the way up front. Ooh, tagged down to 1 HP by Mako, though. Still, the spike at least goes down. Hyunmin in with the blades, looking for something, but nothing found.
Got to get in there. Got to get set up somehow to try and work these blades as well.
Oh, and look at this. All that happens at the same time. Mind Freak once again back into mid to try to set up something towards the back. Still, though, bit of a shock dart through, and in with low HP. It's going to be a couple of kills coming back in, back and forth, all around yellow. Frame tries to work around the position, but it's not going to be enough as PaperX has the entire thing completely surrounded.
Yeah, just an eco to come through from DRX, not able to play too much on the back of Hyunmin's blades either, not really able to set him up. When you're playing a kind of flashless comp, right? Disregard the paranoia that's a bit of an uncommon position in a map like Icebox. You don't see Omen too much. There's not a lot of availability to you know, flash drive over or something like that towards yellow to set him up to go for a peek and really just reblade everybody over at B long. So you kind of need to set him up a different way, and in this position, it's kind of a little bit drier when you're just sending in the stealth drone to spot what you can, remove abilities. PaperX have a good grasp on what they need to do to defend the site there. And now, importantly, we're getting into a new, fresh gun round. No salvos in the beginning of this round. Bane is pushing up on towards the belt, so there's going to be a very fast flank available actually towards this B side here.
Yeah, very quickly. Still though, PaperX controlling down mid. It does work out for them so far. Forsaken continuing onward with that refract. Does get further information, but look at this, Bane all the way down mid, down A. He's able to take away at least 2. The Armageddon now gets sent through.
Yeah, stalling for time at the moment to afford a bit of rotations and re-clearing in towards mid if there was anybody else there. Now you got a player advantage as DRX as well.
Okay, just a bit of a stun, but nothing quite found. Jing at least disperses the positioning, and on with that, a bit of an Armageddon set through as well. Forsaken now off of the initial ult, will be able to find another player playing all around the bottom though. It's gonna be Mako working alongside Hyunmin, but still, something alongside Jing will do what is needed.
Really nice ultimate to come through from Jing there actually to dislodge Freeing, who was in his own salvos on the arm pad there. A little bit unfortunate, but it's what you need to see, right? If you're at a player deficit in that sort of scenario, you need to see somebody either rely on some positioning or a good decisive call. And in this moment, it's a bit of utility combinations to come on out. When you see those salvos come from that position as well, you got a little bit of a disconnected play at the tail end for the remainder of the kills for PaperX there. So starting to really build some stability in towards this attacking side within one. And we've only seen one defense round, the bonus round so far, come through for DRX.
Yeah. When PaperX are feeling themselves, it's definitely a really tough opponent to work against, and that's one thing that we've got to consider as well, is the fact that some of these DRX players haven't quite played against PaperX like this before, perhaps in scrims, but not quite on the official stage. Still though, Hyunmin aggressively in towards Mirage. He is stuck, flashed up as well, and it does buy a bit of attention away. PaperX looking to reclaim space, and then the Poison Cloud comes up.
Yeah, and everybody was kind of in mid for DRX at that moment too, so where do you scurry towards? Where do you think that PaperX are actually going to lean? An ult orb to be gathered over at the B side and setting yourselves up for a bit of a hit here. Null command on in, remove any abilities of DRX and try to set up for a flank that is absolutely red at the moment from Jing.
And that is exactly what PaperX needs now, a little bit more control. Still though, those pistols, flashback, a couple of headshots through, not quite, and it's gonna be PaperX still able to work off the trade. Something is the last man standing, but PaperX tying up the score 10-10.
That gets quite close, doesn't it there? All of the trades starting to come in, a couple of loose shots out of those Sheriffs as well, working a treat for DRX there, but yep, at the end, PaperX, as you mentioned, will tie things up 10 apiece, and they are definitely in this map on Icebox right now. They have brought the momentum in their favor, and they're transitioning into a round where you kind of feel like for DRX, they have to command something themselves with their rifles, with their ultimates. They have to try and find some early space, some early reads, and that's what they're going to try and do over to the A site nice and early.
Salvos definitely going to aid them in that cause, but at the same time, PaperX not allowing for them to set up. It's the Hunter's Fury. Still though, Forsaken was already gunned down by Hyunmin, and that allows for DRX to breathe.
Yeah, Freeing doesn't want to overplay this one either. Go for a repeat, can potentially lose his head. You've got that number open up with Forsaken losing his life. And this is where the round would start to settle a little bit. Maybe let DRX think that you're going to go for a little bit of a rotation, but Hyunmin hasn't spotted Devi leave the belt at the moment. So you do start to consider, with footsteps, with the abilities, that they are hanging around this A site for the moment.
And very much so, especially with that 0 point, but all of a sudden now PaperX continues with the aggression. Mind Freak, Devi, they've managed to push up through. The Viper Spit gets deployed, and as though Flashback tries, it's not going to be quite enough. And that's going to be the spike now planted. Mako just looking for the sprays. It's 3 targets ahead of him, Komodo, but you don't have vision, you don't have information.
Yeah, it's great patience from PaperX when they do lose Forsaken and recognize how do they need to get back in towards this site, right? Let DRX potentially overcook it a little bit, use some utility on their own, or wait for your own signatures to come back online. And that's the latter is what PaperX do. They let their 0 point come back on, they let their salvos as well, which Jing does still hold right now, and you go in together as a unit, looking for the crossfires. Very standard. Overwhelmed DRX, who get a little bit antsy when Flashback is losing his teammates. He wants to try and go something, and a loose spray through the pit. Vandals are traced. PaperX in this map now, their own map pick. Well, they take the lead.
Yeah, by 1 round. We shall see if that continues to build up to even more. Hopefully it does. DRX have been looking for, a couple of solutions. They are still sitting on a timeout, so that hasn't quite been used yet. But as you mentioned from before, trying to get ahead of PaperX, PaperX still managed to get ahead of it thanks to, I gotta imagine, just Forsaken on the Waylay, right? He was able to dash in to break some lines, the Hunter's Fury being pulled out as well, and that just forced DRX to kind of reset. And with that reset, PaperX came back in with Defy and Mindfreak working alongside one another. Still though, as I mentioned, the timeout now gets deployed.
Yeah, from DRX as well. So you definitely want to see this one converted in the next. It didn't get to last time, right? So on the Waylay point, right? You generally want to see the Waylay go in, get a kill, you refract out, and you've provided enough space and info for your team to follow you in and then trade roles, right? Essentially, you get your initiators or your sentinels or your controller to go on in. That's a general idea here. But the fact that that's not what happens in this round, you stop, you pause for a moment, you rethink, and then you re-clear in towards the site. It's another option that Waylay isn't just this dive in and get out, job's done for your team, right? There's more to the story that PaperX can tell us right now with this agent composition.
Well, they picked it for a very good reason. So we shall see how it does continue to play out across the map. Pick up this win, and it's going to be map point. DRX, though, sitting on quite the number of ultimates.
Yeah, well, same can be said for Forsaken here, right? We saw good success when the Convergent Pass was used over at the A site last time. If you're going in with the same sort of methodology, will it work here to get yourselves on map point?
Still at least starting things off a little bit slow. Look at Mindfreak all the way towards the back of spawn as well, in case anyone pushes out of mid. DRX hasn't done that quite yet, especially off the timeout. PaperX trying to be cautious. You gotta love it.
Yeah, but for DRX as well, right? A little bit lesser equipped on the weaponry to afford themselves a good buy in the next round if this one goes haywire, because that'll be map point then. So you're just playing a little bit of default heavy. What information do you see from PaperX before you start to make a move? And at the moment, it might be a money move, Quack.
Money move it is. Just straight in with the ultimate. Well, no.
I love that. Refract just popped over on pipes, and he's sending in a snake spite so that if he goes for a challenge, takes any damage and refracts back, there's a time that he has where he's stuck in that refract and he might die towards that molly. So that's a really good counter, quickly recognized for DRX.
Still though, at the very least, PaperX has managed to kind of avoid that for now. Looking for that mid-round play down, well, mid lane. They do spot a player out though, and Forsaken looking for the opportunity to possibly set the ultimate, but not quite yet, as DRX have all of these positions locked down, especially up by Upper, especially up by Kitchen now. Forsaken looking to push on through. Time is of the essence, but at the same time, DRX, they might not have best guns, but they're still holding a lot of these positions. PaperX, Forsaken, trying to break on through. There's the ult, finally gets popped. 10 seconds remaining though. Where is the spike? Forsaken now gets into safety. Finally getting the bomb now down, delivered through. Bane though,
I know he's stuck.
Quick and through, and he's found Mindfreak. Mako trying to work along the position, plays around the safe angle, strays back and forth, but Forsaken, he actually finds it. Down to just Bane, but where could he be? Oh! A little bit wider than before! And Forsaken finds the headshot, a quad kill in the round, as well as a clutch brought to you by the bull with the horns.
Red Bull clutch to come out from Forsaken. I mean, what? He got 2 kills earlier on in the map with 5 HP. This time it's 6, but it's the clutch to come from him at the end there. I was thinking to myself in this scenario, it's a 2 versus 2, right? You can't really get a good crossfire at the moment there for DRX when you're going for that one. And then, I mean, you make it a more winnable scenario when you get it into a 1 versus 2. And Forsaken just rips your heads off. That is absolutely pivotal for PRX here.
7 rounds in a row, now sitting at map point. Still though, that was an eco round from DRX. Now they're trying back another cheeky position up on top of yellow. Hyunmin has done it before, but now spotted out. Safer play coming out from PaperX.
All that utility just dumped on towards him, and he hasn't been able to get out of yellow, but somehow he's able to find it whilst hindered. He needs assistance from his teammate, but he's just going to do it all himself. Traded eventually in a 3 versus 3.
He pulled out the blades, but yeah, unfortunately gunned down. Still though, up around yellow. Can PaperX find enough footing, enough space to get the spike down? Not quite, because they gotta imagine DRX already have rotated over.
Marco's been holding on to this Viper's pit for quite a while as well, so you might look to see him use it this round if they do need.
Yeah, PaperX possibly trying to bait it out, but still off the tap. Jing up around yellow does spot out one of these players. That's gonna be Bane. At the same time, given how the map is playing out, it's gonna be Mindfreak slowly creeping up all the way out tube. DRX has no earthly idea. Mako, though, tries to play the position, but it's not going to be enough. Jing still up around yellow. It's going to be the kill. It's going to be the final score, 13-10.
Lots of aggression on that attacking side to come through from Paper X, but I think I was way more impressed in how they're managing the aggression with the stopping power as well from them, right? Both in terms of Forsaken getting active, the rest of the team getting active there as well, but being more passive. I think this is a new look to Paper X at the moment where they're recognizing in the map what is working against DRX currently, who are usually the more methodical team, right? Paper X are usually more sporadic at the moment, and I think that's coming out in terms of their agent changes, right? The role changes, the picks that they're coming out with right now. But in the map itself here, that attacking side, they didn't actually do too much wrong in terms of beginning, middle, and end of the rounds, with even losing opening kills.
Yeah, it was mostly the defensive half where they kind of struggled a little bit, but like you mentioned, once they swapped over onto this attacking side, especially with that waylay at the helm, at the tip of the spear, the entire team started to figure out more options, started to figure out more ways to work against DRX's defensive setups. Like you mentioned before as well, you know, maybe an attempt at the snake fight alongside that refract position, but unfortunately Paper X kind of anticipated that as well.
Yeah, well, that means we get a 3-mapper coming in towards this series too, and I know there is a lot of letter RX fans in the world, so they get a little bit more of a delivery service coming in towards this one today.
And that is always going to be lovely. A very exciting match for sure, but that remains to be found. You know, is DRX going to move upwards on this trajectory as they head on forward in the season, or is Paper X going to break away from the shadow of their former selves? I mean, they're looking a lot better now, especially on this Icebox, but what does the next map look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already seen a lot of changes from these teams steering away from what they used to play too, right? So Lotus, I don't think we're going to see anything better.
Yeah, maybe not quite. You know, DRX at the very least, we can expect something a little bit more comfortable. But for now, we will hand it back to the comfortable couch on the desk alongside Chubby Ninja and the rest of the boys.
Thank you, Komodo and Quack. Yes, these seats are comfortable, but I am not. Fans of Paper X, we are now re-experiencing the heart attack feeling. That definitely happened a lot in this map with our... you know, one of the RXs now coming back on the second half.
Yeah.
Now, it's been really interesting. You guys got what you wanted. You wanted the Icebox, you wanted the Waylay, and you wanted something different. Even from DRX, with the Omen, with Bane, you got a lot of things changing up here.
Oh, for sure. There's almost too much to talk about. Is part of that heart attack due to being down a player in pretty much every round, Vic? Can I just ask you that?
Definitely one of many reasons to make your heart, you know, heart rate go up.
Incredible in mid-rounding. If you're down a player, you know, in so many of these rounds and you're still winning 13-10, I mean, that's some great mid-rounding. I think Paper X, what impressed me on their attacking side, they had so many set ideas. I mean, they've got more util than you could know what to do with most of the time with this comp, but the way they used it to be able to minimize risk and just methodically clear areas of the map was super interesting to see. And then from there, playing the mid-round really, really well, whether it be where the Waylay is putting themselves after the double dash or being able to get some active lurks going in the mid-round.
Yeah, I think the PRX comp was so interesting because I think they really showed that when you go off meta, you have big weaknesses, but you also get big strengths, and they really understood that. Yes, their weaknesses were kind of exposed in that first half, but they could lean so heavily onto their strengths in the second half.
Well, yeah, we talk about some of those weaknesses. I think that the first thing that I wanted to highlight is something that we talked about compositionally when we got the agents, which is just, it's impossible to hold a lot of the map when you don't have a Killjoy on defense. You can throw that orb up, but at the end of the day, it's going to be very, very hard to hold yellow, unfortunately, and this is the perfect example of it. DRX, they started so hot, and part of that was just due to bullying this comp and exposing its weaknesses.
Yeah, there's going to be so many gaps in a composition like this. With 3 initiators, you want to go and, you know, dump your util in space and have the Waylay take it. But you can't really do that so much on the defense, so there's going to be gaps everywhere. Here we see Bane abusing it with a great double TP.
I mean, that was an insane Omen play. Like, Omen is kind of like an off-pick on this map, and I actually haven't really been that much of a fan of most double controller comps outside of maybe Harbor Viper, to be honest, but I was really convinced by the Omen, at least on attack. Did fall off a little bit more so on the defense, and his individual performance unfortunately did suffer that game.
Yeah, but great point about the Omen. We saw some really brilliant plays with Bane getting way back deep into sight, surprising Paper X and catching them off guard. And yeah, triple initiator, sort of like we saw in the first map with Haven with DRX. Like, what are you doing with this comp? You can't defend like this. And you could see why when you know, the coin flips, you're like, all right, this makes a lot more sense on attack.
Yeah, when you go into that second half, you're okay to leave gaps because, you know, PRX can group together, they can death ball, so leaving gaps isn't a problem and you have a lot of util to just kind of punch that side with.
Yeah, so I'm, at this point, now that we will be getting a map 3, after all, Lotus, things could be changing here too. You know, this map obviously isn't new, but it has evolved a lot, and I think it's another one of those maps that have changed. But before any of that, of course, there's still so much to break down on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about new things. I wanted to touch on the Waylay, and we look at a lot of the opening portions of this round. This is a full set play with all of the utility, and the Waylay just gets donated. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's either you get a first kill or you lose a first kill, and unfortunately, in a lot of cases, you know, there was some very fancy, flashy plays going on, and then the Waylay would just die for free.
I think it highlights the difference between Waylay and Jet, right? Jet is a lot safer because you're kind of going forward into your smokes. Waylay doesn't quite have that. This was a time where it worked a lot better, where Waylay actually seemed a little bit better than Jet. You can take this deep angle, and instead of having to dash out, you just magically float your way backwards. So really great understanding from PRX.
Yeah, the refract. This was actually a set play that PRX loves to go aggressive down middle and down B long, you know, consecutively at the same time. And you see, in this case, unfortunately, something's caught a little bit out of position, and again, they lose a first pick doing those kind of very aggressive plays, but you see the potential of it, you know, the KO flash from Boiler up over the top, and you get a double dash from the Waylay straight down B long, and within 5 seconds of the round, you have a Waylay in a very, very deep position, and that is the aggressive potential of the Asian. MVP going over to Forsaken, who was, again, the player to play the duelist here, and I'm wondering if that's going to be something that they're kind of settling in structure-wise, because we've seen him, as we mentioned before, be very flexible in terms of his Asian pool, but so far he's been the player to play duelists, and I think you're a bit surprised, Vic, that he wasn't on the Waylay because he's been so good on Jet, right?
Oh, absolutely. Not Jet necessarily, but there are other players on PaperX who are excellent Jet players, such as Something. So to have Forsaken on the Waylay instead of Sova and, you know, playing it the way they did, but you know what, it obviously worked out, and Jason is just the GOAT.
I think it poses a big question as we move towards Lotus as well, because Lotus is traditionally a Raze map, right? And we know how great Jing's Raze is. So is Jing gonna, you know, he's been flexing, he played Teo, he played Omen. Is he gonna go back to his Raze roots for Lotus?
I mean, PRX, this is the double duelist comp for the longest time. This is Forsaken on that Sky. They've gone into a little bit of new meta, mixing in the Vice. I mean, this is still the core of a very popular comp right now. And I think they're able to play the Sky just simply instead of the Fade single init that you see over on the side of, well, not on the side of DRX, but other teams that play single init do prefer the Fade. But you get a lot more of that fact finding, you get a lot more of that info finding with the Jet and just being aggressive and bullying your way onto those lines and getting aggressive around the map. But for DRX, you know, they love this Fade Teo, they love this double init. They can mix in whether they're playing the Viper, which didn't go so well for Flashback, then they played the Vice, which also he kind of struggled a little bit on. This hasn't been a fantastic map for him, so we'll see what we're going to get from DRX on this map in particular, because Lotus has been kind of a hit or miss one for them. But for PRX, they're going to have fond memories of Lotus. They smashed Zeta on this map, and that was the map where I was like, okay, PRX lost that close game, but we're all good, right? They just smashed Zeta Division. Surely they're going to make a run through the rest of the lower bracket. That's what everyone was thinking on that last Lotus game. That's not what ended up happening, unfortunately.
Even before Kickoff, PaperX has historically smashed on Lotus.
Yeah.
So they have figured out a formula that generally works, and usually it's a double duelist of some sort. So I do wonder if they are going to stick to that same formula, but it also just, you know, the Kings of Chaos, this is not their way. I expect something to be a little bit different here going to Lotus. Just, you know,
I mean,
new things.
Even for DRX, like we didn't see it there because we're looking at the Kickoff data, but they played a different comp again on Lotus over in Champs. They were playing like Yoru, Cypher, Breach kind of comp, which we've seen from a couple of teams, and we've seen that combo be very, very popular, and something that even, I remember I was talking to you before we even did Kickoff, and you were thinking Yoru was going to be very popular with Vice coming in, and this is a very popular Vice map, so maybe that was the thinking for DRX over at Masters.
Yeah, I think both these teams have space to get a little bit more experimental now into Lotus. Both, you know, the whole way through this series, they've shown that neither team is afraid of changes here. So coming into Lotus, I think we have a lot to look forward to.
Well, we do have the old Kings of Pacific facing the new Kings of Pacific. to find out who could be the king to go against the T1 Kings of Pacific.
Little kings.
Either way, this is pretty...
Love our kings.
Yeah. But when it comes to these two, the RXs, the balance, we are getting a full 3-mapper, a full series, and I have to say, we should expect nothing less. I know some of you were not expecting that. Some of you said 2-0.
They could have
The
done it.
crazy
They could've done it.
people.
They could have closed it.
You know.
I'm still confident. DRX have got it. Relax.
Yeah,
We're all
2-1.
good.
It could be a 2-1 DRX. Absolutely. But definitely not a 2-0 situation when it comes to the RXs.
All right, well, let's see. I want to see what DRX is going for, whether they're going to stick to their guns of what they played over at Masters, and it's looking pretty similar, although instead of Breach, we're playing, we're going to go towards the Fade, and we're going to go double Duelist again on Flashback on the Yoru.
Across the PRX, they're sticking with Forsaken on that waylay, and it looked great in Icebox. Jing staying on the Omen with Breach Teo as this supportive pair. So it's going to be very active. It's going to be dumping util with sending waylay in a lot like that Icebox, and we saw it work for them there. So I think they're trying to carry that across stylistically.
Again, Freeing's on the Cypher. So this seems to be the new gear of DRX. Double Duelist. Flashback goes onto the secondary Duelist to make way for Freeing to play his signature Cypher. Before Teo came out, he was a comfortable Senti player.
This is really interesting for both sides. Jing is not on that raise. He is on the Omen, just like you were talking about. We're going to send this back to our casters to finish off this series, Komodo and Quack.
That is right. We do love Jing now on the Omen. A little bit more supportive for his brother Forsaken, but at the same time, you know what? There's another king that we all love on Pacific, Seth King.
That is true. Friendship has ended with Raise Jing. Omen Jing is my best friend.
Yeah, we do start things off already quick into the game with DRX on the attack. A little bit of rubble, also a little bit of pillars as well.
Yeah, well, one thing right now is just the jewels at the front of the B site, and there's a lot of Paper X members here at the moment, and they are going to successfully win that one.
I know, a big old flash as well, Komodo, and that's going to be now Freeing trying to hang back.
Yeah, but look at what Flashback's able to do. Find some space over at the side of rubble. Meanwhile, Freeing is going to dodge out that drone too. So does that give you a false sense of security? Repositions around the map currently for Paper X, more towards the C side of things, and with that damage done in towards Breakable Door, that's got to let you know that you got to get away from this A side, or rather get over towards it.
All quick and heavy-handed as well. You know, trade protocols right there outside of the dark cover on towards C. And that leaves, you know, numbers disadvantage for DRX, even though Flashback has gotten in towards the back of A side, especially towards drop. Actually, into a deep position like that, do you reckon that they might be able to do something against Paper X?
It's a 2 versus 4. You've got to get a little bit aggressive in this one to try and find some advantage or equalization, which is why Flashback goes up there to try and find the kills. Good for one, but spotting info on the rest means that for Marco, this has to be a big clutch.
Has done it before. Starts out with a bit of a paranoia to flush them into his own smoke. Look at that. Right click through. And now just 2 players on the other end. Ooh, a good little flick, but Jing gets his own as well onto his new role. You know, maybe not quite the utility, but the sharpshooting definitely still true and sound on Jing.
Oh, one in the end for Paper X. They started off well with a lot of those jewels as well, and DRX just dodging a bit of that key utility. Maybe if they doubled down over towards the C site little endeavor that we do see there from Bane, it could have gone a little different way. But all the information spotted on out. Devi getting active nice and earlier on this Teho role as well. We're talking about these players. We're talking about new roles coming into Stage 1. Are we going to see these sort of agents align with these players? Look, maybe 3 different agents today for Flashback. I mean, I'm looking towards him on the Yoru to really try and find some space on this map to be a pivotal member to propel DRX in. But in a round such as this one where Hyunmin has gone for a buy-up on towards an Outlaw, you have to see him do something.
That's right. Oh, it's something that Forsaken has done before, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, the Outlaw, just to try to work against your opponents who might have light shields. But you're absolutely right as well. You know, Flashback previously the Cypher, now onto the Yoru. So DRX, same composition, but some of the players onto different roles. We'll see how that all settles in as they kind of jiggle on towards rubble.
There you go. Shut out from Hyunmin on towards Forsaken. So Bane's money so far working a treat. But you've got this time to be bought from the toxic screen, and that's just going to block out operator shots as well, right? This is going to be one of the powerful things that Paper X can try and play with. When that toxic screen is up, when it's down, they can sneak operators behind the line.
Fair and true enough, but at the same time, you know, even with that little bit of a fall, Paper X continues to drone outwards. I was thinking maybe something continues to push out through from pillars, but yes, C is completely open now.
Yeah, but they're going to still try and go towards A, and that is where majority of these members of Paper X are. 30 seconds to go. That's a marathon to go over towards this C side, but they're going to start to do that. At least get enough time to try and get the plant and establish it. They've picked up the weapons that are on the floor.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Komodo. I mean, it might be a marathon, but even as you just trigger that door a little bit, it keeps Paper X on the A site. Yeah. Paper X are thinking, we've got the guns, we need to work around this. So they are still trying to stack towards this A site, but unbeknownst to them, now it's a 3-on-4. Now it's weapons in the hands of DRX.
And this is one of those weird scenarios as well as Paper X. Do you just consider the save at the moment because it's lesser, you know, numbers to go for this retake where 3 guns are now in possession that have been noted over at DRX's side, and you've got really no big entryway in towards the retake too. No drones. You got what, something with a judge. Yeah, he could try and set you up with a stun or a flash, and Jing can maybe try and get in, or Devaya can, but it just is really difficult. So really well done from DRX to get this this lighter eco round come out from them. And on the flip side for PRX in this scenario, the anti-eco, yeah, a little bit lopsided.
Not the way you want to start. It sucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Nothing else that I could say. It sucks for Paper X, but just a masterclass at how DRX was able to work this around, right? Using Forsaken don't play against him. The Outlaw. Sudden angle, and he takes a player down. And also for, was it Mako around C Mount? Like slow creeped up with that right click. That was nasty.
Free gun, by the way. But finding the right timing, right? I got to say, Marco's lurks on Icebox as well as Haven have been absolutely impeccable. So it's great to see that he's still carrying that around on this map where if you're playing towards the C site, right, you're not having a proper sentinel as for Paper X. So you kind of do want to go for a little bit of these peaks here and there. And unfortunately, you're going to have to maybe reel that in a little bit now for Mindfreak.
Yeah. A little bit tough. Maybe just don't hug the wall too much. There's all these things to think about, but at the same time, you know, we've mentioned some of these plays. You do have the Waylay on the hands of Forsaken, and he's gonna dive all the way through. Doesn't spot anything out. Does have the smoke to support him, but at the same time, DRX reads that, and it's a quick flood into the B site. That was a mouthful. Now, on the other side of the smoke, the Prowler sent through. Bane just completely reads it, and he's able to spray and gun down every single player from Paper X. The only one left. Mindfreak spotted up at the move, but it's gonna be the spray from him in this time, and DRX will make quick work of the round.
Yep, all good from them. I do like the little cheeky bait and switch over at that dark cover in the breakable room though, right? When the Prowler goes over towards it and it bites the player towards the right, player towards the left is the one to swing at immediately to catch him off guard. Well done from Bane, however, though, to just get some individual shots to come out here as well to get towards that Nightfall too. So that's going to be available for round number 4 after a bit of a topsy-turvy start for these guys over on Paper X. But now you're going to go into the standard 1-1-3 for them that they've got the weaponry. Jing's still down on towards a bit of a bulldog here, but more importantly, this is the round for Paper X trying to equalize, and they find the opening kill.
Yeah, quick in with the Outlaw and taken away from Flashback. So just a bit of information. The smoke's out to control A as well, but with that, DRX are keeping some of the Paper X players closer towards the A site. Now they start to extend their legs closer towards C.
Information secured as well, that there's still players lurking around rubble, and you kind of have to give this maybe a little bit of respect. Freeing using both of these cages too. You still have Jing playing on top of rubble. You know, generally it'll be cleared out from some utility from Bane, but they're looking to renegotiate the situation here at the moment. Spreading around towards front of pillars. Forsaken's just playing with fire at the moment, willing his head to fall off.
Or at least just helping to conceal Jing's positioning. So in with that, you know, forcing DRX to trade util for util. The Paranoia gets sent through as well. Refrect recalled by Forsaken in towards a safer spot. But here we go, a Nightfall out from Bane. And at the same time, he'll be just lurking, hovering around the B site. He does spot one player out, and that's going to be Devaya that falls. And then DRX to try to regress in towards the A position, but that's where they get gunned down. The Paper X defensive setup is sound.
Yeah, the Nightfall as well actually hits Jing, so a little bit of a misread on the positions of the Paper X members there, I feel like, for DRX. Marco just stepping straight in towards his death at the moment. No one else was able to really get a great trade to find any sort of sense of a round opportunity there. So well done for Paper X at the end. These are the sort of rounds that you want to see from them on these defensive sides if you're looking to see some good Valorant in this composition at the moment, and how a Waylay will be incorporated as well. You see the early aggression towards rubble. You know, usually you see these breach Tahoe echo combos currently in the meta, but for a Waylay, you can get the saturate out as well, or just individually go for the shots. This time, however, Quack, by himself, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, you do need a little bit more support. Unfortunately, the timing on the refract not quite in hand. Paper X, though, with a bit of a, what is this, a 3-1-1 split? They're pushing all the way off C. Sure, that could work out, but they're relegating A over onto DRX.
Yeah, they're going to have a quick retake here towards the A side if they wanted, or rather a quick flank, and now the jig is up. They know, freeing down for the count. Something here, though, has gone unnoted for the time.
Still just to try to keep himself hidden out towards stairs. His team will regroup.
That's cheeky. That actually allowed something to get in towards the dark cover and buy some more time for the rest of the team to start to get over here for the retake.
Oh, okay. Flashback does get back in towards Tree. Hyunmin, though, still holding the position. Armageddon sent through by Divide, but it's not going to help out all too much. Not quite, as DRX continues to hold just the choke points out around Heaven. The shots out from DRX still being able to push PRX back where they come from.
Yeah, everybody knew what angle they needed to hold there when the plant was down for DRX too. You know, no one faltering at that moment too. So really heads-up play from them. Not going too aggressive when they realize the priority is just going to be protecting that spike, right? They know where the retakes are going to be coming from, essentially stairs or from Heaven, and they just act accordingly. Really well done. On a round that actually could have been quite damaging for them. Had something found some right timing in towards a cutoff from the tree explosion. Now in towards the eco round to come out from Paper X, and they're going to go for a potential dual fight up through C, up through mid.
Doing a thing. Off with just the pistols. I mean, trying to surprise DRX at the very least. Something will be able to find something with the sheriff that he has. Still though, DRX instantly recognize that and flood the A site.
Yeah, this is where things could get problematic if we see some individual heroics come out from Forsaken.
Don't know if that's gonna come in hand though. He does have the Vandal, one away from the convergent paths. Mind Freak will be able to push on through, and that's going to be an instant sheriff shot being found. Tree being trapped open and goes in with a Paranoia as well, but oh, look at that. Counter Paranoia coming out from Mako, as well as Bane to hold the position. Mako swings back around on the other end as well, and that's 2 kills. DRX will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bane's been pretty good in how he's navigating a couple of these multi-frags here as well, and just helping out with this standard utility at the beginning of the round. It's exactly what you want from a Fade on this map, where you've opted for that instead of the Breach, which is starting to become more common of a pick as well. It was just, again, these eco rounds to come on through. Don't see too much from Paper X, apart from the opening kills there. Everyone a little bit untradeable. But this is the important thing. These are the rounds where you can play with. I mentioned the Viper's toxic screen a little bit earlier on over towards the B and A side of the map. Usually can play good Operator plays behind it, but for the beginning stage of this round at the moment, Operator's looking at the wrong spot. Mind Freak gets traded out. That's a C site open for the taking for DRX.
Yeah, timing on the refract not quite there once again as well. That's something he's got to watch out for. And in with the C's, it's going to be something that gets tagged up. The next player to fall, the dominoes, they just keep going. Flashback off to another kill up around Waterfall, and that's just Divide left. Alone and cold, the Prowler just seeking his position as well. I mean, this guy's got to hang back.
Yeah. That's just the cascading stumble on the back of that one, unfortunately. When you lose Forsaken and Mind Freak gets traded out, you got some awkward shots from the rest of the team that need to dig deep to try and get you back in towards this round. It's just too quick to try and figure out there, unfortunately, for Paper X and for Devi. Just trying to see if you can take this weapon in towards the next round. You're quite the ways away from your own ultimate too, so the priority is going to be to hold the gun, see what damage you can do in towards the next round. And conversely, I mean, I'm looking at DRX here, Quack, and I'm seeing them swimming in cash at the moment. So they are really good for a couple of gun rounds, and that poses a bit of a problem for Paper X if they're not able to figure out the beginning stages of these rounds to get themselves an opening frag and reset, like what they were doing over on Icebox, for example.
I am quite fond of Scrooge McDuck, so that's exactly what DRX are looking like right now.
Another moment of multi-fragging to come out from some DRX members as well. And yeah, not liking what you're going to be seeing. You'd expect this one to come through from Alex, and that it is. So a conversation to be had for Paper X. What's been working for them so far, right? having this waylay, again, it plays very differently to the common meta that we're starting to see. And even then, DRX aren't playing the common meta, technically, that we're seeing, right? They do have options where they can go for, like, Cs and nade combos, but we're not really seeing that too much from them at the moment because there's been not enough pressure from PaperX at the chokes to do that.
Yeah, they've been trying to work off some early waylay plays, but so far just getting punished straight up by DRX, especially with how they've been spreading all across, whether it's C or A, just continuing to keep PaperX at bay.
Well, let's see if this timeout is going to be very impactful for the side of PaperX, or if DRX are just finding some really good momentum on this attacking side and exactly what they need to do in their layering and their progressions around the map. Big old stack from PaperX over towards this A side of things.
Bit of a 1-4.
Mindfreak can drop the Viper's Pit if he gets a little bit sweaty.
Yeah, it's a 1-4 on the other side as well, though, Komodo, so Mindfreak gonna need good sensing for what's on the other side of C really quickly. Instead, he's just gonna use the Poison Cloud for now as he heads on right back in. Flashback just clearing everything out, so it definitely is going to be heading towards a bit more of a retake setup from PaperX.
Yep. And it should as well. You've got the Convergent Pass, but I'm really liking this from Flashback. Getting up dirty with a Judge as well is going to be a scary thing.
Yeah, it forces you to just spend a bit of utility or something, anything possible, just to reclaim a bit more space. So PaperX, that's what they're looking for right now. Hence, a couple players up around Mount. DRX knows that, though, and Freeing just marks their backs. DRX continues to hold them further off, and now it's going to be Mako blocking off Waterfall as well. Even with the ultimates, PaperX can't quite get in position until Forsaken finds this one frag off the other side of the doors. However, Flashback has snuck on through as well. A bit of a shot with the Sheriff. Showstopper in at the hands of Hyunmin, and now Jing comes back in. Time not on PaperX's side, and Flashback just plays it safe, hangs away from the shadows just to hold on to that rifle. PaperX kind of in dire straits, Komodo.
Yeah, quite late on that rotation through towards the A site and the flank as well, and unfortunately the fact that the kill goes over towards the Freeing and he's able to just use the hat to get all the information, things go from bad to worse. A 5 versus 3, looking a little bit sticky towards the tailor end of that, but again, you got to just think that the spike is ticking away way too far at the end of it, and the investment of those ults at the end there, kind of for naught, bar saving the gun, as you mentioned, for Jing, and you look at what they're going in towards this new round with. Lots of light shields, a Guardian in the mix as well. They need to cut a couple of corners to be able to get in towards a round such as this, and that is a great haunt to come on out to provide Flashback the opener.
Yeah, quick sprays all the way. Now a flash instantly in towards the other end of tree. Something just trying to refill that space, but at the same time, there's just so much being done by DRX so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is only going to be a 1v3 setup for PaperX, where you've got the pit over towards C, and you're just going to forget about that as DRX. You're just going to sniff around the A site and what you can do. Flashback does get taken out, though, by Jing, so we do equalize for the moment.
Oh, straight back into the door. That smoke, it just blocks off so much and allows for Hyunmin to walk away with the kill. If that pit falls, that's going to be trouble for the C side as well, so Mindfreak just still trying to hover around it. But as soon as that kill goes off, PaperX starts to get a read that DRX is rotating off to the only other part of the map, and that's going to be the B site. As that happens, Mako into a bit of an off angle, does force a bit of a trade. Jing might be able to find it, but instantly Freeing finds the positioning right back against PaperX.
Yep. And another lone member forced to capitulate for PaperX now. See if you can take another weapon in towards the next round. It really stumbles in the beginning, doesn't it? When Forsaken loses his life first, it's just really quick to come out for the rest of DRX in how they get the rest of that round. A couple of trades to come on through, overwhelming force in towards A, you have Freeing, sleuth in towards the B site, recognize no one's there, and that's a quick call to just say, hey guys, come over here, we got a free site, let's just play the round to the numbers, and well now they'll be winning out this half no matter what.
And that's just been the pattern for like the past 3 or 4 rounds. We constantly see Forsaken trying to initiate something, possibly, you know, alongside A or C, but he keeps getting gunned down.
And by himself as well is a really interesting thing too, because a lot of the successes when you look towards a map like Lotus is combining a lot of your utility for challenges, right? If you're going to the bread and butter, you're looking for utils over towards rubble, right? Where you're getting stuns, you're getting mollies, you're looking for the contest, you're generally getting a Shrouded Step Omen or even a raise to get towards top of rubble. And we've seen that toyed with like once. DRX are kind of given a little bit of free reign over towards his A site. And as I actually say that, this actually looks like Paper Rex are going to do what we're hoping for.
Okay, stack back in. Still 1-4 splits on both ends, but once again, DRX find the opening pick.
And even a little how do you do on towards another member. Ping gone out, position revealed.
Okay, Mind Freak just hovering up towards Mound. You do have something ready with, well, maybe the Rolling Thunder on the other end of B, but not too much at work for information on the ends of PRX. The clone instantly sent out, and that throws something off. Forsaken, though, trying to work around Baby Door, but he gets gunned down as well. 2 players remaining. That's Mind Freak and Jing trying to work along opposite ends of the map.
Yeah. Individually, I mean, if they're able to find another kill or 2 apiece, that would give them the shift to the rounds.
Gunman. And that will be extra information for DRX as well. I mean, this is what they get to do. I think the spike this early on. Mind Freak, though, snuck in towards the back. Instantly alerts 2 players from DRX. A bit of a high-low, and it's too much for him to handle.
Yep.
All that's left is just Jing.
Again, not enough time. You just got to seal the deal on this one, unfortunately, and head for the hills to take the gun in towards the next rounds. We're really seeing that be occurred a lot here for Paper Rex.
Yeah, the second time that he's done this so far in the map. Walking towards Marco's crosshairs as well, though. He's not even going to be able to hold that gun for the next round. Oh,
yeah.
Not great for Paper Rex, Komodo.
No, not at all. And now you're finally going to be forced into a little bit of an eco rounds too, right? Or you force and try and hope for a win here, and you're 8-4 in the half is best effort. I'm looking towards the util again over at this A rubble, and it just feels like they're trying to do the util to command respect, and they're not doing anything on the back of it. You're caught in no man's land, trying to reposition yourself, and Flashback is just getting ahead of it. He's been really sensational for a couple of these opening frags set up as well by Bane's utility, for example, or you're getting Freeing's util in there, the camera and the cages to provide a little bit of forward momentum too. It really is looking good for DRX, and just seeing what weaknesses mid-round and early round in the map itself right now that PRX are exposing.
I hear what you're saying. You know, it really is kind of that show of force to try to keep DRX away, but DRX, recognizing what PaperX are trying to do, they are able to just walk in and disrespect whatever PaperX is trying to set up. And with that, you know, it's often DRX finding that opening pick. So that's a problem that needs to be solved, hence the timeout now being called. Both timeouts being used, being spent in this first half. What do you reckon PaperX are going to try to fix this time?
Well, they have to do it on the back of whatever has just been discussed here, and then what they can find in a switch-up, really, because you're taking the timeout here. You really are playing on the back of, we're winning these next 2 rounds, we're getting the pistol round and maybe a bonus, and then we're back in towards the map. We've done it before, technically already in the series, right? But this feels a little bit different now to the last few maps.
Okay. Different in terms of the rounds as well, a 1-1-3 split instead of 1-4. And maybe safer positions being held this time. So Forsaken alongside Jing. Something into its Baby Door as well.
Now as Paper Rex, you do have control of rubble at the moment, but 9 times out of 10, you can see some good re-clearing with a composition like DRX are playing. You've still got 2 Prowlers as Bane. You've still got a clone if you want to throw that out.
Drone as well, though, and that allows for Forsaken to push out. They're looking to try to find Flashback, possibly, but even with the Aftershock, Flashback, outlaw at hand, he's able to work alongside his teammates. Kills off all the way across the map, even outside C sight. Paper Rex are down in the dirt.
Yep, there's a gap that he can just play around in that pillar position as well, and then he's even got teammates close by to bail him out or trade him out, right? So it really feels like DRX have these contingency plans at the moment, and when you do shift into something, he gets 1, you trade him out, it's 9-2. So timeout, you wish you had it in your back pocket still now.
Last round in the half.
And you really are forced to wonder, right? You start things off on a map like Lotus, you need to get that early space, but when everything that you're trying, everything that you're attempting gets thrown away by DRX, it just can't feel good, you know. Even with a timeout, I just imagine maybe just use the halftime pause to get your heads back screwed on.
Yeah, I mean, you just really need to get one foot in front of the other at the moment because you're not even treading water. You're really drowning, essentially, as Paper X here. You do fashion yourself something of a buy-in towards this last round at the moment, but Freeing finds Jing by himself over at Rubble with no trade. You've got Flashback, just Dimensional Drift to clear all of the C site, and then the team can just plant to their heart's content and set themselves up for a pretty strong post-plant. Though, I will admit, something and Forsaken's ults could actually upset things.
Hopefully, possibly, already starting things off with the Nightfall as well from DRX. Paper X all towards Waterfall. The Rolling Thunder gets collapsed through. Hyunmin, though, still able to find a shot nonetheless, and now swings off the other end of that pillar as well. A second kill, another one from Freeing, and now Flashback from behind on just a Sheriff. DRX will close this first half with a 10-2.
I swear, sometimes, Quack, stuns in this game are very cosmetic because Hyunmin is rolling thundered and he's just finding a waylay, dashing on in and taking off their head. So yeah, really, really heads up from beginning to the end of this round as well. Even from Freeing, right? Opening things up with the kill and then getting a little bit of a backstab from a lurk in through towards the B site here. It feels like Lotus's game plan of Paper X is just on the back of DRX's hand here. They just look at that and they know what's going on.
It's just incredible how Hyunmin is still able to land that shot against Forsaken, no matter. So there it is now, halftime. I really have to wonder, even on round 11, Paper X, that was the one off of Alex's timeout. They had a bit of a set plan. They were trying to pinch on the Flashback. But even with all of those utilities being sent through, maybe it's a bit of execution, maybe it's a bit of marksmanship, but they weren't able to execute that strat to the way that they envisioned it.
Well,
that's just not a good mental spot to be in.
It's also all of the consecutive rounds that DRX did have, they were rounds where there were different game plans a lot of the time from Paper X as well. So they're figuring out in these rounds what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, and just adjusting things within the midst of the round. Even when they lose an opening kill, they're just adjusting quite nicely. And again, you got to remember, pistol round is the round that Paper X found. So it wasn't even that they got the 2 rounds as gun rounds, right? They were in a weaker sort of state too.
Yeah, that's just really, really tough. DRX being able to read Paper X to a T, like you mentioned, with the strengths and the weaknesses, they know how to work against this composition. That's just a tough spot, but you really got to pull yourself back into this game, especially after this little halftime break. Yep. Can Paper X bring us to an even scoreline, or will DRX close it out quick?
Yeah, well, you got to remember, it all starts in a pistol round, and it can certainly steam from there. But will it?
Will it? For now, we can say for sure at least DRX playing somewhat default. The smokes outside of A and Paper X instantly into C. Forsaken trying to throw off some crosshairs with that refract and the dash as well. And it allows for Divide to actually sneak on through. Forsaken double backing in off of that little smoke. And that's 3 kills already for Paper X.
Yeah, nicely done to open up this C side as well. And I feel a little bit hard done by for the DRX members there because they're just on the ledges and it moves them up just ever so slightly and they have to readjust their aim and they're not able to in the middle of the fight. But this is looking to be a sensational pistol to come out from Paper X. It's going to be flawless at the end of it for them as well. So, I mean, you're talking about, as mundane as it is, how to get back into a map. The pistol round is what you need.
It really is. I mean, mundane or not, that is the very situation that we have in our hands, especially for all the Paper X fans out there. And we know for sure that there are quite the number of Paper X fans as well. 60-40 were the predicted odds earlier on, as mentioned on the desk. But still, DRX, they are very close to map and series point. Starting things off now, Paint Shells looking to control Rubble.
And this is what I'm talking about, util combos to come on through as well, but what affords you a difference is Waylay being able to get in front of it, and then when you do get a little bit overwhelmed, you can refract out. Meanwhile, the rest of your team, they get in front of this utility because it expires as well, and they can just start to scale up and play to the better weaponry here, Quack.
Yeah, a bit of positions being spotted out as well, thanks to the earlier utility being dropped, but what? Oh my goodness, the classics! They're still finding the shots! Paper X at least getting to stabilize with rifles of their own, marking the back as well. That almost got out of hand, Komodo.
Yeah, sometimes you got to wonder, are PRX giving DRX a bit of a way in, a bit of an option here, but no. It was, one of those times where you go for a little bit of the stack and you just have to contend with the utility and the shenanigans that do bring you a foot there. So well done from Paper X. They do not drop the secondary round unlike the first half, despite the Classics getting the damage in this one. And now you'll shift in towards a round where it's bonus variety, right? But again, you kind of got to win this one as Paper Rex. So what differences are you actually looking to do? What are you looking to play on towards the strengths of? And it's got to be Forsaken to get dirty in towards these fights again. Playing on towards a shotgun here, missing the first shot though. Can't refract out, unfortunately.
And that's what it is. Paper X, with the style in which they're playing, a lot of it relies on the entries, and when it looks a little bit shaky like that, you just gotta imagine something psychological. Nonetheless though, with that chaos being ensued, they do get the B site, they do get the spike down, and with that, Mindfreak watching the back as well.
Can be a little bit claustrophobic staying in the B site though, so for Paper X, they want to have a little bit of a peek in towards C-Link here.
Okay, they might be able to find that stack up towards freeing. Mindfreak, as I mentioned, has control over pillars, and with that as well, a possible angle into the spike. He does have
missed Molly.
A bit of, yeah. I was gonna say the poison cloud, but still, at least the salvos come back in from Jing, or from Devi at least. But still, that DRX continues to flat forward. Ooh, just trying to keep him at bay. Something low HP, but has to land the headshot. Freeing, crouches underneath the crosshairs and gets the job done. That's gonna be the defuse. DRX up to 11.
Yeah, good work on at least getting it defused halfway when you see that snake spike come on in and it misses its mark a little bit. I start to get a little bit worried, but Devi sending in the salvos brings a little bit of time. Unfortunate at the end there for Paper X, because the game plan actually, despite losing the first kill, it goes nicely, right? They got the space in towards the B, they get the plant, they take a little bit more forward space. The Haunt though, again, Bane, I keep saying, his utility has been so impactful with that Haunt and with the Prowlers as well in this map so far. There have been some really great for openings and for closings here.
Just utterly effective, especially with how the entire team has been playing it even as well. Now the 1-4 split for DRX, just a bit of rubble control, quick back through the doors into the B site, Prowler into its pillars as well, and they do retrieve the information that they need against Paper X.
Even though DRX as well here, Quack, win the previous rounds, not afforded enough to go in with a full buy. So it's the Hyunmin show potentially here, getting a showstopper online. You can shuffle weaponry up as well and maybe steal away a gun from Paper X if they do decide to end things here in this B site.
Okay, fault line in along with light speed dashes, and it just baits that showstopper out from Hyunmin. So
nice.
It's not going to be able to fire that off into anything effective, possibly. And that's the effectiveness of the Waylay. Still though, does it open a door up for Paper X into a site?
Information on the little shoulder spot. Got to call for your teammates to start to get some rotations over, because these pistols, I mean, you need to be in close proximity with crossfires to do damage.
Oh, and with that, the flash and the execute now falling through. Forsaken though, off alongside the smokes, he's able to find 3, but Hyunmin finds his own as well. The Phantom picked up, and that's going to be Mindfreak and Devi to stabilize for Paper Rex, bringing the score up to an even 5.
Yeah, keeping DRX off of map point and series point for the opening of stage 1 here as well. So if you can continue to go in with that, you're kind of ripe and ready for some good damage in this next round especially, right, Quack? You've got the Armageddon online, you've got the Convergent Pass as well. These are going to be good laneable items to get in towards the site or to hold off a potential retake. But it really does begin at the very beginning of a round as well. These early controls that we're starting to see attempted over at Rubble. And it's looking like DRX want to do the exact same thing. So for some pressure now over towards Flashback, it's a bit too much too. Recognizing the drone would leave him isolated. Unfortunately for freeing first casualty. So this is going to be Paper X getting him towards this C site.
For the first time in a long while, but very welcome one indeed. So possibly Spike planted now. Meanwhile, for DRX to reclaim a bit more space, they do have to watch out for B though, because something is lurking in the shadows.
Now you might see these ultimates used if there's a retake starting to look a bit successful for DRX. A kill quickly might have been good for them, but just denied for now. And that might actually be it. Yeah, you can't get back in towards this one, unfortunately, with the time and recognizing all of the bodies here. If you were able to bait out an Armageddon or a Convergent Pass, I think you'd be quite happy with the turnout, even if you lose the round. But the fact that PRX are kind of finding one kill and the space in towards it, and that's all to get this 6th round, you'd be a little bit worried for DRX if these are the sort of turnouts for the next couple.
It's little with a capital L though, Komodo.
Correct, yeah. Just a little slightly.
I know. Even then, you know, as long as DRX gets to build up towards some ultimates, they can be looking at a very effective.
Yeah, there could definitely just be one explosive round to come out from DRX, and if you're a Paper X where you're losing a couple of members in the next couple of rounds here and there, and you're not managing your economy nicely, it could get the 12th and then the 13th map is done. So you're going to try and call this a little bit early as DRX here. You've saved 4 weapons as well, right? You lose one member, you call it. All right, we're going for a timeout. We're going to stop any momentum to start to be built up by Paper X.
As well as to keep the guys locked in. DRX needing to stay focused all the way towards the end of the map. It is one away from that series point. But at the same time, you know, if they start to lose focus, that's where Paper X gets to build it back up. And as we have seen, that previous round was instantly done when Fring fell outside of C. So tiny things like that.
Yeah, it's quite the important one here as well. So it's good to see that there's you know, a lot of engagement in these cameras at the moment too. As I say that, it switches to what's looking like a little bit of silence.
Well, that's not true, you know.
Yeah.
The camera's a little bit clipped. We can't see Termi, you know, wagging his tongue a little bit. So a little bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, you can definitely bet there is quite a bit of coach intervention. And we're just wondering what the changeup is going to be. Still very much is a little setup with Fring controlling the C site. I mean, that's what the Cypher does. As well as A and B, though.
Yeah, maybe you're looking to go back towards some Viper fundamentals for Paper X in a round such as this as well, and up and down in that wall over towards A. You're not seeing anything too forward from DRX there, but speaking of forward, Paper X straight up through pillars in towards the front of B, so they've got some options to go for a bit of a C split if they want to quite nicely. They can always pivot back towards A if they want because of the lurk that'll come in from Mindfreak, but you're ulting in towards this C side at the moment, spotting some information if you can. Oh, Refract's timing is actually out, so Forsaken is stuck here, has to hold it through as Hyunmin falls.
Yeah, he did throw out the stun, does find Fring, and there it is, into the B side as well, as the ult does its job of throwing a wrench in the plans of how DRX wanted to operate across the round. It's just Mako now. Spots out towards the back though, and that's Forsaken gone. Smoke back in. He goes onto a bit of a tap. Plays around the edge. The snake bite not quite burning at his feet.
Yeah.
Goes for the reload though, and that's the second ultimate being baited out from Paper X. Mako, I think he's done his job. Whether or not he wins the round, he's gotten effective utility away from Paper X.
Oh,
now just looking for a possible kill or two. And there it is, the first one. Salvo off, and he walks right into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of stalling power to come out from Paper X with those 2 members in Devi and Mindfreak staying alive. Snake's Bite firstly, Armageddon as well to afford time for the salvos, so it becomes really difficult in a situation like that. Forsaken, though, you know, to find a C opener, and it's all a bit of a bait as well to remove the members over at the B site to get a plant in there. You do like that idea that there's still enough cooking for Paper X to make a good meal here.
Certainly very much could be. 4 rounds away from equalizing the score, as well as something back onto the Rolling Thunder. But as I say that, DRX has some ultimates of their own as well. Granted, not the most effective ones.
4 members, though, to take this rubble control at the moment. And Mindfreak, if he does lose his life, that's a Vandal that's going to be pilferable at the moment. So, yeah, they're going to steal that one away, but maybe not, actually, because there's an immediate presence back for Paper X. So, now they have to try and win around out of 4 versus 5 conversion. And if we look towards the previous maps in this series, how many times have they actually managed to do this over on Icebox, Quack?
Yeah, quite a bit, especially with DRX up on 16 first kills. Yeah. That said, though, it is a very different map. Similar composition possibly, but DRX pretty much have a lot of it under control now. Forsaken looks to pull the attention away.
Got it.
Unfortunately, instantly tapped down by Mako. 3 players remaining, Komodo, and they look to flood into the B site. They might get the spike down, but look at Flashback in with the Dimensional Drift, holding on to possibly the clone. He doesn't have any more flashes.
He got all the information on the positions.
And that's exactly what he was looking for with his team. Rolling Thunder from something, though, just kind of luring them into the site, but unfortunately, they don't quite get stunned up by it. And with that, now Devi has to pull something out of the hat. doesn't have utility anymore as well. Just sprays on through, but reloads to be damned. It's going to be freeing, sticking the defuse all the way in. DRX have found series point.
And that's the problem for Paper X now, that they don't have any more breathing room to make mistakes. And that's on the back of such a sensational first half that comes out from DRX. All it takes is these opening kills and then an idea of how to remain, you know, present in this B side at the tail end of this round. That's why I got to give so much credit and recognition to Flashback. Dimensional drift, but not with the intention of popping out and getting a kill. You're spotting all of the information on where your opponents are repositioning to let your teammates fine-tune how they need to get on the defuse, get the remaining kills, and that's exactly what worked wonders for DRX. Now, 5 rounds difference. You do have a bit of a build-up for Paper X to go at another round here, of course, and they are looking to set themselves up for quite the quick C play. Oh, that's a missed Poison Cloud high in the sky.
Okay, quick and fast into the site at least, but look at this site. I mean, Forsaken couldn't see a single thing on his screen. Everything all blocked off. Now something on a bit of lurk, spotted out by Hyunmin as well. The site being reclaimed by DRX as Mako picks up the double. Looks to hold the position outside the door, in with a showstopper as well, and an unsuspecting Devi gets blown up. Final score on the map, 13-7. Final score in the series, 2-1 in favor of DRX.
Yeah, the Pacific Princes from Kickoff here, continuing with some victory, disregarding result overseas in Masters, of course, Quack. But yeah, you want an opening start in stage 1 in this group of A. It's not bad. It takes you 3 maps. We see some interesting comps, I'll say the least, to come on through here. And we see some, you know, resilience to come through from Paper X. I really got to give credit and respect to them trying to rebuild through this 2 months that they had off. Changing roles is always going to be a complicated scenario to try and work your way through. But there's definitely some promise.
Very much so. Working alongside meta compositions. None of these scores, by the way, were 13-0s or 13-1s. They were rather contested, so that's lovely to see at the very least. Hopefully inspiring some fans and more support. But right now, still very much so DRX being able to work alongside their fundamentals, work alongside their coaching staff to bring home the big dub.
Absolutely. So we'll see DRX meet with, you know, the likes of GE, for example, getting a good win here in your endeavor to be top 4 in your group. Also taking away a championship point is going to be quite important for a team that already gained quite the number over in Kickoff.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, that is going to help them challenge the likes of possibly T1, and at the very same time, new roles being swapped on over. I mean, how about that? Like freeing on towards things like the Cypher. So great little support coming out from DRX, and now we shall hear from the very lovely Bella back on the stage.
안녕하세요. 터미 감독님 가시기 전에 한마디만 헤이븐 조합 그 한마디로 뭐 어떻게
헤이븐 조합이요?
네.
글쎄요, 저희가 공격적인 조합을 하고 싶어서 생각을 했고 잘 된 것 같습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 그럼 바로 오늘 인터뷰는 현민 선수 만나보겠습니다. 여기 서주시면 됩니다. 또 뵙네요. Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for the post-match interview. I'm joined by DRX's Hyunmin on their win against PRX. Wow, you turned that Haven 8-win streak around, and then you closed out the deal. And today we met at a pre-show interview, and you said you're gonna have some fun. How does having that fun feel?
I had, I think, more than fun. I think it's even more fun that I won today. And yeah, it was a fun game to play.
오늘 헤이븐에서 이제 좀 역전까지 이렇게 문을 열면서 오늘 프리쇼 인터뷰에서 제가 뭐 PRX 상대로 경기 어떻게 보시냐고 현민 선수한테 물어봤었을 때 현민 선수가 오늘 재밌을 것 같아요 라고 했었는데 오늘 이기니까 더 재밌었고 아주 만족스러운 결과였다고 얘기를 했습니다. 방금 터미 감독님한테도 이제 헤이븐 조합에 대해서 여쭤봤었는데 좀 저희가 보기에도 되게 많이 바뀐 부분들이 있었거든요. 현민 선수가 보셨을 때는 좀 어떤 점들이 이렇게 느껴지셨나요? 좀 부담감이 좀 덜 했을까요?
뭐 일단 제가 원타격에서 투타격이 되니까 부담이 덜 됐던 것 같고 조합이 아무래도 약간 싸움에서 많이 걸어지니까 엄청 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 네.
Before we started the interview, actually right after we started the interview, I asked Termi, can we get a word on your Haven comp? And he said, well, it was a very aggressive comp, and I'm very glad that it actually worked in our favor. I asked Hyunmin what his thoughts were on that, and he said he's satisfied. Yeah, less pressure on him since it's the double entry as well. And although the Icebox didn't go your way, may I ask why it took a little longer for you to close out today? What went wrong, do you think?
I'm not sure. I think we have to watch it back, but I think we just lost our fights. Yeah, that's it.
That's it? Plain
Yeah.
and simple?
Yeah.
네. 한국어로도 한번 대답을 해주실 수 있을까요?
일단 아박에서 졌던 거는 잘 다시 한번 봐야 될 것 같고 일단 그냥 싸움에서 진 것 같아서 네. 그렇게 그냥 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
간단하게 다시
네.
한번 보고 이제 이기면 되죠 뭐.
네.
네. And well, it's so nice to have someone who's bilingual. This is perfect. We saw a lot of few changes, new approaches that DRX has been trying out. Can we get some little spoilers on your waylay incoming?
일단 할 수도 있고 안 할 수도 있다.
어.
그 정도까지만 말할게요.
아니 제가 질문을 영어로 여쭤봤는데 대답은 한국어로 하시면
저도 어떻게 답할지 헷갈려서.
웨이레이 스포를 이제 여쭤봤었는데 말할지 말지 일단 할 수도 말 수도.
네? 그 정도까지.
I asked him about the Waylay spoilers and he said maybe, maybe not. So no spoilers from Hyunmin. Alright, 다음 상대 DFM입니다. Are you gonna have fun again?
Yeah. Just have fun. I love having fun.
It's crazy. 현민 선수 다음에 이제 DFM 경기화에서도 또 재미 한번 본다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 1층에서 DRX 팬미팅 진행될 예정이니까 많이들 찾아주시고요. That's all from us on the stage. Make sure to stop by in the lobby for the DRX meet and greet. And thank you for joining me, Hyunmin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
What an exciting start to the day. 2-1 scoreline. DRX taking it home, finishing it on Lotus. Now this was really interesting. I can see why. Well, we can see why DRX were the champions of Kickoff here in Pacific. And not only are they brought in new ideas and so on.
Yeah, on such a short time frame. Like, both of these teams have definitely changed a lot since we saw them in Kickoff, but DRX in particular, I mean, they must have been really under the pump. Coming off Masters, they've really showed how they can hit another gear. They've put Flashback into a secondary duelist role. I mean, at least on the Yoru, that's something he's had a couple of officials on, whereas the Neon, that was his first official on it. And then putting Freeing more into a Senti role, which is something that I've said has been a comfort role for him in the past, but actually he didn't have as good of a day today on some of the Sentis and things like that. Statistically, he's usually their most consistent player, but some of the other guys on DRX today did more of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, he did have big shoes to fill, and those shoes were his own shoes when he was on Teo. So it's hard to live up to that, but, you know, he did his job, he was solid, and they got the job done today. That's what matters. As you said, very impressive that they managed to change so much, but so dominant in the opening kills.
Again, even in the map they lost, and DRX has just been absolutely dominating in opening kills. And I saw for the series, despite not having a negative KD or anything, Forsaken overall was 8 and 18 in opening duels, -10. So you can talk all you want about the Waylay and things, but I mean, we've even seen plenty of clips of it where the Waylay is just double dashing in and donating a free kill. So, you know, it's a very fine line between creating a massive opening and creating a massive opening against your own team.
And there were a lot of these double dashes from Forsaken where he's doing it alone. It's just, like you said, maybe a faster way to die, unless you can manage to get that kill.
Maybe it needs to just be coordinated a little bit better with the util, especially when you're playing Breach Teo around it, which actually is the first time I saw Waylay played over in VCT CN, which was on Fracture with 2 Breach Teo comps. And I think that's really something where I saw, like, oh, okay, you can really coordinate the ranged utility of a Breach and a Teo. If it's coordinated well with the Waylay, then it can be interesting.
Yeah, I do think that there was definitely some good Waylay ideas here. We don't want to write off Waylay after just one series. I think there's a lot more to the agent than that, but it does get very interesting when we compare it to the other duelists on the other side. DRX playing double duelists, and this is a huge strength of that composition if we see how they're able to just, you get a free win almost every time with this Yoru. It's so strong, gets the site for free, and we see how Hyunmin uses the Raise Hull here as well to close out that round. later down the line. The Yoru and the Raze just present such powerful options compared to Waylay, especially when we're looking at their ultimates. So you don't really farm up on the Waylay in the same way, so it makes every kill on these Yoru or Raze seem more valuable than it necessarily does onto the Waylay.
I mean, the Dimensional Drift is just such an annoying ult to deal with. It can, exactly like you said, give you some freebies of rounds, and at the end of the day, Yoru is a pseudo init.
Yeah, but then we have the counter here, of course, which is the ideas that Waylay is able to bring. So we see the double dash into the insta refract and that kind of thing. So I do think there's a lot more scope for Waylay to end up working.
I mean, this is it, right? There's
yeah, that's
double
so
dash.
nice.
There's no other agent that can do that. I mean, the double dash into a refract, you clear the whole site, you get so much info. If you spot someone, then you basically get that info for free, and you see the rest of PRX going in. In terms of something that we always talk about on this map, I mean, that wasn't actually the clip I was thinking of. I didn't want them to include that one, because that's doing my boy Forsaken dirty with the double dash and just donating his life. That's an example of that. The clip that I was thinking of was when he double dashed up on top of rubble and avoided a lot of util, and we see that actually, you know, a lot of the movement mechanics, whether it's double satchel, Omen TP across, something like that to get out on attack. Waylay is another agent that can do exactly that, but this time with the get out of jail free card, you double dash and you're into, you know, double salvos or maybe a raise nade or something, then you just refract and give. And another deserving MVP for Hyunmin there. He's just insane as a rookie. He had a couple of rougher individual maps over at Masters, especially when they got eliminated, but for the most part, this guy's rock solid.
Yeah, he had a really wonderful map there. And then if we move across to our match MVP, he's going to take it as well, which is very well deserved. I feel like he played a great series the whole way through, and I think he has a lot to look forward to, even though, you know, there's this double duelist idea. No one's coming for his job quite yet. I think he really cemented himself as a fantastic young player in this duelist role. It's great to see him carry that through into stage 1.
Yeah, well deserved. I think this was without a doubt had to be Hyunmin for the match MVP. But Mako there just standing strong. I mean, we've seen, you guys mentioned already, you know, somehow some of the other players on DRX not in their full form, but together as a team, absolutely solid. And Mako, of course, still being King Mako, and just being the solid rock for that team, cleaning up the mess if there are any mistakes making. So yeah, our champions continue forth. They will be facing DFM next, and PaperX are going to face Gen G next week. So that's also going to be another exciting weekend. But right after this, because we have one more match today, we have another very exciting one. It's going to be Talon with their brand new roster and going against Team Secret to see what they've cooked up. So guys, don't go too far away.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby. Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고. Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ain't no off season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season. All season. All season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season.
Ain't no off season, why would I go take a season off? This my boss season, I had to clock in and clock out a lot though. Couldn't just come out on top when I wanted to, I had to sit in the heat like a pop roast. Produce a beat and made a couple knots, they taking a shortcut, I'm taking shots. Can't go pull on no slot, I'm trying to pull off a miracle. DJ scratch it for me, he could've been scratching the cereal. I can't just listen to everybody, some of that stuff be ethereal. Never was the man of the hour, I don't do this for show. Arsenio fiending, all my partners, they been fiending. Where I'm going, I can't leave overachieving. What is that? Got them projects on my back, I can't go back to who I was. Gotta score on 4th and 1. As long as I look back and see the folk I love, I can't be done. Mama told me everybody ain't my homie. I grew up in harsh conditions, I can't let it slow me. I need get back, pay back and back in, I really owe me. Never was in the show and tell, you gotta show me.
Ain't no off season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season. All season. All season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season.
I'm ballin'. Ain't no days off, I'm going all in. All season, they like Lowry's, they salty. I've been in the gym putting in work, that's why they trust me. Every verse clean, so they reaction like it's musty. Cause every ball stank face, you gon' wanna press rewind. Hold your breath when Derek snap. You don't wanna miss a line, I'm on fire, I got bread, that's burnt toast. Butane and I burn slow. Bossed up my money straight like a that's too easy. Don't compare me unless it's Yeezy or Wheezy. My neck look like Fiji, my people out on TV. I can't stop the wave until they pockets look like seaweed. Hold up, wait. Hustle people hate. Just like plastic surgery, my G, it ain't no saving face. Thought that I was falling off, that shot is just a fadeaway. G.O.D. my saving grace. You don't like my attitude, that's bad for you. We all top like all season.
Ain't no all season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season. All season. All season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season. Ain't no off season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season. All season. All season. Summer, winter, fall, ball all season.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. This is Victoria, joined by Pilski and Big Time. Just finished a very exciting first match of today, but now we have a very exciting match 2. The very first time we are going to be seeing Talon finally, after a long time, a full Thai roster. And they are redefining the power of friendship, as all of these guys have been friends for a really long time, and of course we have Cruz here guiding them as their big brother.
Yeah, he's got so much veteran experience at this point. He's been part of so many different Thai lineups, and I think, you know, we've got some younger players being picked up. I think Thai in particular coming off of the academy team is going to be a player to keep your eye on. Kilua coming off of both Full Sense and Made in Thailand. You know, one of these up and coming players in the Thai scene, and even Primi, like, where he was picked up from out of relative obscurity, it's very clear the direction that Talon is going. They are not going for the known entity Thai players, but really kind of betting on some of the young talent in the Thai scene instead.
Yeah, I really like it. You know, they're trying to build moving forward, and it's great how much synergy all these players have between each other. Friendship is something that is a sort of underrated part of team performance. You know? Yeah, you're saying
That's true.
The long-term success, you gotta love the people
Pilski
around you.
doesn't have friends.
Yeah,
That's why he says that.
No, not really.
That's why our chemistry is so bad on the desk. I just hate him, really. But it's really great to see. I really like that the organization are trusting kind of the players in this to let them lead it. Of course, Primi is at that helm. We can see they're #1 in terms of KD, a real superstar in the making. And it's clear now he has a supporting cast around him that he can trust and he knows very, very well.
Now they will be facing off Team Secret. Team Secret full Filipino squad. We know all of them at this point. This full squad, Wild Oreo was the latest to join. The end of last year. Fantastic addition to this team, along with Coach Meow, of course, from our Ascension team, Boom, also last year. So this has been a very interesting change in terms of the coaching and how things might have changed, perhaps internally instead.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're not seeing big outside changes. We saw a lot of teams make moves after kickoff, and Secret was kind of a team where we could have expected that, but they decided not to. But after a loss, you're not going to change nothing, you know? There's going to be some differences here. It might be roles, it might be play style, different, you know, coaching from last year will have a sort of impact, even if it is slightly delayed and it's going to kick in more after kickoff. So we need to see some reinvention here to get them out of that middle of the table stagnation that they've been in for a little bit now.
Yeah, 9th to 12th is not the result that they would have wanted, but now we're back into kind of this more round-robin format where they're going to get a chance to play everyone. I think, you know, Coach Meow in the content that Chobra was doing alluded to the fact that he felt like he tried to change too much too fast going into kickoff and change a couple of roles, and they've had a little bit more, maybe more time to practice and find what works for them and find how the coach can maybe assist the team here for Team Secret. But it goes without saying, it's an underwhelming start to the year over in kickoff, especially being one of the teams that didn't change coming in from last year. You wanted to see them have really good lead-in time. They didn't participate in as many off-season events. They did very well winning the first map in both of their series in kickoff, but then just got dominated in reverse sweep fashion. So I'm hoping for better things here in stage 1.
Definitely. They've just, like you said, stagnating in that middle of the pack for so long, and they probably want to break through. Talon was also in that position for a while and have finally broken through. And it looks like they're going to hopefully upgrade even more. I don't want to say anything about Ban or Governor, but obviously they made these changes for a reason. A large part were the comms on the team.
Yeah.
Cruz had to do the craziest thing and had to translate in the middle of games whenever there's a timeout. That just eats into precious time when you're playing attack FPS. That's so critical. So with the addition here, we were talking about Killua coming from Myth, absolute firepower there, then joining Full Sense, very consistent across the board. And Thai, Frost has spoken very highly of him during interviews, so I think this might be the complete set.
Yeah, I think for Thai, I mean, I was even talking to Frost about it just before this game, and he said he was picked up from the Academy team because he did very well in scrims, you know, inter-scrims between the Academy team and the main team, as well as a lot of simulations where, you know, maybe you're running a certain strat and someone has to hold down the site. He's able to defend against the Talon main team, and that gives the coaching staff a lot of confidence that he's going to do well. His last 3 games as well in VCL SEA, he was the top performer for Talon Academy, so he's in some good form. He's on a bit of a purple patch. For Killua, a very flexible player coming in from Made in Thailand. He's played a lot of Jet in his career and was kind of a player that came up playing the duelist, but since joining some of the bigger Thai squads in Tier 2, he was actually known to be quite flexible. In fact, I was even looking at some best of 5 series where he's playing 5 different agents across 5 maps and multiple different roles.
Yeah, that's great to see. I mean, I think that is a real success story of the Academy team, you know? It gives Talon a real edge, being able to practice against their own Academy. You can try different things.
Yeah.
It also adds another great path to Tier 1 if you're able to get onto an Academy and you move your way up in exactly the way he's done. It's really great to be able to see that transition from Tier 2 to Tier 1.
And our IGLs, Cruz and Jesse Vash. We know them so well at this point, and I have to say, they've been through the highs and lows of their team. They've been given a lot of crap, frankly speaking, as you know, been inconsistent with their fragging, but there have been so many reasons why. But they have so much experience under their belt, and it's so important how they are going to lead their teams.
These are the defining players of the team in terms of intangible factors. For Cruz, he's still going to have to translate. He's still going to have to be the point of contact between the coaching staff and the rest of the team when it comes to timeouts, when it comes to the overall direction and identity of the team. So we'll see how that goes in terms of, you know, Cruz's responsibility. He did have a big map or 2 as well in Kickoff. Jesse Vash, I remember he aced. I was like, I was thinking like, I'm pushing 30 and I'm not hitting shots like that. So he seems to have still got it from time to time. And I think he was the best performing player for Team Secret, maybe at least statistically, in that last Kickoff.
The oldest and the best performing.
Yeah.
And, you know, he said it. He's posted on his Twitter before that, you know, it's not even about age, it's about consistent practice. And that's the thing that kind of drops off with age over time, is that practice. And as a map ban comes through, Secret is going to be starting with Pearl. I think that is where Jesse Bash had that ace. Maybe
Yeah.
we're going to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, they were really backing themselves with Pearl going into Kickoff as well, so not much has changed there. Fracture for Talon is an interesting one. I mean, Ascent getting taken out as well as Lotus. I think for Pearl and Fracture, both of these teams are picking maps that the other team hasn't really shown or hasn't really played very much, so they're trying to push the other team into uncomfortable territory, and then Haven to be the decider there.
Yeah, for me, I'm quite interested in seeing Team Secret ban Ascent. I remember back in my day when I'm playing against Team Secret, way back when,
I was thinking the same.
They were notorious on Ascent. You know,
Yes.
it was really a map that they really excelled, and you know, the core is still kind of the same. So I was kind of hoping they would pick Ascent. I thought we'd finally get to see it, but no, they ban it out. So I wonder what's different.
And even their Pearl comp is Ascent-esque. It's like almost the same comp that you would like. Look at that. That's an Ascent comp. You just got Omen instead of Astra. They play, and their Abyss comp was the same as like the Ascent comp as well. Like stylistically, that is a map that should fit their team, and that is a map that I remember them being known for. I mean, I tried to dive back into the stats going back through the majority of last year, and I don't really think that I saw the numbers that convinced me of that, but I remember them having that reputation as well.
Now, what I'm also really interested in is because I have to say, when it comes to Southeast Asia, Filipinos, Indonesians, and Thais have the most insane raw firepower. So now that we have a full Filipino squad facing a full Thai squad, it's going to be just so much fun. If you just like really crisp shooting, this is what I'm really looking forward to. Predictions, I can see that we've mostly all gone for Talon. Mika, of course, doing the Filipino pick.
No bias. No bias.
No bias at all. But, I mean, largely, at least for me, they came into 4th place, and that says a lot, whereas Secret hasn't made a lot of changes.
Yeah, we have to go on what we know here. Talon had a good kickoff, and it seems like they've upgraded from their core. Secret, things are staying the same, and it was a poor finish in kickoff. So it's hard to predict Secret, but they've had a lot of time, so I want to see how they're going to change and make it work.
I think this is all what we want to see from both of these teams, and I'm very excited to see the first appearance of Talon and Team Secret for Stage 1.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Talon.
This team, Talon Esports, has been steadily climbing, each change bringing them closer to victory, qualifying for Champions 2024 and securing a top 4 finish twice in Pacific. But meanwhile, on the other side, Team Secret has always had that potential, yet they have yet to take that same leap to break out of the middle of the pack. Is today gonna be the day? It's really hard to say. Talon looks more confident than ever.
They do, and I'm really excited about their new changes. I think a lot of people have been waiting for Talon to have this full Thai identity, I'm really interested to see what the roles are going to be. I mean, they picked up a controller player. That, to me, signals that you're going to see a lot more of Jit Boys in a hard Sentinel role. For Primi, he was playing a little bit of everything. I think you're probably going to see him more on Duelist in this current roster, unless Kalua's going to play a little bit more Duelist like he did when he was on the come-up. So the roles are very interesting to keep an eye on me for Talon, for me.
Yeah, we've got to wait and see. Team Secret, the roles are not going to be a mystery here. I wonder what Jesse Vash is going to play on this map, guys.
Duelist!
Duelist, I hope so.
I think the key thing with both of these teams is they want more out of their time in Pacific. 4th is good for Talon, but it's not on the podium. 9th to 12th, terrible for Secret, for a team and an organization that's been to champions. So their resurgence starts here, map 1 of stage 1.
And despite the predictions, it is not unwinnable for Secret.
Absolutely
Talon
not.
have changed a lot. Secret have changed very little. They're going to go onto a map that they've been backing themselves on, even going back to Kickoff. This is a very winnable series for Secret.
Absolutely. While we are really excited for a full Thai squad right now, 2 of those guys are rookies when it comes to this Pacific stage. Yes, Killua played on this, during SVL, but it's a little bit different when you are playing with the big boys, pretty permanently here in Pacific.
Yep.
So I think this can be the time for Team Secret to really make their mark, to take advantage of, wow, we got someone all the way from Colombia. That's
so
crazy.
far.
That's crazy.
How long is that flight? You know there's an America's League?
I mean, she came to the better one. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, why would you bother going to that one at the end of the day? I agree with you. Not only like being fresh to the stage though, but now you're going onto a fresh map as well. There's going to be a lot for Talon to look into. Pearl is not a map that we've seen too much from them, so Secret may be forcing them into a little bit of uncomfortable territory. For Secret, this is not a map that has gone particularly well for them. A couple of times that they played it, a couple of times that they backed themselves in series, but they really feel like they can make it work this time. So we'll see as well if the composition is going to change up at all. They're really used to, like I said, that kind of Ascent-esque comp, and here it is. There you go. For Talon, though, I'm more so focusing on them. Double init, and once again, we're going to see, like I said, Jit Boys on more of a Senti role, and Primi is on Duelist.
It's great to see Primi back on Duelist. This is something that people have asked for a long time, but Team Secret bringing out that chamber. We've seen it before on Pearl, paired up with Vice, a double Sentinel, as well as you have a lot of these flashes to play around with. This is a very interesting, tricky comp, I would say.
Well, Jesse Vash still remaining solid on that Sova. We're going to go to the very first map of Pearl, and to take it away, we've got Komodo and Quack.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dusk, once again. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? We have the full Thai squad versus the full Filipino squad, but also slight change-ups in the compositions. Any thoughts you might have?
I really like it because you've got the installments where on the side of Talon, we've had a couple of these players play together quite so many years ago. So I think you've already got a little bit of chemistry in these little duos that we can play on towards as well, and some similar roles. I think we're going to highlight Primi on Yoru coming back onto this is going to be really good. But for me, I'm interested to see how Cruz is technically going to be shifting from the breach fade in towards the Tejo here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something to keep our eyes on. I mean, just having that information to work alongside the team, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit more comfortable for him now. Being able to lead the whole, full Thai squad, calming in Thai as well, might be a little bit tricky given the timeouts, but of course he's going to be able to translate things very effectively. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, the Des touched on it. We are all thinking about it. Different coach, they've had some time to retool things, at least internally. How's that all going to play out today? We're seeing the changes in the composition, but is it sound?
Well, I think more importantly as well, what we saw yesterday in the games as well was a little bit of weaknesses for a composition that Team Secret are going to be running, the G2S style, right? So you're going to have some strengths in the mid to late rounds, and that was a weakness yesterday. So if you're looking at Team Secret, I think you got to go into this game with a little bit of that plan, because Pearl, I don't think this is a map that they would have expected Talon to be picking.
At least for now, they'll be looking heads on, heads up in towards B Lake. Nothing too much found just yet, though. And also, Sheerwall being instantly tripped. Just for information, at least for now. Meanwhile, on the other end, Cruz continuing to jiggle back and forth. Nothing found just yet either. It's a lot of control out from Talon out towards this B-long area.
Excuse me, as well as Team Secret that actually picked this one. So there is the game plan for them. So that would further induce what they kind of expect to do, which right now is waltz in towards the ace site, see that no one's home, and your wall isn't tripped. So do you have an idea that they've actually gone in towards main?
Maybe, maybe not. They will be taking the initiative, Komodo, to push all the way into spawn.
A little bit too much, though. Look how far they're going. They really want to clear this one out. The wall will be eventually tripped, and it'll bring them back, but no one on Talon has actually got towards the site yet.
I wouldn't mind this too much, though. If they are able to find Cruz with that many players, that's, you know, you're taking those salvos away. But Cruz now tucks himself neatly into a corner, so he keeps those salvos online. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Talon has to march back in from main. They managed to do just that, but still, in towards Secret and Dugout, there is a bit of contention. Jesse Bash still pretty much alive, at least until Jeremy comes back in to support him, and that's going to be a pistol round being picked up by Team Secret.
Strange one, not gonna lie. No duels really into all the way the A site. You get a full plant, you kind of waltz in towards your opponent's spawn, and then eventually you focus on back. And you got to admit too, the plant is a nice idea for that position, right? You've got a lot of exposure towards that one. It's not like you're planning it for main and then pushing in towards Dugout, in towards Secret, in towards Flowers. So it was a nice little pistol round idea to come out, but it gets a little bit awkward at the end there when Jesse Bash is going for those right clicks with the classic too. So an eventual crossfire in towards your now any eco round. So you'll play towards the depths at the moment. You'll play towards just numbers towards this B side.
Sure, range as well, given the weaponry. So Team Secret working alongside B main. They do spot a player R2, forcing Primi to get Crash back into safety as well. That's a lot of space now that Team Secret can work with, but at the same time, maybe some slight footsteps in towards A main. Still, at the very least, nothing too much from either side.
Yeah, and just in this eco round as well, Kilo are still holding both Prowlers. Generally, you would see them, you know, thrown in towards A main if you are going to challenge over towards that area. Or Haunts and Seas that have already been used. So just in numbers at the moment. Pistols, Quack to find a little bit of damage.
Yeah, at least working together. Team Secret at the same time, I mean, they're the ones, you know, not fully committing to either side. Despite the information that they've gained. So just kind of challenging the pistols, trying to take as much as away as possible.
Yeah, and it's just utilizing the time quite nicely as well to see if there's going to be any shenanigans, let Talon overthink things a little bit potentially, which for right now, I mean, at 3 versus 3, when you've gone into this round with classics, you're starting to feel okay in terms of damage.
Yeah, just a bit. Not too bad. Thai, though, does pick up the Bulldog, and that is a little bit of damage against Jeremy. 3 guns already robbed away. Jesse Vash will clean things up at the end, but you still have to wonder how this, you know, echoes throughout the other rounds on this map.
Yeah, when you're going in towards your gun round now as Talon and your bonus is looking like a Vandal and an Outlaw to be carried on over, how much are you putting behind that, right? Are you getting another rifle? Are you just saying, okay, we lost a little bit too much in that previous round. We'll just play with some pistols and maybe go for a little bit more of a mundane push together as a unit of 5.
That's something to definitely wonder about for the upcoming round, but at least right now, he can celebrate with that little round win. Outlaw, okay, still in the hands of Envy. Potential light shields on the other side, but not quite. Talon are indeed reinforcing everything with heavy shields. A quick default setup all across the map.
Well, Thai has to be really careful here if he oversteps because there's a lot of bodies and he wouldn't have had a bailout strategy, really.
Quick shoulder peek, though, so he's okay for now, and instantly puts up that smoke, the Nebula, to block things off. At the same time, look at this, Primi, all the way up B.
Yeah, getting information across both sides of the map and still having a bit of a spot in towards mid-doors as well.
Just as we mentioned mid-doors, the Prowler coming out from Killua. Bit of an arc row setup as well, but it's going to be Jeremy in with the round 3 dimensional drift to gather further information. Bit of a flash coming out, and he's trying to catch Jit Boys. Clone kind of ignored, but still, damage found. Killua in with the trade just to try to hold a round connector.
Yeah, it's nicely done, but what do you look to do now? You've got 2 players still coming up from the sewers in towards an Arc Crunch, and you do also have Thai playing in the back of Dugout. Some smokes towards the site start to happen, though.
Okay, at least the salvos will get sent through. Ooh, and as soon as the salvo gets sent out, TUG thinks that that's where the tail might be positioned. Lo and behold, it's just going to be Killua watching the angle. So a good kill being picked up, as well as the Prowler just to check closer back towards Art. Talon trying to do their due diligence, but at the same time, Envy has his sights trained in to the site. Still though, okay, Thigh kind of sneaking past, but Jesse Vash has snuck up right behind him as well. Good little flash out, and that's going to be another pick. Team Secret working alongside the numbers now. Talon might have the sight, but a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Swaps on over, but look at Killua! Swings along a swivel, just goes full turret mode for the ace.
What is that? That is a point blank headhunter missing every single shot, and he's not even looking at you. Killua, welcome to VCT Pacific. Welcome to your first round win and an ace.
In on round 3 too, Komodo.
Yeah, where there was a dimensional drift to come on through for all of the information that you would expect in the beginning from the side of Team Secret. Jeremy trying to do what he can. I mean, a great reposition to come through from Jesse Vash as well. I thought Lightning would strike in this round for Team Secret, but no.
Not quite. I was wondering where that chamber was, or if Waldor was going to find it towards the end, but still not quite. And that is just the talented Thai players that we have in this region. You know, all the way throughout FW Esports, maybe Full Sense, made in Thailand, even at times. They're just all so familiar with each other, and they are comfortable on this stage. Still, though, the next run coming up, and that's Team Secret trying to fight their way back in. They have the buys. Right now, at least, not quite the space.
Yeah. Bit of a contest, though, towards B Long at the moment, and Talon really wanted to win this one, and they'll do so successfully. Immediately sending a bit of a rotate mid, quite open at the moment, though. So you are falling back a little bit as Talon. Wouldn't mind them just holding on to a lot of their utility, and even if they want to, they could just switch in towards a retake.
I have to imagine, though, you know, at least for Talon still, the fact that they've all been teammates at one point or another, perhaps except for Cruz, there is quite a bit of comfort, a bit of morale boost on the side as well. Meanwhile, you can see how they're all flowing together, commsing together on the team. They're already reading this push coming out from Team Secret. So even with the spike getting tapped in, the Nightfall instantly sent out. Prowler, just to check. We're looking at a potential peek pretty soon. Bit of a flash, blindside out. The clone, just to check. Throw off the crosshair placement. Waldario at least will redeem himself from the previous round with a double kill, but Permi fires back with an outlaw as well. Off towards Art, and that's Chit Boys taking further position away from Team Secret. Forces 2GE to try to march up. Envy, though, pulls off a bit of a spin of his own and goes into a Beyblade, being able to blaze down his opponents in a moment of glory.
Yeah, you definitely need to see a couple of those Talon members have their head on a swivel, though, and spin around. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really come on out, and you're looking at them give up a lot of space in through towards mid, give up the territory of A to play towards a retake because you have the Nightfall, right? But when you've got the Steel Garden going on through as well, that just buys a lot more time for Team Secret to establish themselves in the site, and then they're layering some more of their own utility to stave off any sort of retake. So nicely done from Team Secret. They'll be met with the eco of Talon right now, and for Wild Oreo, it's very wise to get out the Outlaw as well, specifically on a chamber. You want to see good proficiency from him with the snipers too.
And that's what he has in his hands, the Outlaw at least, just to mark down mid. Sound strategy from Team Secret all throughout, with the way that they're carefully, tactically working across the map. Talon, though, on towards the pistols, trying to get a little bit cheeky outside of A main, but instantly deterred, shall we say, back in towards mid.
Yeah, just all kind of grouping together at the moment through Art, through double doors. See if these pistols can just tap away.
Ooh, it's going to be the Outlaw that taps away instead, Komodo.
Not bad. Not bad. Still going for a bit of a challenge, though.
You know, whenever we get multi-kills like this, I just feel like I turn into the Count from Sesame Street. Nonetheless, it still is going to be Talon backing in towards the A site, looking for further positioning. But with that many kills, or deaths at least, going down towards mid, Team Secret makes the read in towards the B site.
What I see when you're in a round against an eco like this and you've got 3 kills is an ace hunt.
Ooh. Oh.
30 seconds left.
Possibly hunting for some Webbits. We'll see if Talon gives them the chase or not. At the very least, possibly setting up for some exits, maybe.
I wouldn't have thought that you'd like duck hunting season, Quack.
Do I? That feels like cannibalism, hunting my own brethren? I don't know.
Well, just the tail end of this round. No ace going to be achievable for Wild Oreo, but there is some damage at least at the end of this one for Talon. They're going to get you know, some dollar-y dues. There's going to be an ult available in the next round. More importantly, though, I think you'll take away that Team Secret are starting to find a good little numbers on that tally board for the attacking side.
Oh, yes, very much so. Ultimates online, kills being found. It all starts to flow. And you can see that they're not just working alongside the composition, but also trying to work alongside the map and the strats where they're just trying to stay, I guess, disciplined, you know, not really fully committing too early on.
Yeah, well, one of the strengths from this comp that Team Secret are going to be running is just making sure that utility is right to try and set up Yoru, set up Jeremy for a lot of success, and then having the initiative to make sure there's a bit of a backup plan if that goes a little bit haywire.
Okay. But then Sniper being found on the other side as well. So that's Premi on the op. Instantly gate crashes into safety, receiving contact towards B long. On towards A main as well then. Talon continues to spread their wings across the map, covering a lot of it with their wingspan.
Yeah, new recruits getting the job done over towards A. Your second put in a bit of utility as well, just after the fact, to clear out the full position. Prowler gets its job done, you reset with the 2-player advantage, and now you really need to see Team Secret dig deep individually to get back in towards this round, and it's one of these positions where you kind of need to give your opponents in Team Secret the jewels to win, and well, that's exactly what happens. Dai gives them the jewel, he loses it. Now it might be achievable for Team Secret.
Possibly, you know, if you're talking about individual greatness, you would gamble that it's down to these two players, Jeremy as well as Jesse Vash, the Unk, who got almost, well, or practically an ace back from kickoffs. Still in the same spot, he does find that kill. But off of that, thinking that that one kill might have pulled some rotations over, Team Secret head back into the B side where Premi has his crosshairs zeroed in.
Yeah.
Headshot through, but then a crouch peek out from Jeremy to find the headshot right back. Down to Jit Boys, Cruz arriving on scene as well. Can they do it? It is all down to Jeremy. He has to find the frags, and he does find the opener. On to the next, and Armageddon sent through as well, but he gets the spike down just in the nick of time. Dimensional drift away to find Killua. Does figure out where he is. Continues to toy with his positioning. Killua having the ace from before, feeling confident, but now feeling the pressure in towards Halls. Where could they be? Finds the first, and then sidesteps away from the next. He knows exactly where Jesse Vash is. Rookie versus Unk, and Rookie wins this time! Talon, Killua, just greets everyone on the server once again.
Yeah, had to win that one, didn't he? From the starting of the round, when you start to lose your teammates as well in a 5 versus 3 situation where Dai loses his life. I'm looking at what's happening with the creep up from Wild Oreo. There's 30 seconds left on the round and he goes for a dry peek. A little bit ill-advised, you know. I'm also seeing that there is technically a dimensional drift available earlier on if they wanted to quickly use that one in. You've got, you know, sub 30 seconds, yeah, but is that enough time to throw in to try and establish plans and everything? There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas in a round such as this, but I think more importantly, everybody's trying to bring forward a round, but they don't necessarily need to. So reeling it in for a couple of players is what you're going to see in a round such as this. An early challenge from Premi, but not going too far forward.
Oh yeah, just holding up around the doors, but at the same time, straight into Art. Okay, Premi instantly deletes 2GE, but that's the go signal from Team Secret.
And now it's going to be the pause from Talon. They've got the advantage. They don't actually need to push forward and give the fight over to Team Secret.
Hence, Thai just kind of holding out towards Dugout for now. Repositions in towards Secret and spots Jeremy out with a tap. A second tap on towards Envy's skull. And that's going to be Jesse Vash trying to regress back in from main, from stairs. Is it going to be enough though? Not quite. The spike's down in the dirt. Wild Oreo with an up at this range. It's just a little bit too tough. Premi, who already has his crosshairs scoped in, will be the one to find the round for Talon.
Quite readable as far as Talon are concerned as well. When the first pick is found and the Prowler goes out through Art, they start to get overwhelmed in it. So just falling on back, knowing that Team Secret are going to go in towards the A site, and then it's just very sharp gunplay to come out from Dai, getting those 2 kills, everything falling in order for the rest of the team where they are just standing and delivering.
Just happened so much, and it really, you know, brings to question how Team Secret might be feeling in their heads right now, because it's some of these rounds where playing reserve, they actually find success. Then playing aggressive, they kind of start to falter a bit. But as soon as they play even more reserve, that's where Premi gets away with daylight robbery like this. Premi gets the kill, Cruz for the next, Wild Oreo for the trade. A lot of space afforded around the A site, and great reads being pulled out by Talon. Look at the minimap. defies the Jit Boys. He's circling all the way around from behind, and the longer the Team Secret takes, the more space that he gets to cover. Primi back in with the op, and that's the second kill for the guy.
Well, Dimensional Drift, a minute left on the clock, and he's going to throw a little bit of worry towards the side of Team Secret, pinging out both of them. But this is just buying time for that flank that you mentioned here, getting your teammate onto the line. Thai's going to come out from Flowers as well. Actually, oh, wow, this is not what you would expect in this situation. Just down to Jit Boys, guns removed, and they know where he's coming from.
Being able to turn an unwinnable scenario right back, but okay, his own Steel Garden right back against his opponents. They just kind of get out of dodge though.
Yeah.
And that's where you gotta wonder, it's not gonna be enough. Jit Boys needs to kind of triangulate where they might be and look for the isolated duels. Unexposed duels as well, but look at how Envy, quick and fleet-feeted, he's able to find that shot to bring a round up for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 2 that Team Secret are able to convert when the plant, you know, is the kind of priority at that position when you're in towards the A site. Really well done from them, not able to, you know, or rather not fussed by the Dimensional Drift that is coming on out. Because you expect in those positions, right, Primi dancing around the site, calling for his team, where they are, what you need to do, what line you need to hold. Those are the things that you'll instinctively know when those comms come over to you, right? But yeah, really well done from Team Secret to be able to win that one and keep a lead on this attacking side. They'll counter out on towards an eco that rounds here, and you're just trying to, you know, build up a couple more ultimates that you're starting to get towards again.
You kind of like it.
Yeah.
Slowly course correcting. You know, not too aggressive and back in towards mid.
And it is the mid to late round that this composition really needs to kind of find its footing in and showcase its strengths towards.
Whoa. Okay, well, mid to late round or not, at least the opening pick, oh wow, goes the way of Wild Oreo at that range as well. Good little right click, scoped in.
Take flight.
And it forces Talon to rethink, to refill that space around Art as well as mid doors. As that happens, Team Secret back into A. Thai has always been playing that position, and they're looking to challenge him. Expecting to peek out from mid doors as well. Envy finds another.
Great patience from Team Secret, just against the eco, playing in towards the deeper lines. You know that it is the pistols now as well, so you kind of start to shift towards the A site, get all the information as 2G. It's not too difficult of a rounds to kind of play towards for Team Secret on the beginning, or after the beginning.
30 seconds left.
Fairly simple and clean. Talon, though, still just trying to look for any potential pickup. Would be an off point or two for Primi at least, but ooh. A little bit quiet from the fella just for now. Bit of a simple flick from Thai, at least, but still, 2G cleans things up.
Yeah, you want to kind of see Talon fall back onto what was working in the previous roster before Killer and Thai joined, right? There's still a core 3 that you can kind of, it takes a couple of plans out. You know, with the timing between Kickoff and adding these players as well, that you're not going to have too much to kind of reinvent the whole team, right? So you see a couple of roles change for sure, but you're still going to have a lot of these fundamental game plan plays that you have on this defensive side, right? Some mid takes, some A takes, some B long takes and everything. Feels like right now we want to get a little bit of involvement and maybe rest back on something a little bit more tried and tested, right? Because a lot of these rounds at the moment, they're not getting an opening, or they're getting an opening, and then it's Team Secret who are doing a lot better at adjusting in these rounds and slowing it down, letting Talon kind of overcook a little bit.
Certainly. You know, we are seeing how Primi's playing around mid doors a lot, or maybe even a player inside of Art. But at times, they start to get picked off, and as soon as that first player falls, the rest of them start to scramble, and Thai even sometimes getting picked off as well. So I do wonder if it's going to be some of these early game nerves. Frost, alongside Jovi, with a quick intervention back in just to keep their heads on their shoulders.
Yeah.
See if that's going to be enough.
And for me as well, like when I saw this veto, I was a little bit concerned for Talon because we haven't seen too much Pearl from them, and what we have, you know, a 13-1 loss, right, in previous rosters. So I think you do start to have a little bit of, you know, rep concern of them. Have they been really practicing this, or have they been more going towards the other maps in the pool?
Do wonder. They did leave it open though, so you gotta imagine maybe they do have something. And this comp at least alludes you to thinking that this is a very deliberate setup right now, especially with the coach timeout being called, the adjustments being sent over onto extreme ends of the map, especially with the outlaw as well. Okay, just to try to deter Team Secret from heading down B any further.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what 2G is going to be able to do. You know, Astra's autonomy now actually spotted on out, so maybe you look to get overwhelmed a little bit, but you definitely have to get out of there. I was trying to say I want to see what timing you can try and find to get on up, but now he's just going to keep the Talon members interested that there might be something tailing towards the B side.
Especially with that smoke, I was thinking he might recall the star, but actually just puts it all the way up. So those two players, you know, Primi alongside Jitboys, will have to stay tucked in on B. Meanwhile, Team Secret still looking to explore the map, especially towards mid, but they do want to watch out for some of the Vi's utility, for example. They've encountered it before. But wow.
30 seconds to go, and this is going to be the go time for everybody to dump a lot of these ultimates in towards the A side. But all the spikes have been planted by Mike out. It's 4 so far.
And it's just everything dumped into this A site. The Hunter's Fury, though, does do its job, and at the same time for Envy to find a bit of a frag. With that, a lot of space on the other end of the Cosmic Divide, though. Talon looks to set themselves up. The spike will get planted, but can Team Secret stabilize? That is the question. Bit of an op. Cruise with possible utility coming online as well. Jitboys just trying to get ahead, but instantly gunned down. Gotta imagine where some of the Team Secret players could be playing as well, so just setting up for some of it, but on the timing, Envy with the peaks, a quad kill being picked up alongside Jesse Vash with a sudden peek out.
It would have been the ace, but it was the clone that he ended up shooting in that one, and I actually thought that there was an immediate counter ult to come on through, but there was only 3 in towards the mix. Yeah, more importantly, the Nightfall I thought would have been a little bit more valuable towards the site instead of towards Art. Didn't really feel like that worried Team Secret too much when that comes in, able to bring out their own Cosmic Divide. You got a Hunter's Fury in towards the mix as well, but importantly, it wasn't a lot of those ults and abilities getting it all done. Envy, a lot of the kills to come on through. He's kind of tearing things up at the moment.
Right. They also just got them into sight, but Envy is the one who has been finding the frags. Always a sharpshooter, whichever role he's playing on. Sometimes the Sentinel, sometimes the Initiator. He's always one of the best players that we have here in Pacific. Nonetheless, though, as the next round heads on up, we are nearing this end of the first half, and still Talon continue to swap their positions around, you know, trying to control mid a little bit further. But Team Secret, they're just avoiding it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about some space management at the moment, you're going to get some value from the ultimate orb over towards the A site. You're going to keep the members there a little bit interested and head on a swivel to make sure that there's no just blowout in towards the site. The Steel Garden for Envy can be quite powerful if they're afforded a lot of time and position gather an ability. You know, if Talon are spotted in towards mid doors or spotted over peeking in towards Art was going to be my second one as Primi just does that. It makes it quite difficult for Talon to get a good read at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. Read or no read, they just haven't been having a good time, especially in the early phases of the round. And with that now, a full B site hit coming through. Armageddon to deter it though.
Oh, Envy, is he actually stuck here? Yes, he is, unfortunately. And 2GE down for the count as well. Good little individual brilliance from Cruz. Tejo just providing the destruction, and with 20 seconds to go, you're going to have to bully your way into this as Team Secret.
That's exactly what they're looking to do. Throw their heads in for bits of swirlies or just to hurl some verbal attacks down in towards Team Secret's way. Still though, you got no utility. Trying to play around it, and that's exactly it. Without the utility, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough, but still Wild Oreo looking to shoot his way out of this range. Swaps over onto the Headhunter and does find the pick. Okay. Trip right underneath just to get some information. Killa goes to stick it halfway and gets up just in time to find the headshot against Wild Oreo. That's a twist and lick for you right there.
No utility, but does not matter for Talon. They'll just have every gun ripe and ready for the kills. I thought maybe for Wild Oreo that was actually going to be doable, right? He's able to awkwardly get the first kill in the 1 versus 2, but dancing in and out of the Cosmic Divide, not able to find Killua at the end. And one of these rounds, again, where you are seeing the time played with a lot by Team Secret. Very slow in how they want to dance and deliver around the map. Getting the A orb, looking for a challenge in mid, pivoting towards the B site, but no space left in time.
Yeah, I have to imagine that a lot of that comes down to Cruz and his IGLing. Very good job, master at work when it comes to reading the map, and that's why you have those util kills going through on his Tejo, but still, it does come down to some of the frags sometimes, Team Secret can definitely bully their way through, and that's what they're looking to do unless Primi can deny some of these opportunities outright. Still, though, he's forced to gatecrash away.
Yeah, you're going to see the force back of B and the tapping of the shear wall as well over towards A. So trying to bait it out. I really like the idea from Envy, however, though. You change it up, you bait them on in, you try and see if you can pick them out when they go for that wall, or if it's an individual lurking and you can try and catch them off guard. Always a fan of that deeper wall. You know, we saw good trap play off that yesterday.
Still, though, at least for now, Talon have managed to deny several alt orbs and whatnot. So at this point, just forces for Team Secret to go in for a bit of a trick play.
Yeah.
Dimensional drift, crashes back into B.
Get him interested over towards the A site, come over towards B where it'll look to be a little bit weaker, though Primi starting things off by finding Wall Warrior. Again, time! Sub 30 seconds!
And with that as well, a bit more pressure in the backs of Talon's minds. 2GE gets to strike while the iron is hot from behind. A huge flank, and that just pulls the attention away for the spike to go down. Team Secret continue to make quick work of the map, and it forces Primi to send his crosshair back and forth, looking for the next flick. Takes down Jesse Vash now, and does soften the side up for the rest of his team. Jeremy tries to keep them away with the flash, but it's not going to be enough. Primi with his own blindside, his own dimensional drift now, and he pushes all of Team Secret further back and away. 2G, try as he might, it's not going to be enough. Jit Boys will find him down, and that brings us to a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, pretty good recovery in a couple of moments from both of these teams as well, right? Some pivotal moments, some swing round abilities to take control of this map, but at the tail end there, those last 2 rounds to come out from the side of Talon, well navigated. I'm thinking to myself, you've got a lot of information in that scenario up through street. You don't need to go for a lot of these peaks. You know that you've got Talon locked in there, but they somehow managed to get back out of there, taking the full challenge, and Primi, operator shots, shorty shots, turning in towards then the human drone to get all the rest of the information. He's ticking like all of the roles essentially there.
It's crazy with how much Primi can provide to this team. You know, whichever role he's playing on, of course we love to see him back on the duelist, but with the op, with different ranges, he's just able to do so much. And again, with the Yoru, it just gives him a little bit more flexibility with how he's able to hang back with the gate crash.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when him and Dai were playing together, right? Dai primarily going on towards the jet, and Primi's like flexing between smokes and sentis, and even, you know, getting out a double duelist there. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we even do get something like that towards this roster a little bit later on, really change it on up. But the fact that, you know, now they're finding, you know, some teething issues. This is, you know, it's a new idea. It's a new identity for Talon here. So you're going to have to try and figure out what is going to work with this roster. And so far, so good. I mean, it is a very small sample size, don't get me wrong. Like 5 successful rounds and 7 not so successful rounds. But if they're able to now convert the success that they did have on their defensive side over to this attacking side, and they're able to really shut down Team Secret, well, you know, I mean, it'll be map 1, but it's too early to tell.
Yes, it definitely is early. I do wonder how this chamber is going to play out on the defensive side, but, you know, we do have a lovely little Team Secret plant in the audience there. Just encouraging people to buy the bundles. But yes, back into it, and that's going to be Team Secret now on the defense, the sort of double sentinel at play.
And just a single cruise with a drone that gets denied, and his health looking a little bit bleeding. Good shock dart to come on out from Jesse Vash.
Certainly, quite a bit. That's just possibly 1 shot away from dying. Cruz has to, well, keep himself tucked away for now at the very least. So even if he is looking to cross mid, he's going to have to rethink his decisions. His guided salvos are something that's going to be very needed, especially if his team goes to post plant.
Well, the traps are here, and you're going to have to try and respect them at the moment, but a great haunt. You're going to try and extend and overwhelm him. That gets squandered.
Okay. Quick work, Envy. One of the, well, the primary sentinel right now for Team Secret, being able to deny any opportunities from Talon. Still keeps the team kind of tucked in towards this A site.
A quiet repush in towards A. How far is he actually going to get in towards it before he is spotted out? Arcos for nothing.
Smokes and recon gathering abilities as well.
Left.
Jesse Vash at least confirms presence on the site. Talon look for an opportunity. Team Secret with their positioning, though, so far back. At the same time, a bit of a flank coming through from Wild Oreo, but it's not necessarily needed with how Jesse Vash is able to play. But look at Killua! A bit of a skewer as he finds two. Straight on in with a straight line. Envy now trying to get himself out of dugout. Still spotted by Killua.
You've not seen the chamber, Wild Oreo. You've got to expect a flank.
Yeah, at least thinking about it. They're sitting comfortably with that spike down, Komodo. And Killua just continues to play around the positions, and there it is! Flank instantly spotted and found, but a bit of a swing too wild from Cruz, and Wild Oreo with the Headhunter will find the damage that is needed.
And that's better fashion because the damage that Jesse Vash found earlier on with the shock dart as well.
Wow.
Only one shot to finish off Cruz.
You're telling me we've come full circle?
We've come full circle. The man has started off the round that he didn't know he found, and then they finished it off.
That is just kind of poetic, and what a way to start off the pistol round on the second half.
An attempt, though. A good attempt from Talon, getting in the plant. Killua getting a lot of kills in towards the end there. Not able to finalize 2G either, even with the dink through the corner of the wall, though. A little bit unfortunate. For Team Secret, however, they're going to be able to find both pistols in this map, which is just going to further extend a good lead for them.
Wow, but as you say that, a bit of a force coming out from Talon. Still instantly disrespected by Jeremy. A shot found through, and he gate crashes back into safety. Still, though, Talon looking to commit into the site, or at least to force some reactions out. They send that little fake-out clone all the way through in towards stairs, where Envy will be met with a lot of contact. Jitboy's in with the stinger, will be able to find it instead.
But they're going to call away. They're going to peel and see if they can find anybody in through towards connector first. As Jesse Vash is on the drone, he'll spot nothing out towards the A site, and there's a little bit of a overextension from Wild Oreo here that you do actually have to consider that they can path very quietly up through towards street, go towards the B site quickly.
Yeah.
And he's going to be there, but if you are playing towards the numbers here as Team Secret, you are going to be playing in towards a retake here.
Wild Oreo with the Outlaw too, though. So, retake definitely sound, but we'll see if Wild Oreo can at least soften up some of these blows. Not gonna see too much, so just playing for the numbers.
Yeah, you'll eventually get a dart back online for Jesse Vash. That's gonna come in, well, 30 seconds actually, so never mind that one right there. You do need to try and see what these Stingers and what this Spectre can do, because they actually can make this work.
Especially when Primi is watching the back positions, crouches underneath, and that's 2GE deleted away from the roster. Jitboy's now with the Spectre, finding another shot through. Going in for the full tap, though. Jesse Vash gets it down halfway, gets off just in time. Spectre, Bulldog, the shots all found by Team Secret to still stabilize and find the subsequent round win.
Yeah, the plant not going down where you can actually protect it from where you came from in the street, right? You've got a bit of a play from Primi looking for the later lurk out there, and I mean, at some point in that round there, when that plant goes down, it transitions into a really winnable scenario. But when you do disconnect yourselves a little bit too much, it makes it a little bit awkward. You know, you're just looking for damage then, which, to be honest, is not that bad considering that that was only the second round, right? Those are the rounds that you're never generally going to be winning when you drop a pistol.
Similar scenario to what we saw from the start of the map. But as I say that, we are definitely slowly running out of chances for Talon to find a way back into the game.
Yeah.
We'll see if this one can support them, if anything. But given the force spike from before, yeah, it's still going to be stingers for the entire Thai squad. Look at Jeremy once again.
That's really good positioning and knowledge from Jeremy to know that if there's going to be an A play, they're going to have to play respectful for the shear, and you just tuck yourself in towards the mid window.
Ooh, and in with that as well. So Primi able to execute into the side, especially with the blind side, takes down Jesse Vash, but here comes Wild Oreo. And with that, instantly Talon recognizes what they need to do, trying to hold stairs and force Team Secret to get into exposed positions for the retake. Wild Oreo having to hang back now, but look at Jeremy perched up on top, and that's just gonna be enough. A bonus round, well, somewhat being found for Team Secret, even against the Stingers of Talon.
I mean, you throw an asterisk on towards this quote bonus round, right? Because there's over-investments in the previous. You don't come in towards this round with your full rifles. Though, what you do show as Talon at the moment is that you're proficient enough to get a plant on down, but you're just not able to keep it contained and win out the rest of the round. The retakes so far have been quite flawless to come through from Team Secret, and Jeremy has had a really big helping hand in a lot of those.
Absolutely. Starting off with the opening pick, even down to the last few kills that he picks up on the Bulldog. Finding the right positioning, working alongside his team, and right now the kill leader for Team Secret, Envy, finding his value as well on the sheer walls and that. Stealth throw now for Talon though, just to gather a little bit of information outside B-Long.
Yeah, it's got to be respected at the moment as well. One away from a dimensional drift for Primi. You're only saying a bit of spotting out from 2G over towards the A site. And you are covering your bases as well. Pretty standard default to come out from Team Secret here and act accordingly. Again, highlighting that their retakes have been pretty good. So if they need to concede any positions around the map, they can rely on that. Time of the round for the drone, clearing some information. And a bit of a re-clear towards B-Long as well if Wild Oreo wants to keep going for the spot.
But not needed for now, at least. The trademark being tripped around B-Link, so still keeping some investments into the B site. Talon deliberately trying to sneak on through, but they do have to make it over this little sheer wall obstacle.
Yeah, Thorns immediately popped as well. So two members just going to sit pretty in towards that one at the moment, and 2GE is in a bit of a spot of bother. He can get crunched upon.
Okay, still though, keeps himself tucked away inside of that smoke and stays alive. The second one coming up. Peeks at the right time, and ooh, taking down the spike planter. Envy out from the back as well. Flowers being secured, and back into main with the classic. Support from Jeremy, there it is. Down to just high, 4 HP. Spike on the ground and no time at hand. He's gonna have to go in for the full save as Team Secret looks to double up on double digits. It's down to 11 and 5.
Yeah, really well played out from Team Secret as well. The tricky position from 2GE navigated quite nicely for some assistance as well. I think it was Envy that got the Arcros flash out there, providing all the goods for him to collect the kills in towards the site. This time a difference that there is no plant to come on down. So seeing in the replays there, really well done from 2GE. Just very proficient in how to close out a round currently when they know where the round is kind of tailoring towards. When the spike is planted, what positions they need to expose to their opponents. And yeah, this timeout is going to be sorely needed. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't have it earlier on, but you know, you're kind of playing on the back of for Talon. You get the pistol, you get the second round, well, you're not going to need a timeout. You're playing towards your delayed bonus round. That's what that round just was. You lose that, all right, now you need a timeout.
Yeah, do wonder what it's going to be for, though. I mean, it is Jovi, the assistant coach, really making the calls now for Talon. And at the same time, we could see the effects of how the internal restructuring of Team Secret has worked out for them. At least for this map, you know, they bank themselves on it, they follow through on it off kickoffs, and they make it just work to a treat. At the same time, you do have to kind of imagine, you know, a little bit of rivalries between these two teams. I do remember from the previous year where there were some little scuffles, and Talon found that win from back then. And now it's Team Secret leading the charge.
Yeah, back towards an opening round, and we have to verse these guys again?
Yeah. Always trying to break away from the middle of the pack. Talon managed to get a little bit further, but now Team Secret showing a bit more dominance. Wild Oreo back in with the Outlaw, reading the shields on the other end.
Yeah, if you can get away with one hit and you can rendezvous, you have to do that before the drone. So just standard Teho protocol to come out there from Cruz. This time, not going to be met with the shock dart either.
At least a little bit more information. Also, good job with 2GE controlling the opposite end of the map.
He has been seen shoulder peeking like this time and time again. So there's going to be a bit of an element, potentially, if they could spot him and find him as Jit Boys, but not going to be afforded it.
Yeah, I think he's found what he wants. So at least reading for a potential ace split coming out from Talon. Team Secret will look to control these spots. Okay, the fake out does bait out some utility. And that's Talon, possibly with the intervention of Coach Jovi, trying to work along the map now.
Yeah. Our drone, by the way, just used by Jesse Vash over at the B side, seeing nothing towards long. So Primi's just going to start to clear all of the information for Talon. See what he can do here by himself, because he has only spotted out Wild Oreo.
Okay. Well, he's still trying to delete him away, but Wild Oreo just rendezvous into safety. And look at this now. All of Team Secret pretty much arrived on the site. The only thing that is going for Talon is Jit Boys with the long flank.
Oh, that's going to be so long away, though. If he gets one kill, he could technically ult, but at that point in time, you'd expect Team Secret to already start that retake, right?
Yeah, there it is. I think Cruz buying a little bit of time for Jit Boys in with a guided salvo, and here it comes now, trying to bail himself out of the position. He has found his value though. So impact frag, there it is, and Waldar needs to gun his way into the site to reaggress. 2GE will provide that assistance. Meanwhile, the rest of Talon just trying to hold back True from around the pillars. Oh, a swing a little bit too wide from Cruz, and that's the punish. Down
the
to
body
2
block.
left. And the body block is definitely going to help out. Guardian shots fired through, but no kills found. And the defuse stuck to map point for Team Secret.
They are really lucky that that body block worked the way that it needed to, at least to get the defuse on towards half by the time that it does fade away at the end there. Because you think about what stalling capacity that the side of Talon did have, right? You've got the salvos to go in, and you've got the gravity well. They don't really have anything else that they can utilize in that scenario. You know, no C's to pull them off. You know, that's not going to work out at the end there with the only soldier remaining as Killua. So really well done from Team Secret. Flawless run on this defensive side so far.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Waldar has always slipped away from Talon's grasp with that rendezvous, and he even uses it for information. Now, in the final, well, possible final round, Team Secret have swapped out their defensive positions again.
Yeah. It really makes Talon utilize a lot of this early utility to try and just figure something like this out. And they, I mean, Cosmic Divide early before you've actually sniffed out that wall as well.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Cosmic Divide kind of gone into the wind. Jit Boys down into the dust as well.
Yeah.
And that can't feel good. Not at all.
Yeah, you really can't utilize this ultimate at the moment anymore because it's just going to fail and you're going to be stalled out. Yeah, you put in an Armageddon in the back, but you're immediately getting just bodies of Team Secret thrown in towards the site.
And I think I just caught a glimpse of furrowed brows on Primy's face. First time I've seen that. Team Secret on the cusp of victory. Steel Garden barking away at the heels of Talon. They try to reaggress, they try to make do with what they've got up around pillars, but you gotta imagine it's just not gonna be enough as the entire site has been set up into a huge choke point.
Yeah.
Jeremy in for a kill, 2G for the spray alongside the Nebula, and Thai is just trying to dance around it, but look at this, every single player converging into his one position. And that will be that. Final score on the map of Pearl, 13-5 in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, not changing their roster whatsoever coming in towards stage 1 here. They are believing that this 5 stack of players is going to still be able to continue a good run to make it towards playoffs that we generally associate with a team like Team Secret, right? But changing things up a little bit on the role department, coming out with a little bit of a new look. The G2 comp here, you know, DFM were questioning how they were looking on towards it, but for Team Secret, they were able to run away with things on that defensive side because I feel like Talon, they had an idea of how to get the spike plant down, but Team Secret had such a brilliant plan for their retakes, for stalling in the last round, for example, there as well. It feels like that the depth of play that Team Secret actually had on this defensive side, I truly think we didn't see it all.
Yeah, we didn't see enough. It always looked so good. It was a little bit shaky, to be honest, at the start. But once we saw, you know, players like Envy, Wild Oreo, even 2GE starting to wake up, the whole team just seemed to link themselves together, of course, with the information gathering from Jesse Vesh as well, as always, on the Sova. So you gotta imagine just how good they look on a map where they are so prepared on. How's it gonna look for the upcoming ones?
Yeah, Fracture to come around the bend as well. Talon, I'll get the picks right this time. Talon going for that one. So whether or not we're going to see a big change up again from the side of Talon with Killua and Thai being added, we'll have to wait and see for that one. But yeah, if they do lose that second map, I mean, it'll be a 2-0 towards Team Secret, and you know that they're going to be happy with that, man.
Yeah, very much so. At least right now, the macro game being won on the side of Team Secret. We shall see how the prediction game goes for the desk as we toss it back over onto Victoria, Big Time, and Pilsky.
All right. All smiles for the side of Team Secret. Well deserved. Secret is looking composed, in control. I'm liking what I'm seeing. They've taken this G2 comp, yes, but they've made it work seamlessly.
For sure, yeah. It seems like it's gone very well for them. I mean, we saw DFM attempt, you know, adopting the same comp to their team. Did not work for them, did not fit them very well role-wise. For Team Secret, though, comparing them directly with their games on Pearl in Kickoff, I mean, Jeremy, I remember missing a couple of op shots for them when he was on the Jet. they've got Wild Oreo to be that op presence, and he's able to play the Yoru instead. Maybe role-wise, this is something that fits their team a little bit more, and it's something that Coach Meow discussed in the content piece as well, that they're trying to find the right roles for their team. So, look, after 2 Pearls not going so well for them in Kickoff, they've picked it into Talon here, and they've done very, very well for themselves. And Envy, I mean, another stellar game from him. He's always the standout when I watch Team Secret.
Yeah, he had a really fantastic game on that Vice. Really love to see it. We even saw Wild Oreo getting value out of the chamber, which is not always something that's happened on this map in the past, not just for Team Secret, but across the board. So I really liked it. For me, I would describe it as comfortable, quite a stable map from Team Secret, but Talon did not rise to the challenge.
No. Definitely not. Very, very messy game from Talon. A lot of rounds where it seems like there was miscommunication, where the mid to late round really didn't come together for them, you know, or 1 or 2 kind of set plays that they pulled off nicely. But outside of that, you know, Primi hit some nice op shots, had a couple of, you know, decent rounds here and there. I was pretty impressed by Kalua's debut, which we'll see some clips from, and Ty did okay for himself, but Jip Boys and Cruz just didn't really have any impact in this game, and they're the ones that are used to this stage.
Yeah, I think, like, we can see this is a really great set play that Talon had. You know, this is worked out in the server with the Teo stuff, triggered off the Vice wall. This is a lovely trap, but they go on to lose this round.
Yeah, I mean, they do, and also worth mentioning, I mean, Kalua, you're going to see his highlights. This is his debut game here. He clutches a number of rounds for Talon, and they still only come together with 5 rounds overall, Vic.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is not the best showing for Talon to start off with this roster, but a lot of it looked a little bit messy, a little bit disoriented, and I think a large part of just being new on the stage.
Yeah, potentially. So, I mean, I don't really feel like the new players did so poorly. What I will say is we mentioned it as well before they even played Pearl. MVP goes to Envy. Jeremy, I will say, did pretty well. I also agree with you. I think Wild Oreo did decently on the op, and maybe that did free up Jeremy to play a bit more of a rifle-centric role and play the Yoru, for example. So I think Team Secret looking like a very well-rounded, very well-prepared team, a comp that seems to fit them very well. But worth mentioning that they won both of their games convincingly in Kickoff on the first map. Even that Abyss game, their first map of Kickoff, I was like, oh my god, Team Secret has come to play here in Kickoff. And the same thing, this first Stage 1 game is insane. They dominated Talon, but they need to win the series, guys, okay? Yeah. And there's a reason why most of us have more faith in Talon than Secret.
Yeah, show me some composure now, Secret. We've seen you in map 1 before, but get a map 2, get a map 3. That was their map pick as well. Now moving ahead to Fracture, it's Talon's map pick. So what can we expect from this?
Okay, look, I think, yes, all of us here present today have predicted for Talon for obvious reasons. But I do think at this point, looking how Team Secret is feeling, yes, there was a thing that happened in Kickoff, but I think they've surely been working on this and making sure that momentum is correct, making sure that things can carry forward. And Jesse Bash always hitting with his Hunter's Fury, and I think things are just on the right road for Team Secret. Now, I do like that Jit Boys is, you know, he did not frag. He normally does. Like you said, he's very familiar with the stage. He's about, you know, a dozen kills away from his 1,000 kill. So I think we got a lot of things happening here, a lot of experience on the side of Talon. Hopefully they can help, you know, rear the newer guys into control and not just rely on Fumi.
Yeah, for me, they have to settle down into this next game, you know. They didn't look comfortable. They didn't look confident at all in that first game. It felt scrappy. It felt back and forth. And the only time they got rounds really were from big individual plays. So they need to settle in as a team. They need to get the communication clearer. And this screams a lot of nerves and change in a way. When you change so many things, it's hard to be as consistent going across. So they have to settle down into map 2.
So for Talon, I mean, we've seen them play Fracture. They're going to pick it into Team Secret, who have not played it. And that's why I was saying in the previous Kickoff data that we have to look at, these are both of these map picks from Talon and Team Secret, respectively, picking a map that the other team has not really shown too much from. So once again, we're going to force Team Secret to show us something that hasn't been showcased yet. For Talon, we have seen them play this against T1, and they did not win, but they are playing this, you know, pretty much like the meta comp at the moment, with a bit of a different twist in the Senti role. A lot of people play Cypher. Some people have tried a little bit of Vice. Traditionally, you'll get Killjoy on this map, but it's Deadlock. And I think it was Primi who was on the Deadlock before. But I expect in this iteration of Talon, at least, that we're probably going to see more Premium Duelists, I would assume. So I'd imagine there's going to be some kind of role shuffle, or might see a different comp this time from Talon.
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be a change. You know, I'd like... I mean, I don't know if I want to say it or not, but I want Waylay. That's what I've...
Okay.
I think it could work. I think there's some good stuff. You pair it up with Breach Teo, like you said they were doing over in CN, and I definitely think there's scope for it. You don't want to see a Primi Waylay? Because I do.
Yeah?
Well, we kind of did in the show match. He
I
was
want
the
it
better
proper.
Waylay.
I want it
to be
proper,
clear.
official, match, you know, real Waylay.
Okay, well, I don't know. Frost could have been trolling. He likes to do that in his interviews and just kind of throw us all off. But he did say it in the coach's interview during the timeout episode 2, where he was like, look, we're a Thai team. Of course we have to use Waylay. And he was like, look, we got the best ISO in the world on our team. I don't know. He could have been lying and just doing that, but I kind of believe it too. I think this is something that's totally doable for the squad, especially on a map like Fracture.
I think Frost says things with such conviction that you tend to believe him a lot of the time, even if you watch different things in the server. I think he's going to have a lot to say after that Pearl game, to be honest, because we've gone to a full Thai roster to get the communication, to get the chemistry, the power of friendship, like Morgan was saying before, but that looked very disjointed in the mid to late round. There were rounds where it did not even look like Talon was talking to each other some of the time, so I think there's going to be a lot for Frost to kind of whip them into shape on and, you know, try to align as we head into Fracture here.
Definitely, yes. And we did mention friendship. All these team members are longtime friends with each other. And you scoffed at that earlier, Pilsky, but but now I understand. But now
it's the power of competition. You know, you gotta get look at T1. They're screaming at each other.
Yeah,
you know, sometimes when things don't go well, they're ready to punch each other. But then they win Masters. So what's more important, the power of friendship or the power of, I'm not going to say hate, I'm going to say friendly competition and a little bit of flaming when it's necessary, when it's deserved.
It's easy to be friends when you win Masters. Not everyone can win Masters to repair their friendship. Sometimes you've got to actually be nice to each other.
As soon as the broadcast is over, I'm flaming Morgan straight away.
That's true, though. Only that's a real friendship. At least I know that's how you guys do it over in Australia, which is so interesting. But I do think we're going to see interesting comps today. I expect nothing less when it comes to two Southeast Asian teams on a map like Fracture.
Yes, I'm so excited to see it. And look, Team Secret, it's completely unknown. We'll go through them first. Neon is going to be coming out here for Jeremy, but for the most part, it is a pretty stock standard metacomp from Team Secret.
Yeah, Talon, I hit the nail on the head. We see Waylay with the Breach, with the Teo. Yep. I think this is a really, really nice idea in the common. We've seen this trying out in the other regions where you have a lot of space-taking util with the Waylay, who's really fast behind it. You can also run all the traps with the Cypher and Breach, as we would expect from before. A nice new take on the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. The Waylay can not only bait out a lot of the utility from the other team playing Breach Teo, but also take advantage of a lot of that longer range utility from your own squad.
And it is Primi staying on that duelist. It's Primi on the Waylay, so that's definitely exciting to watch. We've all been calling for him to go back on a duelist.
It's Christmas for you, Morgan. You can get everything that you want here.
It's a good day.
Well, you know what's crazy? We still can't predict how this is going to end, if it's going to end here, or if it's going to be a full series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Big Time, and Pilsky. Yeah, it's, I guess it is Christmas in March, but we shall see how this present actually gets unwrapped on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with Big Time, right? Having Waylay come in towards this, because we've seen it in another region, all right, you look to get excited. Who did we see it from, Quack? We saw it from EDG. We saw Kang Kang on Waylay. We saw them lose in a 2-0 series using this to Nova the other day. It was not impactful in the slightest. So maybe we'll see Talon do something better.
I guess it depends. They are playing against a different opponent after all. But yes, you know, compositionally at least, both sides are fairly similar. I mean, even trading drones right now up towards Tree.
Well, for Fracture, Cypher's trips always have to be properly placed. And when you set up for an explosion like this and you see that your opponent's Cypher in Envy is playing a little bit far back and not on the site, well, you can just explode generally in towards it. And that's exactly what Talon are looking to do right now. It's going to be an A-site explosion and even a potential 5 versus 5 retake.
Oh yeah, look at this, instantly on towards the top, being able to break the camera. Spike already planted. Cruz, on the other hand, all the way towards south side spawn. He's sitting comfortably, looking for any potential rotates. The trip is aiding him as well. Oh, but he does get a little bit too curious, and you know what happens to the cat when he gets curious? Unfortunately, he gets slain, and that's going to be Jesse Bash now straight into Sands. A little bit more space afforded for Team Secret to launch this retake. Talon desperately trying to hold on towards A main, and they're actually doing it pretty darn well, especially with Primi on the corner right now. Killa instantly helping out as well with the classics, finding the taps through, a couple of dicks here and there. It's a lovely round for Talon, Komodo.
Yeah, starting off with a pistol as well. They weren't able to accumulate one over on Pearl, so you got to already be happy with that one as well. And it kind of is a little bit, you know, of a readable play. You break the trap wire, you get in towards the site. Yeah, you've got an overzealous peek from Cruz, but the rest of the team just make sure that the trades are all happening. The fact that Thai's able to get a couple in towards Sands as well, and then you do actually have Primi getting the impact there. Just Primi shooting, by the way, not actually using any abilities.
Wow. He really is that good, isn't he? Leading in KD back in from kickoffs. Certainly higher KD than whatever Komodo can get in ranked.
Oi!
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Probably, I'm a support player.
No, well, yeah, I know you love your KO. But that said, it still is the Outlaw in the hand, well, no, the Marshal in the hands of Primi right now as he slowly marches forward. Just trying to gather info is Team Secret, but they're getting denied it as well. While we fix our UI, Primi's just gonna continue to slay every single player down, at least until he gets traded off by Envy. Another Marshal off towards the back, a drop, and it just baits them into the positions that Jit Boys is looking for. Last player tucked inside, 2GE, shoulder spotted. But as the Marshal reloads, bolt action, a second shot found.
All good.
Second round found for Talon, yes.
All good in the end. Some shots to rain on out. Getting closer towards your ultimates as well is always going to be really well placed. The thing I love about Fracture is there's going to be so many ideas that we can see come out for Talon on this attacking side as well. So many single position pushes, so many splits and crunches, and for waylay positions as well, right? The combinations that you're able to come out with, I want to see some really good flashes. I want to see some really good stuns. I want to see Cruz making sure that the salvo's in the right spot as well to provide Primi with the assurance that there's a position that he doesn't need to watch.
Absolutely. You've got the Breach Teo. Use it, especially with the stealth drone, just to do some initial scouting, and that's exactly what they're looking to do on me.
And it's important here as well because this is actually where the Cypher is set up this time. So you've got kill trips potentially even to play off, but actually that's not going to be placed. This is a copy-paste round. This is getting the plant, refracting out, and you're playing post-plant utility spam. This, I'm calling it. I reckon they watched EDG because they've done this.
Yeah, we'll see if it does go to the winner's interview with Talon. But for now, Cruz marking the back this time, takes down Jesse Bash, spots out Jeremy as well, just as the smoke was about to bloom. Off towards the other end, though, Team Secret will still be able to break through in from Arcade, in from Canteen perhaps even. Well, no, actually Canteen is where Team Talon are looking to play around, up around the bottom. But here we go, in with the utility that we're looking for. But yeah, it's kind of gone, taking too long. Waller is stuck it all the way through, and Team Secret picks up the round along with some kills at the end.
If you're going to be actually playing the post plant there, you need to make sure that you actually afford yourself some time and protection on the actual spike itself. You can't all just completely hands off towards the site. The intention is to get the spike plant down in the beginning, but you still sort of need some eyes on it. So the fact that you've got Team Secret aware of the rotations, aware of actually how do we counter this? We'll get the kills on the players that are challenging us, get on the defuse and hold it, because that incendiary, yeah, it lasts for 8 seconds. It has travel time. It needs to get to the spike.
Flying down from the lineup. You know, I reckon Talon were trying to, going through from tunnel, but they met a bit of competition from the other end by, you know, players like Envy. So good job from Team Secret as well as they continue to go in for a bit of a pinch play. Thai, though, being able to fire right back against the push out from A main. But here it comes, a couple of trades, and Waller will find something here and there until Cruz, the leader of Talon, finds some under his belt as well.
Yeah, costing Primi his ult though in the grand scheme of things there, so coming in towards a round later on, he won't have access to that, but you will presumably have access to Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, maybe Cruz is able to get his Armageddon as well. So this is a pretty good start for Talon, even though they do drop the bonus round, they managed to navigate the secondary one after that, right? And, well, they pushed Team Secret onto a bit of an eco.
Oh yeah, quite efficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Team Secret After the eco, you know, it's definitely going to be tough, especially with the Bucky on Jesse Vash. I would imagine it would be on Jeremy, but we'll see how they play this out.
Well, I mean, when you're picking into a map that you've not really played for yourselves in Talon, right? Just that one rep that Pilsky was highlighting to previously, and we haven't seen this for Team Secret since 2023, midway through the year. You know, previous Team Secret roster, actually. Yeah, it is very unknowing on what Team Secret are actually going to be coming out with as well, right? So it's kind of questionable on both sides, and it really does mean that, this is just the eco, by the way, it really does mean that there's a lot of a promise on making sure your mid-rounding and your ideas in this map are built in the map.
True that. And speaking of that, you know, it's going to be a bit of a mid-round play. Jesse Vash trying to greed for a little bit more, but unfortunately does get gunned down. His teammates now trying to go in and collapse even further through. Unfortunately, we'll get hit by a fault line. 2GE getting gunned down. Now Primi off towards the other end with the Outlaw, taking down A main. That's going to be the site open.
Yeah.
How's Envy going to play this?
Well, I wonder if they actually heard the camera pop open as well over there to know that he would be over towards that B site. But, I mean, with this layering utility that we're starting to see out, I'm assuming they didn't 100% know. And again, a Cypher never needs to actually be near their utility, so they're just making sure they're dotting I's, crossing T's at the moment that Envy wouldn't be on the site. And it is just a classic, by the way, so there shouldn't be a world in which Envy's able to do this.
You know, I was gathering that maybe he would have gone through Southside spawn to pick up some weapons anyway, but, and I guess, you know, Ty would be marking those positions as well, so it is tough for Envy nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing for him to kind of jump on down and try to get a tail end kill on this round. Ty and Killua already both have their ultimates. If he does lose his life towards Primi, I mean, you're giving him one orb.
Okay, at least looking for the exits.
Yeah, now he's just going to go up with Spike.
Yeah. Not much else to do. Just trying to time it at least. But nonetheless, a very successful round from Talon.
Yeah, really well done. Besides, you know, losing Cruz and Jitboys to the Eco, to the Bucky, and the Vandal that gets pilfered over. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start for them. Really want to start to see this defensive side from Team Secret work a treat. When you're playing on towards the Cypher on one of these sites, you know, you still need some sort of involvement from the rest of your team. Fracture's not a map that you can kind of just stand still on this defensive side. You generally want to see some contest around what are the 4 choke points around the map.
Very much so. But I do love that, you know, this is the discipline that we're seeing from Talon. You know, it's a bit of an eco round, but they're not just going too chaotically across. I mean, this is a map where things can get a little bit out of hand sometimes.
Yeah.
And Talon are doing, you know, so good, so far so good.
Well, there's respect that they can get out through the tree. If they want to try and get in towards the B site, though, and they do it normally, they're going to have to try and break the tripwire.
Now talk to me about this. I see Jeremy closer towards A main, and no util up around until the stealth drone goes out. It's Talon quick back in towards B. You know, they've done this before. Our Team Secret are expecting this.
Waiting for a bit of a contact play over towards the A side of things, but they're not met with it to explode in towards it. Now they have to go in towards the B site, where we're having counter Rolling Thunders come in, and the Armageddon towards the tower location. So Primi and Thai are going to be able to dodge that one, but there are kills elsewhere.
Yeah, closer towards Arcade. Jesse Vash, though, able to fire back as well. Maybe able to claim tower off of that. But now, Jitboys out from spawn will be able to find something as well. Down to it at the very end. It's just the spike not quite yet planted, but also Team Secret trying to stabilize themselves all towards defender spawn.
And Thai, he's got the orbital strike, so Jeremy, he has to play with all of his years of experience and expect where Thai might be playing from. The relay bolt goes on in, they're trying to overwhelm him, a double stun again. He's taken down. Now it's the priority for time, because Quack, the spike's not planted.
He's got to go in for it. And look at this high-low setup. Oh, almost an opportunity, though, until Jeremy goes in for the bit of a peek. Cruz, a little bit unfortunate at the end, but still a close round nonetheless.
Yeah, had the spike been planted before the Rolling Thunder goes in, or rather while the Rolling Thunder went on in and the Armageddon came on out as well, you know, in the little lull of play that was there, a different story could have been said at the end of that one, but really nicely done from Jeremy and Coda, just double up at the end of that one. Wild Oreo, yeah, loses his life, but you got to be happy, right? Your teammate got the trade. At the end of the day, there's a clutch to come on through from them, and Team Secret, they're not bowing down and really losing control of this map.
Just being able to keep themselves reined in. Now, though, letting those reins loose. It's going to be Jeremy in with the overdrive, going for a bit of a pitch play on towards north side spawn. Jitboys will be able to answer back. But still, Jeremy pretty much so far so good. Meanwhile, on the other end, reading that pinch play, it's going to be Talon looking for the aggression into the B side to get that spike down early on.
The Team Secret wait here for 2G's flank to come on out. I don't think you're really afforded the ability when you've got an Orbital Strike and an Armageddon faced in this round.
So just looking for a potential pick, perhaps? He is smoked off, though, 2GE.
The thing is, Dying Cruz, they can play really deep. They don't have to be anywhere near the site.
Hence, just playing these positions. Kill out from tower as well. Actually, all the kills were kind of picked up all the way from this tower position.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Team Secret to go in for a retake like that when you've got two players that don't need to play into the action, and then the other two that are still alive can just play off each other. They can peek out through tower, they can peek out around the side, they can just deny time, right? They don't have to technically commit for a fight at the end of that one. So really well done for Talon to just quickly adjust in towards these rounds with these key abilities that they do have. They'll steal back the round when they lose one over towards Team Secret, and they'll push them back on towards an eco round.
That is where Talon does get to possibly feel a little bit more comfortable as well. I mean, look at their ultimate cycling through. They haven't needed to use them yet.
Just another scenario where Team Secret are going to try and gather some A main control, and Talon don't care.
It's always been this successful B take thus far, but still, now with the trips, now with the smokes, they are starting to delay things just a bit more.
Yeah, just get a little peek on Jit Boys as well.
Okay.
Sneaking his way out through the drop position. See if there's any idea that he could actually be there.
Oh, wow. Did Cruz just avoid that stealth drone?
They have an idea that Jit Boys was here. He's not going to be able to be answered with, rather, because it's just the pistols.
Oh, they don't know.
It's okay.
A little bit of positioning. Unless Cruz falls to the weapon, but no, okay, so far so good. Those are going to be the kills as well as the positions being secured. And a very successful A take. Cruz even hanging on back for the rotation coming through. A tap found, and all that's left is just Envy.
Flawless round to come on through from Talon. Feels like there's a very big confidence difference from how they're playing around this map as well compared to the first one in Pearl. I reckon that they might have not known that that was actually going to be picked out by Team Secret, given relevant history on that map. But
Fair
hey,
enough.
when you're dealt the hand and you've got to try and act in towards the map, sometimes it does get away from you. We see it in all of those consecutive rounds at the tail end that Team Secret were able to find, right? A lack of reps for a new roster. But this map here feels like there was a game plan that they expected it to not be banned out with the new map pool changing around from Team Secret. And yeah, you know, they've got their own preparations to come in towards this, and so far it feels like Team Secret have either not seen this composition before, because we've only seen EDG play this exact comp, and you know, they're coming up against a Waylay, right? They also haven't seen that, so there's a lot of these different variables that they really do have to consider in the map itself, and now rely upon new Tier 1 coach in Meow to kind of figure things out too here.
Yeah. Lovely to see the timeout being called by Meow, and we'll see how effective it can truly be for Team Secret. But at the very least, right now, you know, we can say for sure it is still pretty lovely to see Primi play onto the Waylay. You know, maybe not too much in terms of, you know, effective utility just yet, but still the way that he's able to dash in the sights to get the spike plant, you have to imagine it does mentally condition Team Secret into trying to defend the B side a little bit further, and that's when, you know, Talon does head over onto the A side as well. You saw that past couple of rounds now. And as we head into the next round, Ultimate's still online for Talon.
And it's another story for Team Secret where they're really fixated on getting this A main control at the moment, and we've really not seen anything from Talon. It's the deja vu scenario. When are they going to be here? They're not here.
Well, not entirely here, but still watching the site. Team Secret at least. Convergent paths, though. Look at the direction that it sent it. Might have connected onto some player or two, but at the very least, Team Secret will be able to stay safe for now.
Early orbital from 2GE as well. It's going to buy some time and a counter to actually come on through. Afford yourself some time to get this spike plant down. Remember, they did have the Armageddon still available as well earlier on to combo out with this orbital strike. So now, Quack, 5 versus 5 retake with Team Secret. Hello, 2 quick ones.
as well as those shots in towards tower. The kill trip being broken might have given them some information as to where some of the Talon players might be. Armageddon being sent through as well, just to buy a little bit more time and space for Talon. And Jitboy snuck through his own cage, right up from behind. He's infiltrated the base. He's looking for further shots, but there it is. A bit of a stun, a bit of a shot front from 2GE, and now it's just down to the post-plant utility from Talon. Incendiaries and shots being sent through from Thigh, and a triple kill to pick up the round. Talon are still very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, big from Thigh in that one as well. Orbital Strike drops to buy a little bit of time to offset the positions of Team Secret. Absolutely got to give a good heads up there for Jitboys as well. The cage, the neural, their free positions, absolutely unexpected. But just at the end here as well, Thigh, that's 3 gun-equipped players that he's just able to dispatch of quite convincingly. So really well done from him. 7-2. You've gained the lead here as Talon. You've once again pushed Team Secret onto an eco. This is going absolutely swimmingly for Talon.
Ooh, very much so. And now into the eco for Team Secret to try to stay tucked away behind sneaky positions.
Yeah, it's a bait play at the moment. Get out the stun, double peek on out, but it's absolutely read by Talon. There's more members in the backline to swing, so they're even potentially reading the possibility of these little strats to come on out. Jeremy, yeah, good for 1 at the end of this one here, Quack, but that's pretty much all she wrote.
Couldn't agree more. Well said, Komodo. Truly appreciate the insight. I mean, everything was just fully read, even down to the final kill. Just Envy. And we do have Jitboy somewhat marking his position. Footsteps heard, and that should be the headshot to the very end. It will be an 8-2. And as we kind of take a look at the entire scoreline as well, yes, Cruz and Jitboys might be further towards the end. They are providing a lot more in terms of assistance with their utility as well.
Yeah, in a map like this as well, you're really wanting them to make sure that their utility is the focal point of their assistance, right? You never want them to be the one finding all of these kills and shining for any sort of entry, right? If they're setting up their utility right, you're getting a spike plant down, you're getting the kills to open, and they're finding their main kill value at the end, right?
Absolutely, and this just works out beautifully for Talon right now, especially with the 3, I should say, newer players at the top of the scoreboard. Right now, though, Jeremy looking to deny any entry opportunities with his own op. Has his sights trained in towards bench. Nothing found so far, though. Talon with the stealth drone have spotted out enough.
Good camera, actually. Gonna spot out some good information for Team Secret, but what can you do on the back of it at the moment? You've got a great rotation towards this A site, and all the utility starting to come on down. Does anyone jump into the trip at the moment? Can you try and find the kill on the back of it? The answer is going to be no, as Jitboys and Cruz start off the party. Look at all the trades at the moment.
And at the same time, that's just going to be Talon looking to get the spike down, but it's been lost. Incendiary instantly deployed by 2GE to keep Talon away. Smokes still at hand. Thigh trying to mark positions with crosshair placement, but ooh, good little flashpoint. Primi for the trade. And he comes back in, goes for the taps. You just can't deny the one-on-one against Primi. Finds the round, finds the 9th for Talon.
Gotta let him know. Gotta let him know that you are here to party at the moment. Back on the role of the duelist, and he's certainly having value here, which, I mean, for our Waylay lovers, sure, we'll give them that. But you got to hit your shots, right? Time. When you're out of your abilities, you've got to hit your shots, and that's exactly what Primi is doing at the moment. It's not just, hey, new flashy agent, let's abilities and let's make it all chaotic. Waylay is definitely an agent that you got to be crispy with, and Primi is certainly showing that.
It's also the support as well. You got to say how he's able to dive in the site, but after his teammates have dumped a little bit more to aid him out. Same thing right now, looking to. Ooh, light path, slightly different treble path this time. In towards Canteen, doesn't spot anything out, refracts back through.
It's all a bait at the moment.
That's right.
They're trying to set it up. They're stalled out by the Sky Smokes at the moment. So if Team Secret actually did what they'd normally been doing and posted Jeremy up on the line here, if he had an operator, for example, this round, maybe a Sheriff or the Bucky, he's got the overdrive to play with, it would have been gorgeous. But all of the utility to start the stall, Rolling Thunder with Armageddon, not going to find any kill value.
Okay.
But they are going to start to get in towards the site.
Yeah, a little bit more time being bought, but look at this, just quick enough, and it's going to be Jitboys to open up the doors. They find Jeremy as well. Overdrive denied. Primi continuing forward. The bait setup works, and it's all being read. Team Secret trying to play alongside it as well with a bit of a flank being set up by 2GE. If he finds his kill, it's going to be Orbital Strike, and that would be lovely. However, you do have the corner being marked. Killua will be able to deny any opportunity for Team Secret. Just Envy left.
Yeah.
And we've seen him in this spot before, Komodo.
I mean, you got no money going into the next round. You're not even afforded. Well, actually, it's the last round and a half, never mind. 10-2. Got to say at the tail end of that one as well, they're just not checking your corners, unfortunately. You know, you got to cut corners if you are Team Secret when you are 10-2 down. A fantastic half to come out from Talon. I just want to highlight it again. The way that they're playing this map, it certainly feels like that they're having a great idea on what they want to do, right? If they came out with the composition before EDG brought it out, then they're recognizing what strengths are in you know, the Breach Taeho and how Waylay can play this map differently towards the likes of what a Raze might do or a Jet might do, or even a Neon that is, you know, coming towards the standard kind of pick on towards this map. For a 10-2 scoreline, you gotta say their game plan is so thorough.
Very much so. I mean, how many times did we see, you know, a bit of a hit into the B side and then a mid-round call over onto A? It was a bait setup in the previous one, but you know, some of the previous rounds as well, they did just that.
And not too many adjustments either from Team Secret that are working for them as well, right? You got a couple of bait setups over towards Arcade. The Operator, I don't even know if it got any value to come out from Jeremy. It felt like they were just dodging it every single time when he's on towards A main. I mean, we never saw an early A main take to come out from Talon. And I don't mind it. It's a very common position that you're going to get a duelist on, or you're going to get a trap play with Breach Taeho, Neon utility.
You would have thought, you know, 3 players down A main, maybe they continue to push on through, but unfortunately that wasn't quite found, especially when players like Cruz were marking their backs. So it's definitely a little bit tough for Team Secret.
Yeah.
But still, the map's not yet over. It is a 10-2 though. It is a 10-2.
Yeah. Well, speaking about 2, Jit Boys nearly able to hit the prestigious ranks of the 1,000 kills in Pacific. So
almost.
If he gets 2 kills, he'll get there.
Come on, Jit
you know,
Boys.
minimum 3 rounds left in this map.
He's going to hit it at one point or another, but for now, we're looking for some rounds for the side of Team Secret, straight into its A main, as well as Dish. A bit of a trade being found, but it does alert Talon as to what Team Secret's intentions are, and Team Secret will fall at the hands of Cruz, as well as Thigh, instantly marking it all down. Shots with the Ghost, haunting down Team Secret as we head on towards what could be map point.
Yeah, potentially so. You generally expect that in towards the second round when you pick up the pistol, especially as clean as this, right? No real credits coming your way as the hacking side of Team Secret.
Wow, that was found inside the smoke.
Expecting them to force up in towards this one to have a shot at getting back in towards this map as well, because now you had the 6 rounds in a row from the tail end of the second half. You've converted that into a 7 with the pistol, finding both pistols on this map, mind you. So you pick the map, you're finding both pistols for both of our teams here so far.
Hey. That's what preparation does for you. For now, we'll see how clean Talon makes this as Team Secret forces up as well. Judge play out for Jit Boys on the top of B Tower, and he's marking everything inside the Cyber Cage. Right underneath, though, there might be a player sneaking on through. Jeremy off the other end, and there it is. 999 kills, and that's the 1,000th for Jit Boys. On the other hand, though, Cruz continuing to hold down True alongside Primi with that Outlaw, denying any potential entry for Team Secret, even with the Force. Envy, though, close range, looks to pick up the weapon, has to reload, and with that reload, Jit Boys might be able to circle closer in. Jump shot in with the Judge, has a couple more pellets through. Primi looking to lock down the angle as well. Kill on towards the other end. Envy just trying to go in for that sneaky strafe shot just to try to steal the kill away, if anything. You got 40 seconds, dude.
Yeah, but he's stuck. That's the problem right now. He's stuck and they're playing a double lineup and he's not going to be able to do anything. Killua for the ending on that one. The force by attempt, not going to work out for Team Secret. Just feels like they really haven't been able to find their footing on this map of Fracture here just yet, from offense to defense. Or the other way around, rather. And yeah, now map point in towards Fracture.
Very much so. 12-2. You gotta imagine, you're just not gonna be able to go into the next round with anything, honestly. You can't really afford too many weapons. So it's definitely gonna be tough against a Talon that's feeling this rejuvenated, especially with Jit Boys up to 1,000 kills all across Pacific.
Oh. Yeah, and Primi just taking that Outlaw from the previous round as well. Envy, dead to rights, down for the count. Little by little, things start to really feel dark at the moment for Team Secret.
Yeah, quite so. Oh, Premi off with the Outlaw as well. Killua down to the final one. And that is quite the scoreline, Komodo. Final score on the map of Fracture, 13-2.
Yeah, 9 rounds in a row to close that one out from Talon. I gotta say, Fracture, a map that we didn't really see from them as a liked map whatsoever. Maybe one to now consider banning against them if you are another team in their group, because if that's the sort of performance that they're coming out, you know, involving the new agent in Waylay, the previous agent in Teho and Breach, they are making this one look quite successful.
Very, very much so. And it has to be said, a lot of it happened out in this first half. You've talked about it before. You know, we start to see Team Secret trying to adjust around it, but to no avail.
Yeah, unfortunately so. But I guess in the grand scheme of things for Team Secret, if they weren't feeling comfortable going in towards Fracture whatsoever, and they're thinking to themselves there, we'll see if we can win it. We've got a bit of a game plan. We've got a bit of something that we can find, and they don't win it. They got map number 1. So it's not like they were, you know, down 2-0 here, didn't really see anything in their last map, right? They've got Haven around the bend in what is essentially now the best of 1 to get the first up.
And what a map to play out for the closeout of this series on. Both teams very, very much comfortable on that one. But we shall see what the agents will be as well. I mean, right now, everything looks pretty comfortable for both sides. Team Secret, of course, having a lot more success on their first map. But for now, it's just Talon being able to fire right back. Very much so with the judges, the Outlaws, and the 1,000 kills for Jit Boys. I mean, I gotta imagine how Big Time must be feeling on that couch as well, especially with the Waylay pick coming out for Talon.
Well, I mean, Big Time is one thing. I'm pretty sure Talon as a team is really happy with their pick of Waylay and how Premi performed on Waylay. That was an absolute dominance, full control of the map. And when you got Premi, even without his utility, he's still Premi.
Yeah, he was amazing. I mean, the Waylay pick worked out very well for them. I didn't... Look, honestly, this map was not the map that came to mind for me when I saw Waylay come out and thought about the map pool. I was thinking like Waylay could be a substitute for Jet, should be put on Jet maps for the most part. So I was thinking Ascent, I was thinking Icebox, which we saw PRX put it on. But really, the more that I watched the interaction with Teo, Breach, and Fracture in particular after initially seeing it in VCT CN, and now seeing Talon do this with it, this really feels like where Waylay shines as an agent, especially fitting into this current meta.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I think a big part of it is when you're dashing in on Jet, you have that cloudburst to keep you safe as cover, right?
But you're
Waylay, yeah, but on Waylay, you don't have anything like that. So we see how, you know, we have some replays that we're going to talk through, but Primi's able to dash into these slightly safer locations and then get out. So it's a very different type of entry, but I think it fits them up well. Clearly, Talon very comfortable with it. And it's so great to see teams pushing the meta, trying new things, and it being so successful. 13-2 is a dominant scoreline.
We're seeing a lot more cohesiveness come from Talon. Perhaps they shook off the first map nerves with their 2 rookies there, and you could see again the power of friendship finally shine through, Pilsky, and you can really see it there. You look super comfortable, and you know, it's just a lot easier when you're winning.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Team Secret, that is the 3rd time in a row, Pacific 2025, that they have lost after initially destroying the other team on the first map. This is what we were talking about in terms of the power of Waylay. Let's see Talon on their bonus round just use the Waylay as a set play. We saw them run this 3 times on their attack. This time, it's actually a double dash into a plant. They used the Waylay as the planter multiple times to try to set themselves up in a post plant. Didn't work out that round, but they did a lot of damage in the bonus and then converted on the first gun round. This is a perfect example of a double dash to clear Canteen into a refract back. Talon knows all that space is clear and then is able to use their Rolling Thunder a little bit more accurately based on where they know the defense is set up.
Yeah, it's really nice use of Waylay. Like we say, going into Canteen as well, it's not an exposed angle. You're going to only have that one fight. So that kind of removes the need for that cloudburst. But you get so much information, stay alive, and you're able to use that brutal more effectively. So really well played to Primi. He is going to be our map MVP. Very well deserved. Keep him on Julius. Keep him on Waylay. Let's go.
17 kills, 5 deaths.
Yeah. That's
it's horrible, isn't it? It's just disgusting. What do you do when he's against you?
I mean, yeah, but the rest of the team played well as well. Like, honestly, Kahlua has played outstandingly both of the maps, playing those in-the-it roles. I think Ty has been pretty good as well. I've been quite happy to see what he's been putting together. So, honestly, the two players that went missing in the last map that did turn up were Jit and Cruz, as far as I'm concerned. And I think as well, the cohesion and the game plan was fantastic this map of Fracture. So, look, both teams picking a map that the other team has not played in this veto, and the other team has shown why they haven't played it so far. Both of them have looked a little bit lost on Pearl and Fracture, being a map that they haven't played. So maybe both of these teams are going to have to spend a little bit more time working on their map pool. For Talon, I'll make the excuse that they've just changed a couple of players. For Team Secret, I'm not sure why they couldn't put it together there on Fracture, to be honest, other than every single series so far. They've dominated the other team on the first map, and then the second map they have just not showed up, and they are very dangerously close to getting reverse swept for the third time in a row here so far in Pacific.
It's a worrying pattern. When it starts to crop up like this again and again, it starts to get in your head a little bit, and you start to think, oh no, can we really not win a map 2? Can we really not win a map 3? So now it's kind of coming alive again. They need to fix themselves mentally and get strong, ready for Haven.
We were talking about the IGLs earlier, Cruz and Jesse Vash, and how important they are to the squad.
Yeah.
They're so much senior in not just age, but experience as well. They are the big brothers, the fathers of these teams, and it is really up to them to keep their mental in check. It's way harder. It's like easier said than done, for sure. But for Team Secret, this is not the trend you want to follow starting the 2025. It's not a great look, especially when you know the potential of this team is so good. We saw it just now on Pearl.
Yeah.
Can they both perform at their highest, everything that they practice in scrims? And I can imagine the way Talon played just now, Frost is like, finally, they're playing like the way that we've been practicing.
Yeah.
And hopefully this is what happens as we go into Haven. Haven is a map that Secret has been good on, great on, in fact, in the past.
Yeah.
And, well, Kickoff, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get a dub on it. They were playing the Jet instead of the Raze. Like, I remember them always playing Raze back in the day, being one of the teams that really was kind of the only one that was playing that Raze as their primary duelist. Only one agent difference between both of these teams, being the Cypher and the Killjoy, so a choice of Sentinel there. For Talon, what I remember about their game is they played T1 when T1 was starting to come into form. And actually, I remember, although they lost like 13-9 or something like that in that game, I thought that was a pretty good game for them, if I remember correctly. Like, I thought that was a winnable game for them. I remember Primi being on the Jet and him doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, but do we think they're going to stick with this? Now, I think Team Secret are going to play something similar to what they always play, because it's, Team Secret. They don't need to get too adventurous. They really understand these meta comps. But Talon, we've just seen them have some success going a little bit off meta, playing with the Waylay. How do you, Pilski, feel like Waylay can fit into Haven?
I actually don't know, to be honest. I don't know if it really fits this map as well, although that Jet has been quite popular on this map. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
Can I make a case? We mentioned ISO. Frost has mentioned ISO in his interview, that he has that same guy who's really good at Waylay is also really good at ISO, and ISO does work on Haven.
I don't know if you'd have it as your primary duelist though. You'd probably want to be running double duelist, but that's something that you could see Kahlua maybe slotting into. He's played almost 100 games of Jet in his career. He has actually played a little bit of ISO as well. I think on Myth I remember seeing him flex into the ISO to kind of change up one of their comps, so maybe that is something that they would go into. Maybe they do want to play like a ISO Yoru. Like, you could see Primi on the Yoru. They could be one of the teams that could flex into that comp, perhaps.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Haven is the map where Secret, they have the Sova. It's like that's locked in for sure.
Yeah.
But with Talon, I can imagine they're going to cook things up a little bit for Haven, try something a little bit new. I would be surprised, I think, if they follow the average meta on this. But whatever it is, so far this entire weekend, I haven't been disappointed in terms of being a little surprised at least once per match.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Teo is low-key replacing Sova a little bit in the meta, like just being a direct replacement for that. But a lot of players that are very iconic with Sova will maybe want to stick to that. I think Jesse Vash will be a good example. I remember Komodo was even saying yesterday, I think it was, that Crystal was playing a Teo, and he's used to seeing him even on a map like Lotus play a Sova instead. So are you going to rely on that just being really, really attached to one agent, or are you going to play the meta?
It's tough. It's tough.
Call.
It depends who you are. It depends who you are as a team. For me, Waylay fits Talon so well because they're so heavily structured. Waylay needs a lot of support to kind of get into the site. It needs a lot of practice, but I think that suits Talon really well, and I think they're best when they're creative. So I want to see them push it out. I don't want to see them get too bog standard in this.
No, I mean, that's a great point, and exactly why Waylay. It looks so different compared to a match that we saw earlier with Forsaken on the Waylay and how Talon is utilizing Waylay instead.
Yeah.
This is really that teamwork the right way when you have a deep strat book, when you're using all that macro. This is the right way to use Waylay.
Yeah, when you use that longer range utility, well, it looks very, very strong. It looks very well structured. Totally agree with you. I think that comes down to Talon's coaching staff. For Talon, though, this is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Primi on the ISO, though, and Killua's going to be the one on the Yoru. So they are playing that T1S comp, you know, that comp that Fnatic did popularize back in the day. And over for Team Secret, there's the answer for you.
Yeah, we see Teo Breach, we see the Neon coming back out. So they are mixing it up, but they're kind of bringing it forward to this new meta. But, you know, like you say, Talon going to this double duelist, I think it also fits them very well. Team Secret, Jesse Vash is not on Sova.
He's not.
This is not a drill.
Crazy. He's on Teo. Also, it's worth mentioning, like, they do have the Neon, but the Astra offers you a lot of interesting walls on Haven that, you know, you don't always play against.
Well, Jesse Vash's Hunter's Fury always strikes true. I wonder if his ult will do the same. I'd be super impressed if so. With that, we are going to go into the last map of today. We're going to send it back to our favorite duck and lizard.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a, what is this, like an amphibian pond? Kind of duck and a lizard. But yes, I think the desk have very good opinions about this upcoming agent composition on both ends.
I mean, I kind of expected this to come out from Talon on this map. I theorized that, you know, we expected Primi to go on towards Duelist. We knew that Killua is valuable to go back towards a Duelist as well. I personally would like to see his Gecko. I think it's fantastic. But regardless, we are quick in towards this one, so not a lot of time to do some pre-show things.
Gecko, speaking of lizards. But still, I mean, right now, just kind of flashing in, trying to get some information or perhaps control over Garage. They do get crashed back out, though, and that's when Jesse Vash sends out the drone. So more information as Team Secret looks to refill that space around Garage.
Yeah, but what are they going to do with it at the moment? You're dodging out the Aftershock. You're getting a little bit of a spot from Jitboys over towards C as well. And then you just call for Talon. Let's go towards A. We've seen a couple of members towards C and B. We expect maybe that there's going to be a Cypher set up here. I mean, we didn't see too far into C itself, but the rotation here from Team Secret already.
Yeah, everything all being red. It's a map that both teams are very comfortable on, so I do expect this coming out from Team Secret. Jesse Vash, the Yunk, starting things off. 2 kills already to his name. Primi, even with the Frenzy, not quite doing enough, and that's going to be just Jitboys now, alone from B, spotted out by 2GE already. So at this point, just trying to fight his way out of this one, but he does have to anticipate where his opponents could be.
There's
no
20 seconds.
way, yeah, not a lot of time. No way you win the round. No way you walk into a link even. You have to watch out the back first, and there he does.
Well, I mean,
close to Alt.
Yeah, you are playing a Cypher. It did get nerfed recently, so it's no longer the 6-point ultimate. So you want to take something away. You're getting 3 ults on the end of that one. I mean, you'll take it when the round is almost, you know, unachievable. But for Team Secret, they got 2 rounds in the last map, Quack. Not the pistol either, mind you. So the fact that they gather that here, not shaken.
Yes, it's something that definitely helps them out a lot. Starting things out on this final map of the series.
Yeah, so it's interesting, this composition that comes out from Team Secret as well, because generally, right, you're seeing an Omen in place of the Astra, and then if you're substituting out the Taeho, it's the Sova, and that's like kind of one of the compositions that is very common. You got a Neon out for a Jet as well, so we're seeing a lot of those changes come through, but we haven't seen this exact 5 comp yet.
Yeah, especially the Astra coming in. It is interesting. We'll see how they continue to play it, but for now, just controlling the map in this fashion, it works pretty darn well, especially when they gather information off of Primi's shield being popped.
Yeah, and this is really quick from Talon as well in towards the C site, where you actually have a change up from Envy. The Cypher utility is over here, but focus on those first 2 kills for a moment as we look to establish a spike.
Yeah, quick enough, and that's the trip's already gone as well, but Jeremy looking to slide back into action. 2 kills, Cruz for the trade. The spike not yet planted. Has to kind of re-clear or secure the site a little bit further before the spike gets planted. So he's calling mid-round to potentially maybe pick up a weapon or 2.
There was timing there. for them to peek on out, but Wild Oreo was watching for them. You can see that Jesse Vash is trying to sleuth towards. Have they gone towards A? But a reposition for them. They're not expecting a wraparound garage. This is not something that was there, but a Stinger, not the gun that you want for a fight like that.
Quick reactions, but yes, a little bit tough. Tough shot for 2GE to hit for sure. Still, though, nonetheless, it's information enough for Team Secret to confirm it. This is where Talon are. While they hang back over onto B, though, an unsuspecting 2GE gets tagged up. Down to just Wild Oreo and Jesse Vash now, and a secondary peek. Cruz just finding the numbers right now. Down to just Jesse Vash, and he tries to spray it down. Cruz might have fallen, but Thai is here to pick it right back up. A round found back against Team Secret.
The fact that Cruz gets tagged by the Stinger in Garage down to 31 HP, they don't finish him off, and then he gets 2 kills almost convincingly with that Stinger. This gun has been buffed, and it should be nerfed, because it shouldn't do this.
I mean, I was really wondering about the mid-round decision from Cruz to keep himself tucked inside a garage window, but it does all kind of work out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 2 versus 3 conversion. More importantly, that's a round where you drop the pistol and you convert the secondary round as well from a quick C play. You pivot around the map and you have to act accordingly. You have to have a good decision-making. And you don't have to do it in English either. You do it in your native language. It's quick.
Oh, yeah. That's always what the Thais would say, Swaimak. But anyway, over on to the next round, it's just down to A Long, and Kilo is able to fight back, especially with long-range weaponry. A lot more armor-piercing rounds as well. Team Secret tried to, play point-blank range with some shotties, but it's not quite working out the way that they wanted it to. So on with a drone, further information being gathered, as well as around C. Talon are just doing their due diligence. They're finding their shots with the Outlaw. Now with the Euro theft as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to hold all 4 weapons in towards the next round, you can kind of understand that as well as turning it to 100% from here. But the immediate rotation to this A side as well is quite the interesting one, not going to lie. There's going to be an early duel, a hunt of these pistols.
Yeah, but a good anticipation coming out from Killua nonetheless. I mean, yes, we might have used the Euro theft. We saw that they were positioned towards C. Hunts that push into A, but because of that, Killua is able to...
I mean, it is the pistols at the end of the day, so, I mean, I would even choose, let's just go and hunt them, right? If we're doing it as numbers, let's just not go for the plant. Let's get the ulti orbs and kill them.
Regardless of what it is, just still a really sound round coming up from Talon, especially with the early push around A lobby. I think that's the one that really cemented it in.
And now we need to see an answer from Team Secret, right? It's going to be this delayed bonus round since they did drop that secondary round. Jit Boys, the Outlaw, is going to have a little bit of potency against a couple of these members with the light shields, or namely just the one in 2GE. But playing on the Astra, he doesn't have to be there ready for the fight, so you can rely on a bit of that autonomy.
Playing further back, especially towards A-Link, does have a bit more vision into B if needed. So you can see why he is playing around that pivot position. Meanwhile, though, for Team Secret, back in the garage.
Yeah, it's a full reclear from them as well, and then you're sending back towards drone to C. So ending towards the Alpha site here, you're going in towards the Cypher traps as well, and you already got that rotation from 2GE. Smoke already.
Barrier being sent through, but yeah, the trip unfortunately still being caught out, so it's enough resistance from Team Secret that Talon has to back off.
And there's no one at the C site at the moment. The quickest rotation that you've got is Jeremy putting on them Nikes and getting over there. And, I mean, Thai is technically going to meet with him if they go for the line, but there's a bit of complacency from Team Secret. If they're not decisive in where they actually want to rotate towards and they peel away from the A site, they could let Talon in, who they themselves a little bit hesitant. It feels like 30 seconds to go, but they will make their eventual decision to go towards A, where 2GE is suppressed and vulnerable.
Yes, cutting and masking noise. 2GE a little bit vulnerable, but still ready to strike back. Look at this, 2 kills, and that's enough value. Thai will be able to find the trade, though, but is it going to be enough to secure the site? The cam does spot him out, and Envy is in a pretty good spot to possibly fire and launch a retake right back. The fault line stunning them up as well. Down to just Thai now, and he kind of gets himself back in towards a safer spot, but still, nonetheless, not quite able to fend off the incoming retake. Team Secret takes one back.
Yeah, 2GE, when he doesn't have any abilities available, right, he's just going to lay it down and shoot with the weapon. You can't fault him for that one there, taking away 2 kills as well, providing enough for the rest of the team to pull back a little bit, go in for a pretty successful retake. So you are happy with that for Team Secret in the grand scheme of things, and also that it is their technical first proper gun round, right? You want to see good strengths, you want to see good plays, and just not any second guessing. You got to go together with the team, which is something that we're kind of missing over on Fracture.
Yeah, definitely learning from that. Right now, the confidence slowly flowing through their veins once more, especially with the way that they're re-clearing a lot of space now.
And we are seeing Talon like to get a little bit of these early stages over towards Garage too, you know, sending in the fake out, for example. So now that we've got a bit of a change up with a Judge here, and Envy as well to assist, it is very cheeky.
Yeah, definitely going for that challenge is going to be tough, but hey, Hunter's Fury will be sent through just to re-clear a bit more of that space. So even though Jesse Vash is on the other end with the Tejo, we do have some lovely Hunter's Fury so far in the server.
And Neural Theft goes out from Envy, however, so that's an opportunity for Jeremy to get a pretty quick flank where they know that they are still going in towards this site. Gorgeous kill trip from Envy, and a second as well.
And further on into Garage, possibly, until Thai denies that possibility. That said, though, we still have that flank, as you mentioned, Komodo. Jesse Vash holding out the exits as well. The only option that had for Talon to go through was to possibly back into C-Link and then somewhere else, but at that point, you're still having to fight your way out.
And technically, Jeremy's flank not even noted, right? So he's going to be able to use that a little bit later on in these rounds as well. Real good holds to come out from Team Secret around Garage, where the trades do come out, but then in towards the site. You want to see your Sentinels lock down a site, and that's what Envy just showcases there. So good faith, good value, good team dynamic there from Team Secret.
Yeah, especially with the way that they're able to control Garage so many times in a row now, especially with these plays, teams, Talon actually needing to find an answer to this.
Yeah, and if you want to go back in towards Garage and for a C-split, you're going in towards 3 members now, though you count the Breach, you count the Neon, you're still sending it.
Wow, and send it they will. An Armageddon being sent as well as Jesse Vash continues to spray even as one player tries to walk his way out of Garage. What a read.
Yeah.
Truly answering Victoria's calls back on the desk there. So still now 2 players left on the side of Talon. What are their options?
Not too much, you would think, in a round such as this one. It's a little half by with the Stingers, so the fact that you did bait out the Armageddon in this one, you're kind of okay with in the expectation that you might not win this one. But spotting on out, seeing what the Stingers can do. Maybe Jit Boys is going to be good at 4-1 on the tail end of this one.
Just going to have to walk around and possibly find more towards that Neural Theft once again, but look at the distancing between some of the Team Secret players. Definitely anticipating how he might work around his Stinger. So there it is, 4-2.
4-2, 4 rounds for Team Secret. That's all they got against RRQ when they were deleted from a Kickoff. So far we're there. I'm expecting with the way that they are playing at the moment, though, for them to get more.
Definitely something that all the fans would love to see. I think I did notice NDG, you know, one of the old Team Secret players at their watch party as well. So that's kind of lovely. A shout out to NDG.
Very nice.
That said, yes, next round coming up. And Team Secret are switching up their positioning a little bit as well, alongside Talon too, who are starting things off with early A presence.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, reposition from Thai. Kind of noted. I was waiting a little bit to see when Killer was going to activate the Dimensional Drift as well. It's something that, you know, you just love to see scout out the whole C site, get a little bit further before you gate crash back, your team can set up a plant, and then you get a great post plant here.
We'll see how great it actually will be, though. It feels as though it was quickly read by Team Secret as well, but look at that. Primi trying to steal one player away in towards the kill contract. Does find the frag as well against Jeremy, and down onto the next. It's Envy who finds another one. 3 to his name, and off towards Talon, just trying to hold down the back of sight. They're being surrounded. Jit Boys needing to watch all over the place, but unfortunately, he's only got 2 sets of eyes, so that's going to be Team Secret being able to retake the site once again.
And again, it's Envy, making sure that there's a couple of kills in that, just really planting his feet and getting them. Wildorio, Jesse Vash getting involved at the end there where required with utility and kills. And it's another successful retake to come out from Team Secret. You know, a lot of the value from this composition that you're expecting to come through from Talon, when you've got these ultimates, the Dimensional Drift, the kill contract as well, you know, you're trying to find information, you're trying to pull someone into the gulag, win that one while the plant goes down, and force your opponents to really utilize that util to get back in towards a retake and make it uncomfortable for the team like Team Secret here. And for Talon, not able to do that. So towards round number 8 here, lots of light shields. You're playing on the back of really no economy. If you drop this one, you go into an eco. You're losing away the half.
It certainly cannot feel too good for their team comms right now. I mean, that was a round where everything was set up for them, but still somehow in the execution of things, it all started to fall apart, especially when Team Secret comes in on the retake, now refilling space towards A. They are still able to reclaim it all.
And that's just an individual peak from Jeremy, catching Jit Boys by himself. No trade value able, and now Jeremy's just going to play in towards Information game. He's got his opening kill, spots out a Sova drone. He doesn't need to overstay his welcome here, and he can call for his team. A minute to go, start to reposition around the A site, or if you want, go for another retake. They've been pretty good. You've got a Cosmic Divide, you got Neural Theft to play on the back of a kill that you get as well, and I mean, if Jeremy wants to, he can even Lightning Fingers and zip around.
Possibly right now, especially with the fault line at hand. He does slide in a bit of a zip, not too much around, but still, nonetheless, a good kill to secure a strong position into possibly another retake. Still though, Killua trying to fight back, but not quite enough as Cruz is kind of separated from his teammate back there. Team Secret doing quick work round after round.
Jeremy opening it and closing it. A bit of a heater around that A site there for sure. I love the mid call from him as well, right? When he goes for the reposition down towards Suras, asks for the fault line, gets the kill, and then just focus on towards the site. And not over peaking as well, just making sure that his teammates are there where they need to. He's not getting too hungry. Sometimes that is the plague for some duelists, that we see them get a little bit too invested in going for those kills, those crosshairs to line them up. But he's in towards this one now. 4K getting up there.
That is definitely the Jeremy that we do want to see more of as well, as previously mentioned in January. But right now, back onto Talon. Pistols, not much found, not much success so far. They've tried a lot of early presence plays. They've tried with bits of red herrings with some ultimates as well. But right now, just back to what's faithful. In towards Garage, looking to launch a bit of some slight C-splits. Nothing found though. Reactions not quite baited out from Team Secret either.
Oh, I do like Team Secret really changing a lot of these trips though as well, just while we've got the eco here. You can see over towards the C site, right? The expectation that Killua is going to be sending in a gate crash towards the back of the C site, and then you potentially get a kill. So yeah, I really like the ideas. You know, there's adjustments from Envy, who's having pretty sensational maps so far.
Yeah, a lot of it being marked. Even not just that, just...
Oh, will they walk into it?
Positioning themselves together. Yeah, there it is. Walks straight into it. Maybe a bit of a shot for Envy. The Rolling Thunder being sent from Wild Oreo as well. But here comes a Hunter's Fury out from Cruz. Does tag down 2!
Yeah.
2GE now has to find the remainder of the frags. Does find Cruz, but look at that. Jit Boys instantly noting his position. Able to walk away with a one tap. Spike down as well, so maybe some alt points. We'll see how it plays out as we head on to round 10.
Yeah, as I'm talking about a trap fire that I think is going to be, you know, some potential good value and everything. You just disregard that. The little Pistola's getting the job done. Some sharp shots to come out from Jit Boys. The Hunter's Fury, very large value to come out from Cruz. And then at the 1 versus 1 at the end there as well, Jit Boys, right? Just a swift one tap to close it down. So you'll be happy as Larry that you get that thrifty through. You get your 3rd round on the board, so you can keep this competitive. You can look to try and tie things up at the half.
Certainly could be effective, but this is then when Jeremy pulls out the op against a thrifty now, and all of a sudden Talon looking to slow things down. It's that fake out into Garage again, Komodo.
Yeah, but it's expected by Team Secret at the moment. You're really only getting value from it if you're having a trap wire there that the fake out's able to find. Yeah, that's that's a headache for Jeremy.
Slight pixel, yeah, definitely. You know, I imagine you'll feel a bit of a headache if a bullet gets put in through your skull. So, still, on towards the other part of the map, it's 2GE.
Cruz caught off guard there. Potential radar looking because his team is on the other side of the map and he's looking for some sort of mid-round comms. Unfortunate, but it does happen. Regardless, his team actually manages to get in towards the site. Wild Oreo a little bit too overzealous. not expecting them to be that far forward. So a 2 versus 4 here, Quack.
Yeah, even with a bit of information found outside of C long, it still is Talon with the numbers able to bully their way into the A site and to kind of secure a lot of these angles and positions very firmly indeed. Team Secret, it's going to be tough for them to break their way through unless you're able to find something, especially off of this heaven position. Paranoia sent through though, and 2G only able to walk away with just one. Does repeat for another, almost possibly finding Thigh, at least until he sprays and packs him full of bullets, and that's going to be Talon finding a route back into it.
He tried. They tried a 2 versus 4, doesn't work out unfortunately. Quite difficult when you consider an Astra with not a lot of stars and a Cypher as well to try and go into something like that. From beginning to end there, a very needed round for Talon, of course, on their attacking side here.
And this is kind of like what Talon sort of needs to do, am I right to say? You know, kind of baiting out things across C, and then especially alongside, you know, Primi on the ice, so being able to push their way through into sites like A.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing double duelist, right? So they want to make things easier for themselves, and if you're catching your opponents off guard when they're pulling out their own utility or they're having lack of utility as well, you know, you'd usually fashion that duelists want to take the duels, they want to take the fights, they want to win the kills.
Especially when it's Primi at the helm of that, so certainly a sound strategy and looking to possibly pull off another iteration of that A push. This time just to fake out, getting away at those trips, blocking off any positions towards heaven as well.
Yeah, it gets both of the trips there as well, so for Envy, he needs to be a little bit more paranoid about getting overwhelmed here.
Yeah, and that's huge value. Envy definitely starting to feel a little bit antsy, but as that happens, yes, we do have Jit Boys back into Garage.
Yeah, and 2GE as well, just walking with Envy, because you can't be reliant upon your own utility anymore, so they want to go for a bit of a peek on in. Though spotting nothing, do they expect players to still be up through towards long and this far ready for the A hit?
At least still in positions. The stars are there to kind of support them as well. Jit Boys, though, not expecting players on the C site. No, sir. And now it's going to be Primi in with a kill contract, pulls a player away. He wins it out in the gulag. Envy's still alive. And yeah, you're absolutely right. He's able to hold down the site because of that. Continues to go for the next swing, and that's the 3rd kill for the guy. Selvas to flush Thigh out of position where, behold, he's able to find the frag against Envy, actually. Thigh now continuing off to the next kills, but now pushed back because of the relay bolt from Jeremy. He's running out of time, and that's going to be the round for Team Secret already. Waldorio, of course, to put that final nail in the coffin. Why not?
If Thigh had a little bit more time and the spike was not in an irretrievable position, you would assume from the shadows to the C site, right? And then you've got time to potentially come out with a clutch, but not going to happen there because Envy dancing around his own utility, some great cages, dropping the spike over towards the long location, and then at the end of it, just great kills to come out from him, right? Multi-frag and upper storm around his own site again. You do love to see that. And then when he falters, the rest of the teams are just coming up as well.
That is sometimes what a team needs, especially a hero play coming out in certain rounds. Off to the next, though. Trying to get a read for how Talon's playing things. And they've started out with early A presence back into C now. A 3-stack for Talon on the A long position.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift to spot out some information, but you've got nothing to get info over on A long. This is one of the problems with this composition if you're not playing your Sova near you as well. Trying to get in though, Primi on the back of that shield is very ambitious to get in towards this site for his team to try and win out this round, and Quack. Now, it might actually happen. 3 versus 2, a lurk to come out.
Oh, and he manages to kind of hold it back. Primi, though, spots out the barrel, and that's going to be the kill found. Cosmic Divide only holds them off for so long until Primi gets a sniff of your scent, snuffing all of them out, and that's going to be the end of the first half, 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at that round, and the way that Talon still win it is Primi going nuclear there, but I'm looking at, you've got no Sova towards A-Long, you've got no Dimensional Drift, no Yoru there, so your kind of information abilities are gone. You're not using Contingency Wall to push yourselves out long, so you are very vulnerable. Like, literally, that's the only remaining ability that you kind of do have to get on through if you're not throwing out, you know, some Cypher cages from Jit Boys there, for example, to try and get on down. So, a bit awkward for them that they do lose that first pick, but all in all, regathering the round, 5-7. It's not bad of a half for him.
Yeah, I mean, Primi did have the regular double tap shield, so that definitely does help with how he's able to push further in, especially alongside some of his teammates, even though the regular recon gathering ones aren't quite there. I think maybe some of the effects from the previous round as well helps him to kind of picture or puzzle everything together out towards the A site. But that is just that for the first half now. It's been pretty successful from Team Secret, at least until Talon managed to claw their way back towards the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, you're considering the 5 rounds in a row that we got from Team Secret, and you're thinking that momentum is starting to be built. You're thinking that, well, they might run away with that first half, but for Talon to at least answer back, right, and retrieve a couple of rounds there, giving themselves options and leeway in towards this second half, because you just think how much space Team Secret did not have on Fracture, right? How much space Talon did not have on map number 1, where we get the tail end of the 6 rounds there on Pearl that Team Secret gets. So you're thinking it's all about this economy of rounds that you need to make sure that you're giving yourselves the most opportunity to win. And for a pistol round right now, I mean, quite important, right, for Team Secret to extend this lead, for Talon to try and equalize before getting in towards that bonus round. And stylistically, these agent lineups are going to play differently in this switch-up.
Yeah, quite so, especially with the double initiator for Team Secret. Right now, though, Talon pushing all the way out from C. They spot Jesse Vash. That's going to be quite deadly.
I'm liking as well that the gate crash is available for Killua back towards the A site now, that he can play spot out with the Cruz and then get out of dodge as well. They've already found an opening pick. They're switching in towards a double lurk now, though Envy's lurk a little bit better. Primi gone.
Okay. Does kind of call in for a bit of a mid-round play, possibly back into B. Jeremy being able to hold out towards A lobby, finds another one as well, but unbeknownst to them, Jitboys has completed his push all the way through and finds more outside of A lobby. The spike's been dropped. Killua pushing on the offensive right now. Envy trying to hang back, trying to find some isolated angles. Alongside the Cyber Cage, though, that one's out from Jitboys, so trying to see if anyone's on the other side of that thing. Trying to bait their reactions away, especially with the camera being tripped as well, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough of a range for him. It's Thigh with a classic right click to end the round.
Yeah, Envy able to find the gap in mid, right, to find Primi there, but I gotta say, really great call for the tandem play out through C long to get the double flank, right? Jitboys just sneaking in towards spawn, he sends Omen away, and he just does it himself, finding the double kill. I thought he was gonna push a little bit more forward and then potentially get taken out by the later flank to come out from Team Secret there, but no, he doesn't. It works a treat. Pistol round to Talon, you would expect them to claim this round here, Quack, and then 7 apiece.
Yeah, that would definitely tie things up very nicely for Talon. Still, though, see what Team Secret can do, maybe to rob some guns away. Outlaw, though, I imagine that one's going to be pretty tough to sneak away. Meanwhile, majority of the forces are pushing down straight into B. Observer catching the kill from Killua. Very lovely, something that Prius is not able to do. But anyway, still is going to be Thigh now, watching over on towards the other side of C Link until Envy dives right in with that Guardian. 1-on-3 situation, just as we saw from before, but it's the Outlaw that ends it instead.
Yeah, Outlaw, always a powerful weapon when your opponents don't have the shields behind them, and that's going to be a bit prevalent in this next round as well, with no plant going down from Team Secret again. You do have to consider, you know, sacrificing utility or making sure that you're not going on these longer lines that Outlaw could be on. Couple of kills collected though from Team Secret, so they'll be, you know, figuring out the momentum and the moves that Talon are trying to do on this defensive side. You know, is Jitboys going to really be challenging C long a lot? Are we going to be seeing Killua go for these aggressive peaks and gate crash out?
At least that would be the idea, but for now, no real gate crash just yet. Just early presence from Team Secret straight into A, and Talon has no choice but to respect it.
Yeah, we'll have a pretty slow start to the round for both teams. Our drone to be sent on out by Cruz. It's going to spot Jeremy. No, it doesn't. Gets destroyed just beforehand. But he will look to bow out.
So it does keep a lot of the Talon players closer towards the A site. Team Secret might be thinking that with some of the rotations pulled across, they could kind of regress over onto the other ends of the map, hence the stealth drone in towards Garage. But hey, Jitboy's still hiding in here, and he hasn't quite yet been spotted.
Yeah, that Judge can be very sneaky later on, but quite difficult if you're going for a retake if Team Secret are able to get in towards this A site. Killua is starting to rotate, so they do have an idea that this is tending towards A.
Yeah, at least reading very well in the macro game, both sides, that is. Jeremy, though, looking to zip in as well, and he's managed to sneak behind enemy lines. Wild Ori will be able to fire back as well, and that's going to be enough to disperse, or force Talon to disperse defensively all across the A site. The round goes over to Team Secret.
Yeah, navigated quite nicely, getting Jeremy in, able to spot that they're trying to reposition around the site in towards the smokes as well. So just a quick little comm over to your team. Make sure that you're not overlooking anything as well. You got a priority to get the spike plant, yeah, for sure, but you're getting contested around it, then you got to go for these spikes, right? So that's something as well that, you know, quick comms, right? That's something that we're thinking Talon are going to have available for them now with this full tie roster. So getting in towards their own gun rounds now on this defensive side. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do.
Op gate crash, maybe, but it's quickly smoked off by 2GE.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can play around with at this A-long position now for Team Secret. But seeing a little bit of a push down mid at the moment. Primi, hearing Cypher utility. Does it give you an idea that you need to, you know, push down C, push out a garage, get some information around the map? Because it's kind of copy-paste from last round, right? Jeremy's tucked in through long late. No drone yet to come out from, well, Cruz has already used it rather, so they're going to reposition and find an opener.
Well, there it is. A bit of a surprise one, especially with that op. You know, you just don't expect it to go in that quick. And with that, Team Secret's methodical approach kind of gets thrown into a bit of a loop. Looking for another approach now, a bit of a mid-round call, but Garage is being marked. And what about C? Got the trip.
And on the back of that opening kill as well, right, Jeremy down. Team Secret didn't have a lurk in 2GE positioned anywhere that they can quickly switch it out and gain favor somewhere else, right? So it really does come down to, in this 30 seconds, trying to see what you can do. Get drive-by'd by Jit Boys, and you kind of have to funnel in towards B. You've got no options left.
Yeah, that's your only choice. At least they do have A as well as C link smoked off, but Jit Boys will be happy to continue pushing out of Garage. And with that, marking the position towards the back, Jesse Vash eliminated. All that's left is just Wild Oreo. Spike might be planted, but how are you going to survive this one? No chance in hell! It's going to be Thai to get the round. Once again, Talon equalizing the score, Komodo.
Not a single point of damage towards Talon's bodies either. Flawless in all effects, just utility to repurchase in towards the next round. Tied up scoreline as well, but of course, you know, with the way that Valorant goes, we're going to see the gun rounds come back for the side of Team Secret, though maybe a little bit lackluster. I saw a stinger at the tail end of that one. So we'll see what adaptations they do look to come with on towards this next attacking round. And I have a feeling that they need to sniff out where this operator is going to be. You know, where are they going to look to position Killua with it?
That is definitely going to be the crux of the issue right now for Team Secret. They've done so much work to get to this point. Surely they don't let it slip at this point. Jeremy slides on into Garage.
Yeah, good position to be able to get nice and early. And Cruz is going to be stuck if he does stay in this position as well. So they really need to rely on funneling out these kills if it does still look towards the C site, because a bit of a pause in the moment for Team Secret.
Before they recollect themselves into Garage once again, but there it is. A trade right back, and Cruz has to hold. He manages to do just that. Instantly reading the play coming out from Team Secret. He finds the last one, and Talon put themselves in the lead.
And you expect that when you see a push through Garage like that, that there's going to be a follow-up through long. So really good timing on the dark cover from Dai to off-put that one. Make it really difficult for Team Secret to get out for this C split. Just spraying through the smoke, finding it was like 1.5 kills that actually come out through there. And then when old mate in 2GE peeks through the smoke, they're already looking for it. They know essentially where he's going to be coming from. So a great read from Talon there on what Team Secret were looking to do. And now we've got a timeout to come through from Team Secret. You do not want to get Talon in a position where they are finding what you're doing nice and early, having a quick answer, and shutting you down convincingly.
Definitely not. And Talon are very close to that double-digit scoreline as well. So Coach Meow looking to find some kind of an answer, because what we saw in that previous round just showed that it wasn't enough layers for sure. I mean, that was one of the first rounds where we are seeing, you know, Cruz playing the off angle closer towards the mouth of C long, surely. I think Team Secret were expecting more of them to be backside, but you know, it is what it is. It's just unfortunate with how you haven't been able to read some of the position that, that Talon are playing. And that op's still in hand as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a potent piece that Talon do have here, but it's like, it's not just the operator as well, right? It's more so the threat of it that's going to be forcing out Team Secret to use a lot of this utility that they would rather be using to get in towards a proper site take as well. You know, a change up in an agent composition like this, where you're going from a Sova to a Taeho, for example, it does play a little bit differently in how you are going to position Jeremy up for any of these fights.
Well, at least now they've kind of snuffed out where it is, or where it's going to be. Still, though, looking to barrel on through. The Star's completely placed up, looking for some of these close-range duels, but Killa manages to bail himself out alongside one frag. Spike still in the hands of Team Secret, and off of the initial exchange, they're feeling a lot of heat, so they want to back off.
Yeah, they don't know how many players are going to be surrounding the site there in and of itself, and these pistols, I mean, they're not trusting themselves to get in. So reset the time, see if Talon can spread a little bit thinner across the map. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses on the defensive side of a map like Haven, right? Is
fair enough,
3 sites. There can sometimes be gaps when you lose, especially when you lose a member. So it's going to come down to Team Secret here if they can find, you know, a 1v3 style or a 1v2 style of advantage against one of these members of Talon.
And possibly trying to bait something out as well. Okay, a lot of salvos and presence being made known, and that allows for 2GE to find an unsuspecting Timmy Prometheus around garage position. Thai, though, will be able to fire right back. And it's a kind of blubber, a bit of a word. It's going to be Cruz in with the op this time, out from A Heaven. It's just retaining control across the map.
Yeah.
Spike will go down, though.
Good ping. Both players spotted out. Dimensional drift in from Kilo, actually, as well. It's just going to get out of it, and yeah, find both of them.
Yeah, especially the flash out from Thai as well. And that's just another one of these rounds where Talon just spreads their wingspan across the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, this defensive side from them so far, they're having some pretty good reads. I'll look at the pattern that we have right now. 1 round for Team Secret. This is going from the back half as well, by the way. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. So that means that the next one should be for Team Secret. But will it or not? Because this defensive side, we're starting to really get a good idea on how Talon want to be playing it. I'll say for Team Secret, though, here, Quack.
Yes.
4 ultimates, and a couple of them can be quite destructive here.
And I have to imagine this is what that timeout was all about. We'll see if Coach Meow finds his effectiveness right now. At the very least, they have managed to push a lot of the attention away from A-Long, and that allows for Team Secret to push up a little bit further. On the other end of the map as well, though, 2G is going to meet a lot of attention. Killa finding that trade.
Yeah, 1-on-1 trade. A bit of a different look when we've seen Jit Boys, you know, camera and peek down there a couple of times. So, yeah, and I was going to say that as well. Taking out 2GE makes things a little bit more difficult for Team Secret. A lot more difficult, actually. You still have a Rolling Thunder and an Armageddon. You kind of have to use them to get in, yeah.
All right, they will use it. They've broken the trips, and here comes Jeremy sliding in, looking for a bit of a kill. Unfortunately, though, Jit Boys does what he does, and he sneaks through with a cage. In with the Neuro Theft as well, and Jeremy just tries to hold on to his position. It's not going to be enough. Jesse Vash has to bail the entire team out of this one. Ring around the rosy, around the boxes. He has utility, but no chance to pull it out just yet. He has no idea where his opponents are. They find the angle just as it happens. Jit Boys finding the shot, and 11 rounds for Talon.
Yeah, very difficult when you lose your smokes there as well, and you kind of have to just bully your way in with a bit of that utility. We'll say for Jesse Vash, he gets in there at the end of that one. He lost his team though, right? So it comes down to the individual 1v3 that he needs to try and navigate, and there's just way too many angles, way too many positions that Talon could have already repositioned to themselves. So a bit unfortunate there, but they'll give themselves a little bit more breathing room here in this round. And if they drop this one, I mean, playing with pennies in towards what could be the last round of this map will be difficult. So this is definitely the one here, Clack, that they need
absolutely
to find.
Tough spot for Team Secret to be in. And of all the rounds to push down C with a duo, Talon does it on the previous one. And now a bit of a desperation play on the overdrive, instantly met with a lot of resistance. The Hunter Sphere being sent through just to confirm as well. Still though, a bit of a lurk from Envy outside of B, and he does find an opening. In with the Cyber Cage now, spots yet another, dinks Jit Boys even as well. Cosmic Divide out towards C, and that allows for Team Secret to get the spike down safely.
Aftershock available for Wild Oreo, could buy a little bit of time. You know, you've still got 2GE alive, so you would expect to grab well eventually too. Jesse Vash has the salvos.
still trying to work around it. At least managing to secure the positioning around C-Long. And down to it at the very end, just C-Link. Probably no opportunity right here.
Yeah, but if he removes any of these guns, it makes it a little bit easier for Talon in the next round when you consider that they've got a lot of credits to be able to play with as well. But it's not going to happen. Jesse Vash finds Die, and Team Secret will not see their opponents getting towards map point. I want to highlight as well, I love the reposition timing from Killua. Gate crashing out when he's spotted out by a Jeremy trying to just get in there with the overdrive. Very fixated on getting that one kill. But it really is Envy's lurk and then the rest of the squad getting down the Cosmic Divide, having a bit of time to breathe and situate yourselves around the spike plant for that 3 versus 3 shutdown.
Yeah, just finding a lot of value, especially some of these plays. You're gonna have to repeat a lot of that for the upcoming rounds if they are to stay in this game. Still though, starting things early off with the salvos, especially out towards mid as well as A. Not quite sure what value was found from that.
Yeah, no Sova, remember, so these trap wires can be a little bit more annoying.
Oh, with the paranoia as well, just completely locking them out of there. In with the kill contract too. And it's Primi on a one-on-one. Goes for the taps, gets the kill. Instantly down off to it. Garage completely blocked off. The spike on the ground even.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult here to get into this, specifically for Envy as well. You could drop under this, but that's what they're expecting at the moment. If he finds the timing and he's actually able to duck his head under this, well, I mean, are they looking at you through the dark cover? They're not. I thought that this was a bait trip. I thought that trip was actually one of these trips that was expected, but it's not. JitBoys has actually missed the trip.
A bit of a blunder on that one. It allows for the entire team to sneak in. 2 on 3. They get the spike down. Is it going to be enough, though?
He's got
Undercut instantly sent through. And he's trying to send it out at least, but can't quite use it because he was suppressed. Repositions around the star.
He wants the corpse.
Oh my gosh, has to go on in. It's going to fake out that spots him out, though. And that's now 2GE trying to refrag. Sprays on through, but not quite enough as the crouching high-low out from Talon puts them down in the ground. Talon. What a way to retake.
I thought Team Secret had that. I really did. When I saw that trap wire and it looked a little bit too high, I actually thought that was some big Giga Chad brain play from JitBoys that they put a dark cover down, they let their opponent sneak under it, and we're just waiting for him to pop out the smoke. I thought that's what's going to happen. They were both looking at it for a couple of moments, but no. Envy gets on through, gets the double, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, we get a plant in there. We get the neural theft. He's going to get all the information that they're all spawned. You can start to spray on the back of it. He can't get the body to drop the hat on.
He can't.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Especially when Primi's the one to suppress him down as well.
Yeah, one of those changes that come out actually for ISO lately, and it actually has some really good value in that moment there, right? Because it gives a couple of seconds where the planter in the Cypher cannot get the job done, has to reposition.
Yo, Frost, you're winning. What's going on? I'm kidding.
You didn't win that round 100%.
Still, I mean, you love it when they're this locked in. It's just an unfortunate scenario for Team Secret to find themselves in. It's still not over yet, though.
No, it's not. No. We're starting to see, something from Team Secret, though still kind of isolated. I don't think the round count at the moment for this defensive side that they, was seeing against Talon is actually indicative of what they're doing in the rounds. How many close rounds have we actually seen?
Quite a number. And hopefully a lot more coming up as well if Team Secret are to push this to OT. Killa with the dimensional drift, though. And once again, we do start things off with a bit more A presence out from Team Secret.
But it's also some silence on the back of that utility, and that's going to be a little call for Talon to stretch their wings down mid. They've spotted Envy, and there goes the guy that you've been relying upon a lot on Team Secret in this map to get the kills, to bring stability, to find information.
Wow, the list goes on,
doesn't it? The list goes on, it really does, yep.
Instantly silence, and that cannot feel too good. The flash being sent out, but instantly being dealt with by Cruz as well as he sneaks on through. Jesse Vash gone, and down to the final 3.
trying to march their way in towards the A side, but the trips in front of their faces as well.
Yeah.
Jit Boys has a great position to spam away through the smokes if
trip.
needed. There it goes. Gets the first. And on to the next as well. They are completely dismayed by the dimensional drift. Primi for the final frag. A flawless round for Talon. The final score on the map of Haven, 13-9. And of course, final score in the series as well, 2-1 in favor of Talon.
Early stages, of course, in stage 1, don't forget, so there's always going to be recovery available. But, new looks to both of these teams here.
We are definitely soaring with Talon today. At the very end of that all, I mean, good little showing from Team Secret, surely, but down to this Haven map, I mean, just as soon as that op was pulled out, a lot of it went the other way.
I think for me, it really highlights the importance of those extra couple of rounds that Talon managed to get in that first half, right? They come out of the gates kind of cooking on the switch up as well, and I mean, just such brilliance, right? 2 rounds that they drop on that second half.
Yeah, a little bit tricky on that one, but still, I mean, everything else looks so darn smooth, and especially with how Talon were able to operate themselves.
And I know a lot of people are going to be happy with this one, especially Big Time. I think he's you know, I don't know, fixated on it, maybe is the way to say.
Sure.
Waylay, right?
Okay.
Waylay has had her time to shine, and it was successful as well. If it wasn't successful, then we can harp on him a little bit differently.
Yeah, that would have been a whole different discussion, but right now, I mean, just an incredible successive play coming out from the entire Thai team. You gotta love it. They looked a lot more comfortable, especially on that fracture. A lot so on this Haven as well. So we gotta listen to them and hear what they have to say, especially now that we have the lovely Bella giving the interview.
Hello. It is Talon with the interview. Hi guys, congrats. Here's your microphone. Hi, Kilua. Nice to meet you. Alright, I will join you right here. 안녕하세요. 탈론의 킬라 선수와 크루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 킬라 선수 오늘 퍼시픽 데뷔 전에 뭐 펄의 에이스며 180도, 180도, 360도 회전을 보여주면서 오늘 경기한 소감부터 물어보겠습니다. Hi, Kilua, your hot debut in Pacific, and that was incredible. The ace on Pearl, 180, 180, 360 spin too. How was today like for you?
รู้สึกไงวันนี้ก็ตื่นเต้นครับผมa bit nervous
And that was just him being nervous, like acing it out?
ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็เก่งเลยใช่ครับ Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should stay nervous. 오늘 어땠나고 물어봤더니 긴장됐습니다. 그래서 긴장해도 그렇게 잘하는 거야? 라고 물어봤는데 네. 그냥 이게 평소인 것처럼 이렇게 이야기를 해줬어요. 그럼 이제 옆에 통역할 겸 같이 나와준 크루즈 선수한테도 궁금한 게 있는데 탈론이 이제 오랜만에 전원 태국 로스터를 갖게 됐습니다. 이전에는 좀 통역하고 IGL로서 신경 쓸 부분이 많았을 텐데 좀 태국인으로서 다 이렇게 인원이 맞춰지니 부담도 덜한지 어떤지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. This one's for you, Cruz. We have a all-Thai roster once again. Has that been smoother for you with like less pressure, less things on your plate?
Not exactly, but it's easier for me to communicate because I don't really need to translate anymore. So the comms are much easier, but I have a lot of more tasks on hand because we have younger players. But overall, I think they're very good, especially him. He's been helping me a lot. So yeah, props to the team. We're pretty okay.
뭐 딱히 그렇다고 부담이 줄어든 건 아니고 이제 통역을 안 하게 됐지만 운영이나 이런 거에 대해서 좀 더 세밀하게 집중해서 풀어가다 보니 부담감은 아직도 있다고 했습니다. 하지만 이제 아무래도 새롭게 어린 선수들이 이렇게 합류를 했기 때문에 특히 옆에 나와 있는 킬루아 선수들도 다들 이렇게 함께 도움을 주면서 경기를 풀어나가고 있다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 펄을 탈론이 오랜만에 꺼냈는데 오랜만에 꺼낸 만큼 준비한 것도 많았을 것 같지만 경기가 원하는 대로 풀리진 또 않았어요. 그래서 어떤 점들이 좀 이제 예상을 빗나갔는지 한번 물어보고 싶습니다. Another one for you here, Cruz. You decided to open up Pearl once in a long time, and I feel like you guys prepped a lot for it, but it didn't go in your favor. What do you think was the big difference with your expectation and how today rolled out?
I think we were a bit nervous since it's the first game. Everybody just got trying to get used to the stage. We weren't really doing things. We weren't executing things at the timings we wanted. So gave them a little bit of room to play, and that's that's why it cost us the game.
And then Fracture, you bounced right back. You got used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 아무래도 이제 새로 합류한 선수들이 이제 무대에 적응도 하고 그러다 보니까 원하는 대로 플레이나 이런 거를 타이밍을 잘 못 맞췄다고 이야기를 했습니다. 하지만 이제 프랙처에서 바로 이렇게 홀짝 다시 올라왔으니 잘 풀렸다고 적응을 마무리한 것 같네요. And 이제 마지막으로 킬러 선수한테 한 번 더 다시 물어보고 싶어요. 오늘은 또 퍼시픽 OG 뿌리 깊었던 팀 시크릿을 상대로 승리를 가져갔는데 다음 상대는 또 다른 뿌리 깊은 RRQ입니다. 한마디 해주고 싶은지 한번 물어보겠습니다. This one's for Killua. You faced a OG Pacific team secret today. Next one, another OG RRQ. What do you have to say to them?
มีอะไรพูดถึงทีม RQ บ้าง
Yeah, anything you want.
I don't know, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. RQ. Alright. Thank you, Killua Cruz. 이제 제가 한마디 해달라 그랬는데 I don't know, bro. 모르겠다라고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 예, 킬루아와 크루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations to Talon Esports, and that interview just now with Killua really shows actually how new he is to the stage, and I completely believe Cruz when they said they had, you know, first like jitters going on the stage for the very first time. You could see why Guy was like freaking out in his interview. He doesn't know, bro.
Yeah, when you don't know, bro, you don't know, bro. And it felt like, you know what, like it felt very like, you know, what Thailand culture is about, Thai culture is about, like very humble, but like in a good mood, like smiley, like he's becoming my favorite player, you know, and I think he really does embody like what Talon should really be all about, being a Thai nationality roster. It's like these guys are so sharp in the server, but like outside of the server, not as scary, like in a good mood, you know, just shy, quiet, but you know.
The Thailand's called the land of smiles for a reason, so good vibes all around, and man, what an addition to this roster. What a pickup. It's this is so promising for the future of Talon, and I expect perhaps a better placement. Better than 4th even. They are getting better.
Wow, better than 4th.
They could be up there. RRQ could be up there too, but like Talon is well on its way.
I think they did a very good job. They got themselves back into this game after map 1. Like you say, there was obvious nerves. That's clearly not how their Pearl was supposed to be played, but it looked much better map 2. They carried that through into this map 3, so it's nice to see them settle down and kind of get their heads together, get their heads screwed on straight as they get deeper into the series.
Yeah, I mean, this was a scary map as well, though. Like, Secret was looking pretty good at certain points in this map. They looked like they may even take Haven at some points, but I think Talon, they showed some good resilience, and towards the end of that map really got things together. They started to get more active on defense, especially the double duelists, because the way that this game started, like, both Primi and Killua were like 3-10, 4-10, like the duelists were just not hitting, and I was like, this isn't the Buzz Meteor that I need to see right now. I need to see the Bash Bros get in there and get some frags. And once we moved over to the defensive side, we saw a little bit more of that. You know, overall the scorelines don't reflect that as much, but like I said, given the poor start, you definitely saw them start to put things together. Jit Boys was pretty good this game. I think Thai has been great this whole series. I think both of the new additions to Talon are very promising. And like I said, for Killua in particular, very flexible role-wise. He's been thrown on a flash init, a flash duelist here, or pseudo init. But you know, playing the flash init, playing the info init in the fade in this series so far as well. He's very flexible role-wise, and he gets his numbers.
Yeah, we saw just how sharp he was with the rifle earlier on in the series, and then he's bringing out the op later on down the line when they're on the defense, and he did a great job there. So really nice for Talon to bring somebody on board who is so flexible, can fill all these roles that they need, and let them try a lot of different stuff. Moving towards our replays here. Now, we laughed a lot about Jesse Vash when we said, you know, why is he not on this Sova? He's always on Sova. But they had some nice ideas with the Teo, you know, you can see it where that it brings a lot to that lobby control, and then as we get deeper on, this was a really nice little set piece that they're using with the Teo. I think despite the nerfs, Teo is still going to see a lot of play, especially when, you know, huge Sova enthusiasts like Jesse Vash are managing to swap across.
I mean, I think it's the pairing of the Breach. I think that looking at the double duelist comp, that's what you see a lot more of when you see the Sova, but when you do have a Breach in the comp, you do want to mix in, of course, having that Teo instead of the Sova. It pairs better with the Breach. You get a lot of combo kills, and I think rounds like that one that you highlighted before are the reason why I thought Secret was going to win this game, in combination with the fact that Envy was on a bloody heater, and he really was a standout for Secret today. But unfortunately, guys, they've got reverse sweep after smashing a team on the first map again. This is getting kind of like the riders, it's getting kind of old at this point. MVP goes to Jit Boys. He had a good game. I think he was a little inconsistent this series. Like I was saying, Jit Boys, I'm happy this man is on the Senti. Like, he does kind of play that more passive style, anchory style. He loves to go for the aggressive lurks, and we've seen him do that in a controller role, and we've seen him do that in a Senti role. But now I think that you've got someone like Thai in the team. You're probably going to see Jit Boys pretty much always on the Senti or the pseudo Senti in a controller like Viper, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I also think it's nice for Jit Boys where he doesn't have to carry in the same way before. You know, there was a lot on the shoulders of Primi and Jit Boys in the previous iteration, where those were the two big Thai players that we kind of expected to step up time and time again. Sure. It's really nice to see players like Kahlua, players like Thai come in and look very strong in their own right.
Yeah, great debuts from both of them.
Absolutely. And Killua said he doesn't know, bro, but one thing we know for sure is that he is our match MVP. Again, amazing first showing on this Pacific stage, and we can see like why they picked this guy up.
Yeah, he could be nervous as he likes, but the fact is that the talent there is undeniable. The mechanics are undeniable. He says he doesn't know, but what I do know is he knows how to play a lot of different bloody agents. He knows how to frag. He knows how to fit into a system in a brand new team. He knows how to go and play his first series in Tier 1 and get himself a match MVP. So he knows a few things, that's for sure.
I do want to give a, that shout out to Envy that you were saying that he is just, you were saying this in the green room, and I agree, absolutely legit. But there was a moment near the end of the game where he limbo rocks underneath the Jit Boys trap wire and just knocks out two. And there's like, where the heck did you come from? But anyway, that was a super fun way to end off today's two really crazy series. Really nice showings from all four teams. A lot of promise for the future, and I just like, again, how we are seeing changes happening, changes for the better. And while Team Secret and Paper X are still figuring things out, I think these are moves in the right direction. So this is where we are now in the standings as we collect points towards the champions.
Yeah, standings-wise, I think for PRX, fine. Look, you lost to DRX, but you did at least keep the round diff down. Over on the side of Group Omega, though, and seeing the results of that series, I think that's an incredibly important series for Talon to win. Seeing the fact that, look, they could probably get a dub against Zeta, but Nongshim and RRQ are going to be hit or miss. Those are going to be tough squads for them to be taking on, and we're talking about the top four teams advancing, taking down Secret and then sizing up Zeta. If they could just get those two series unlocked, they've got a very good shot at advancing.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this format being a little bit more forgiving, but you have to win the games you're kind of supposed to win, in air quotes, you know?
Or like 50-50s.
Yeah, it's very tough, but the teams that started off strong, obviously, we see GE, DRX, T1 and Talon, they'll be very happy, and we have 2 more games to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be another banger that we have been highly anticipating. We're going to be seeing the 2 Indonesian squads and the changes that we've happening on RRQ with the change of an IGL. Gen G also 2 new players. Suggest coming back to Pacific and Nongshim. And there were just so much expectations for Nongshim. Also amazing first showing on the Pacific stage.
Nongshim versus RRQ, I remember how that went last time.
We're not going home tomorrow.
We're not going home until very late tomorrow, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Gen G versus Boom, though. I mean, Boom, their debut game at Kickoff was fantastic. I thought that they should have beaten T1, and taking on a Gen G that have made some changes that I think a lot of people are kind of scratching their head about. That might be doable. I don't know.
It's Boom time.
Gen G. You think it's
Boom time?
Okay,
Wait till tomorrow. I got plenty prepared. I can talk about Boom for days.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting for us to break down tomorrow. There's just not enough time for us to talk about all of it, but we are going to have to save the rest for tomorrow, and I'm sure you guys at home are going to be very excited for this. It's been a long day, but a worthwhile one to watch all 6 games. Really exciting one. So that's it for today, day 2 of stage 1 of VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, joined by Mr. Pilipowski.
Well done.
And Mr. J.
Jay.
It's Mr. Time. My first name is Big.
He sounds like my English teacher. He's going to read me, some kind of Shakespeare or something like that and then quiz me on it.
That is true. I do that much better time. Just everyone in England does.
Okay, I hate you.
What they talk about when the cameras are off. So that's why we are going to turn off the cameras now. Everyone have a very good night and see you again tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
Bye.
There at the moment, though. It is just going to be Mind Freak out that C site to bunker down. Good for that spray, but look at Flashback. He's got in the backlines.
He sends out a second one, takes initiative off of that scenario. 1 on 2, goes for the peak, and he will take down Forsaken. Could this be the quad? It is! Whoa! Flashback flashes the winning sign against Paper Rex. That's exactly what Paper X has to do. Here it comes. Quick dash in. Ooh! Spike dropped in the same position. Swell. The armor gonna sent through. Mind Freak hold down the entire B by himself. Not quite finding a position. Still has to watch out for Flashback. Playing around the wall. An entire ace. Nice. DRX, they might not have best guns, but they're still holding a lot of these positions. Plays around the safe angle. Down to just Bane. Where could he be? Oh!
Get that! Let's go, bro! Miss Poison Cloud high in the sky.
Fast into the site at least, but look at this screen. Everything all blocked off. Now by Hyunmin as well. The site being reclaimed outside the door. In with a showstopper as well. And final score in the series, 2-1 in favor of DRX. Bit of a flash coming out, and he's trying to catch Jit Boys. Blown, kind of ignored, but still, damage found. Okay, at least the salvos will get sent through. Ooh, might have the sight, but a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Shots on over, but look at Killua!
A lot of these ultimates in towards the A site. Oh, spike didn't being planted by Mike out. It's 4 so far.
And it's just everything dumped into this A site. Crews with possible utility coming online as well. There's could be playing as well, so just setting up for some of it, but on the timing. Envy with the peaks, a quad kill being picked up alongside Jesse Vash with the sudden peek out.
You try and find the kill on the back of it. The answer is going to be no, as Jit Boys and Crews start off the party.
Trying to market position with crosshair placement, but ooh, good little flashpoint, Privy for the trade. And he comes back in, goes for the taps. Privy finds the round, finds the 9 for Talon.
Not playing your Soba near you as well. Trying to get in though. Primi on the back of that shield is very ambitious to get in towards this site for his team to try and win out this round and Quack.
That Privy though spots out the barrel. Cosmic Divide only holds them off for so long. Talon, the final score on the map of Haven, 13-9.